international organizations and countries are starting to coordinate all sectors, from human, animal, and plant health to agriculture and food safety, to halt our glorious expansion and stay on top. They explain to people that we can be stopped by using antimicrobials as per licensed health professionals, such as doctors and veterinarians' advice, and not for growth promotion, by adequate wastewater management, and by having proper hygiene and cleanliness at the hospital and at the farm. Humans could become wiser and keep us down. A disaster. Imagine if everyone listened to their advice. I am no longer safe. My ability to resist antimicrobials could disappear. Don't let antimicrobial resistance take control. Be responsible when using antimicrobials.
Il fut une époque où la Terre était un immense terrain de jeu pour nous, les microbes. C'était vraiment le bon temps. Nous étions sauvages et libres, faisant du bien ou du mal aux gens et aux animaux comme bon nous semblait. Mais voilà qu'un jour, les humains ont inventé les antimicrobiens, des armes qui nous ont confisqué nos pouvoirs et grâce auxquelles ils ont pris le contrôle. Nous n'étions plus libres de provoquer la douleur, la maladie et la mort chez les humains, les animaux et les plantes. Mais nous avons attendu. Et les humains ont fait une erreur fatale. Ils ont utilisé ces précieux médicaments sans discernement sur eux-mêmes, sur les plantes et sur les animaux. Certains d'entre nous ont réalisé qu'ils pouvaient développer une défense contre ces antimicrobiens. Les humains appellent ce phénomène la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Nous appelons cela reprendre le contrôle. Aujourd'hui, nous, les microbes pathogènes, pouvons nous répandre plus largement et plus rapidement là où règne le désordre, la saleté et la désorganisation. Nous nous réjouissons quand vous avez une mauvaise hygiène et que vous n'utilisez pas de l'eau et du savon. Nous aimons vous voir jeter vos antimicrobiens non utilisés dans l'évier ou les toilettes. Ils rejoignent nos colonies déjà immenses dans vos eaux usées et vos rivières et nous rendent plus forts. Les hôpitaux mal gérés font notre bonheur. Nous sommes libres de nous y multiplier et de devenir de nouveaux tueurs impitoyables. Les antimicrobiens donnés aux animaux non pas pour contrôler ou traiter des maladies, mais pour les faire croître plus vite, créent de nouvelles armées de microbes qui deviennent de plus en plus résistants. Le plus beau, c'est que le simple contact entre les animaux infectés et les humains peut nous permettre de nous propager. Nous pouvons également circuler dans les aliments contaminés, sur les plantes, dans le sol et dans l'eau. Nous pouvons être partout. Nous avons retrouvé certains de nos anciens pouvoirs. Cependant, je commence à être très inquiet, car nos ennemis se sont mis à unir leurs efforts. Les organisations internationales et les pays commencent à coordonner tous les secteurs, depuis la santé humaine, animale et végétale, jusqu'à l'agriculture et à la sécurité alimentaire, pour mettre un terme à notre glorieuse expansion et rester au sommet. Ils expliquent aux gens que l'on peut nous arrêter en utilisant les antimicrobiens que sur les conseils de professionnels de la santé, tels que les médecins et les vétérinaires, plutôt que pour stimuler la croissance en gérant correctement les eaux usées et en ayant une hygiène et une propreté adéquates dans les hôpitaux et dans les fermes. L'homme pourrait devenir plus sage et nous anéantir. Ce serait une catastrophe. Imaginez si tout le monde écoutait leurs conseils. Je ne suis plus en sécurité. Ma capacité à résister aux antimicrobiens pourrait disparaître. Ne laissez pas la résistance aux antimicrobiens prendre le dessus. Utilisez les antimicrobiens de manière responsable.
Antigamente, a Terra era um grande recreio para nós, os micróbios. Eram dias muito felizes. Éramos jovens e livres. Podíamos ajudar ou prejudicar as pessoas e os animais à nossa vontade. Até que um dia, os humanos inventaram os antimicrobianos, armas que nos roubaram esse poder e lhes deram o controle. Deixámos de ser livres para causar dor, doença e morte aos humanos, aos animais e às plantas. Mas ficámos à espera. E os humanos cometeram um erro fatal. Usaram estes preciosos medicamentos indiscriminadamente em humanos, plantas e animais. E nós começámos a perceber que é possível desenvolver uma defesa contra esses antimicrobianos. Os humanos chamam este fenómeno a resistência antimicrobiana. Para nós, é o regresso ao poder. Agora nós, os micróbios, causadores de doenças, podemos espalhar-nos mais ampla e rapidamente onde reina a desordem, a sujidade e a desorganização. É ótimo para nós quando há más condições de higiene e não se usa água e sabão. Nós adoramos quando os antimicrobianos não usados são despejados na sanita ou no lavatório. Vão juntar-se às nossas enormes colónias nas águas residuais e nos sistemas fluviais. Os hospitais mal geridos são bons. Nesses sítios podemos multiplicar-nos à vontade e transformar-nos em máquinas assassinas implacáveis. Os antimicrobianos dados aos animais não para controlar ou tratar doenças, mas para os fazer crescer mais rapidamente, criam exércitos de micróbios que se tornam cada vez mais resistentes. O melhor de tudo é que o simples contacto entre animais infectados e humanos pode permitir a nossa propagação. Também podemos circular em alimentos contaminados nas plantas, no solo e na água. Podemos chegar a todo lado. Reconquistamos alguns dos nossos poderes antigos. Mas eu começo a sentir alguma preocupação. Os nossos inimigos começaram a trabalhar em conjunto. As organizações internacionais e os países estão a começar a coordenar todos os setores, desde a saúde humana, animal e vegetal, à agricultura e segurança alimentar, para travar a nossa gloriosa expansão e manter o controle. Estão a explicar às pessoas que podem travar-nos através do uso de antimicrobianos, segundo as prescrições de profissionais de saúde autorizados, como os médicos e os veterinários, e não com finalidade de promover o crescimento, com uma gestão adequada das águas residuais e com a higiene e limpeza adequadas nos hospitais e nas quintas. Os humanos podem ficar mais sensatos e acabar connosco. Uma catástrofe. Já imaginaram se todos seguirem esses conselhos? Nós deixamos de estar em segurança e a nossa capacidade de resistir aos antimicrobianos pode desaparecer. Não deixe que a resistência antimicrobiana vença. Seja responsável no uso de antimicrobianos.
في يوم من الأيام كانت الأرض ساحة ألعاب كبيرة لنا نحن الميكروبات. كانت أياما سعيدة، كنا نمرح بحرية ونساعد أو نضر الإنسان والحيوان كما نحب. ذات يوم اخترع البشر مضادات الميكروبات التي سلبتنا قوتنا وجعلتهم يتحكمون بنا. لم نعد أحرارا لإلحاق المرض والموت بالإنسان والحيوان والنبات، ولكن انتظرنا. ثم ارتكب الإنسان خطأ فادحا، فقد استخدم هذه العقاقير الثمينة بطرق عشوائية على الإنسان والنبات والحيوان، فأدرك بعضنا أنه يمكننا مقاومتها. يسمي البشر هذه الظاهرة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، ونحن نسميها استعادة السيطرة. والآن نحن الميكروبات المسببة للأمراض يمكننا الانتشار بشكل أوسع وأسرع حيثما تسود الفوضى والأوساخ. إنه لأمر عظيم لنا عدم التزامكم بالنظافة وباستخدام الماء والصابون، ونفرح عند إلقائكم لمضادات الميكروبات في المراحيض أو الأحواض، فهي بذلك تنضم إلى مستعمراتنا الكبيرة الموجودة في مياه الصرف وشبكات الأنهار وتجعلنا أكثر قوة. أما المستشفيات المدارة بشكل سيء فهي جيدة جدا لنا، فهناك نتمتع بحرية التكاثر ونصبح آلات قتل فتاكة. مضادات الميكروبات التي يتم إعطاؤها للحيوانات لجعلها تنمو بسرعة وليس للسيطرة على الأمراض أو لعلاجها تخلق جيوشا جديدة من الميكروبات أكثر مقاومة. والجميل أن أبسط اتصال بين الحيوانات المصابة والبشر يمكنه السماح لنا بالانتشار. يمكننا التواجد بالأطعمة الملوثة وعلى النباتات وفي التربة والمياه. قد نكون في أي مكان، فقد استرجعنا بعضا من قوتنا. ولكنني أصبحت الآن قلقا للغاية. بدأ أعداؤنا في العمل معا، فالمنظمات العالمية والدول شرعت في التنسيق بين كافة القطاعات، من صحة الإنسان والحيوان والنبات إلى الزراعة والسلامة الغذائية. أصبحوا يشرحون للناس كيف يمكن إيقافنا بتناول مضادات الميكروبات وفقا لتوصيات خبراء الصحة كالأطباء والبيطريين، وكذلك بالإدارة الجيدة لمياه الصرف والحرص على حفظ الصحة والنظافة العامة في المستشفيات والمزارع. قد يصبح الإنسان أكثر فطنة وحكمة وقد يهزمنا، إنها كارثة. تخيلوا لو استمع الجميع لنصائحهم لم أعد آمنا. فقد تختفي قدرتي على مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات. لا تسمح لمقاومة مضادات الميكروبات بالسيطرة. تحل بالمسؤولية عن استخدام مضادات الميكروبات.
Once upon a time, the Earth was a huge playground for us microbes. Those were joyous days. We were wild and free, helping or hurting people and animals as we wished. Then one day, humans invented antimicrobials, weapons that took this power from us and put them in control. We were no longer free to cause pain, disease, and death among humans, animals, and plants, but we waited. And humans made a fatal mistake. They used these precious medicines indiscriminately in humans, plants, and animals. And some of us realized we could develop a defense to these antimicrobials. Humans call this phenomenon antimicrobial resistance. We call it taking back control. Now we, the disease-causing microbes, can spread wider and faster where disorder, dirt, and disorganization reign. It's great for us when you have poor hygiene and don't use water and soap. We love when you flush your unused antimicrobials down the sink or toilet. They join our already huge colonies in your wastewater and river systems and make us stronger. Poorly managed hospitals are good for us. In these places, we're free to multiply and become new ruthless killing machines. Antimicrobials given to animals not to control or treat disease, but to make them grow faster. Create new armies of microbes that become increasingly resistant. The beautiful thing is that the simple contact between infected animals and humans can allow us to spread. We can also circulate in contaminated food, on plants, in the soil, and in water. We can be everywhere. We've regained some of our old powers. However, I am becoming very worried. Our enemies are starting to work together. International organizations and countries are starting to coordinate all sectors, from human, animal, and plant health to agriculture and food safety, to halt our glorious expansion and stay on top. They explain to people that we can be stopped by using antimicrobials as per licensed health professionals, such as doctors and veterinarians' advice, and not for management, and by having proper hygiene and cleanliness at the hospital and at the farm. Would become wiser and keep us down. A disaster. Imagine if everyone was I am no longer safe. My ability to face my
On a tous les arguments de notre côté pour essayer de faire le meilleur que la plupart d'entre eux ont déjà joué. D'abord, ce qu'ils attendent. Donc, comme tu dis, on s'est déplacé aussi sur d'autres places pour plus de Dieu nous a tous aidés à faire de bons résultats. Ça a été un match difficile, effectivement, il y a 2 ans. Mais ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est que mon équipe n'a pas appliqué, et on a égalisé à la 92e minute. Ça prouve encore le mental qu'on a eu. Je crois qu'à travers ce match-là, ça nous a permis.
Fut une époque où la Terre était un immense terrain de jeu pour nous, les microbes. C'était vraiment le bon temps. Nous étions sauvages et libres, faisant du bien ou du mal aux gens et aux animaux comme bon nous semblait. Mais voilà qu'un jour, les humains ont inventé les antimicrobiens, des armes qui nous ont confisqué nos pouvoirs et grâce auxquelles ils ont pris le contrôle. Nous n'étions plus libres de provoquer la douleur, la maladie et la mort chez les humains, les animaux et les plantes. Mais, attendez. Et les humains ont fait une erreur fatale. Ils ont utilisé ces précieux médicaments sans discernement sur eux-mêmes, sur les plantes et sur les animaux. Certains d'entre nous réalisaient qu'ils pouvaient développer une défense contre ces antimicrobiens. Les humains appellent ce phénomène la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Nous appelons cela reprendre le contrôle. Aujourd'hui, nous, les microbes pathogènes, pouvons nous répandre plus largement et plus rapidement là où règne le désordre, la saleté et la désorganisation. Nous nous réjouissons quand vous avez une mauvaise hygiène et que vous n'utilisez pas de l'eau et du savon. Nous aimons vous voir jeter vos antimicrobiens non utilisés dans l'évier ou les toilettes. Ils rejoignent nos colonies déjà immenses dans vos eaux usées ou rivières et nous rendent plus forts. Les hôpitaux mal gérés font notre bonheur. Nous sommes libres de nous y multiplier et de devenir de nouveaux tueurs impitoyables. Les antimicrobiens donnés aux animaux non pas pour contrôler ou traiter des maladies, mais pour les faire croître plus vite, et de nouvelles armées de microbes qui deviennent de plus en plus résistants. Le plus beau, c'est que le simple contact entre les animaux infectés et les humains peut nous permettre de nous propager. Nous pouvons également circuler dans les aliments contaminés, sur les plantes, dans le sol et dans l'eau. Nous pouvons être partout. Nous avons retrouvé certains de nos anciens pouvoirs. Cependant, je commence à être très inquiet, car nos ennemis se sont mis à unir leurs efforts. Les organisations internationales et les pays commencent à coordonner tous les secteurs, depuis la santé humaine, animale et végétale, jusqu'à l'agriculture et à la sécurité alimentaire, pour mettre un terme à notre glorieuse expansion et rester au sommet. Ils expliquent aux gens que l'on peut nous arrêter en utilisant les antimicrobiens que sur les conseils de professionnels de la santé, tels que les médecins et les vétérinaires, plutôt que pour stimuler la croissance en gérant correctement les eaux usées et en ayant une hygiène et une propreté adéquates dans les hôpitaux et dans les fermes. L'homme pourrait devenir plus sage et nous anéantir. Ce serait une catastrophe. Imaginez si tout le monde écoutait leurs conseils. Je ne suis plus en sécurité. Ma capacité à résister aux antimicrobiens pourrait disparaître. Ne laissez pas la résistance aux antimicrobiens prendre le dessus. Utilisez les antimicrobiens de manière responsable.
Couverture électorale, les médias doivent-ils être de simples quêtes réunies? Pour en parler, la rédaction reçoit Nina Fondaka, la chargée de communication du Corée et l'Institut de campagne politique. Nina le Corée organise un panel sur le thème couverture électorale. Les médias doivent-ils être de simples quêtes de résonance?
Antigamente, a Terra era um grande recreio para nós, os micróbios. Eram dias muito felizes. Éramos jovens e livres. Podíamos ajudar ou prejudicar as pessoas e os animais à nossa vontade. Até que um dia, os humanos inventaram os antimicrobianos, armas que nos roubaram esse poder e lhes deram o controle. Deixámos de ser livres para causar dor, doença e morte aos humanos, aos animais e às plantas. Mas ficámos à espera. Os humanos cometeram um erro fatal. Usaram os preciosos medicamentos indiscriminadamente em humanos, plantas e animais. E nós começamos a perceber que é possível desenvolver uma defesa contra esses antimicrobianos. Os humanos chamam este fenómeno a resistência antimicrobiana. Para nós, é o regresso ao poder. Agora nós, os micróbios, causadores de doenças, podemos espalhar-nos mais ampla e rapidamente onde reina a desordem, a sujidade e a desorganização. É ótimo para nós quando há más condições de higiene e não se usa água e sabão. Nós adoramos quando os antimicrobianos não usados são despejados na sanita ou no lavatório. Vão juntar-se às nossas enormes colónias nas águas residuais e nos sistemas fluviais. Os hospitais mal geridos são bons para nós. Nesses sítios podemos multiplicar-nos à vontade e transformar-nos em máquinas assassinas implacáveis. Os antimicrobianos dados aos animais não para controlar ou tratar doenças, mas para os fazer crescer mais rapidamente, criam exércitos de micróbios que se tornam cada vez mais resistentes. O melhor de tudo é que o simples contacto entre animais infectados e humanos pode permitir a nossa propagação. Também podemos circular em alimentos contaminados, nas plantas, no solo e na água. Podemos chegar a todo lado. Reconquistámos alguns dos nossos poderes antigos. Mas eu começo a sentir alguma preocupação. Os nossos inimigos começaram a trabalhar em conjunto. As organizações internacionais e os países estão a começar a coordenar todos os setores, desde a saúde humana, animal e vegetal, à agricultura e segurança alimentar, para travar a nossa gloriosa expansão e manter o controle. Estão a explicar às pessoas que podem travar-nos através do uso de antimicrobianos, segundo as prescrições de profissionais de saúde autorizados, como os médicos e os veterinários, e não com a finalidade de promover o crescimento com uma gestão adequada das águas residuais e com higiene e limpeza adequadas nos hospitais e nas quintas. Os humanos podem ficar mais sensatos e acabar connosco. Uma catástrofe. Já imaginaram se todos seguirem esses conselhos? Nós deixamos de estar em segurança e a nossa capacidade de resistir aos antimicrobianos pode desaparecer. Não deixe que a resistência antimicrobiana vença. Seja responsável no uso de antimicrobianos.
À la une de revue de presse Mansour, entretien avec l'hebdomadaire Jeune Afrique.
من الأيام كانت الأرض ساحة ألعاب كبيرة لنا نحن الميكروب. كانت أياما سعيدة، كنا نمرح بحرية ونساعد أو نضر الإنسان والحيوان كما نحب. اليوم اخترع البشر مضادات الميكروبات التي سلبتنا قوتنا وجعلتهم يتحكمون بنا. لم نعد أحرارا بإلحاق المرض والموت بالإنسان والحيوان والنبات، ولكننا انتظرنا ثم ارتكب الإنسان خطأ فادحا، فقد استخدم هذه العقاقير الثمينة بطرق عشوائية على الإنسان والحيوان، فهلك بعضنا لا ولله مقاومتها. يسمي البشر هذه الظاهرة مقاومة مضادات الميكروبات، ونحن نسميها استعادة السيطرة. والآن نحن الميكروبات المسببة للأمراض يمكننا الانتشار بشكل
Finalement, sur le budget du ministère de la Communication arrêté à 42 à 1 milliard. Dans le journal indépendant allemand, le soleil décrit que le ministre de la Communication, des télécommunications du ministre, Gustavo Petram, l'a défendu hier matin.
Non, ça va ça va tranquille.
A annoncé que le fonds d'appui au développement de la
Allez, c'est ça.
Let's put syrup on there amongst the dead. Why should I go and waste my time hospital? Can't be giving him medicine that is prescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not the unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I did a similar cough. And this is what. So there's nothing wrong with your brother.
That medicine was not full.
Medicine is medicine, my daughter.
The junior has. They were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference? So the extracurricular, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines. So under distance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop when and antimicrobial medicines are medicines diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses like this. Disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of medicine. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine. Because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need, and this is the amount that you need for you to completely what? Or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be killed. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment. Medicine like that. When you dispose of medicine like that, this same medicine is going into the environment where it is going to leave what's this, the antimicrobial residues. And these are going to stay in the water. And then this same water that we drink, we have a borehole here. It's the same water we drink, the same water our plants and our animals use. So whatever goes into the environment comes back to us. So these antimicrobial residues will come back to us and affect us. So you mean even the vegetables they get affected? Yes, Mommy. Even the vegetables get affected. But again, you're the one that said I should get rid of these because they were not prescribed. Yes, I said that, but that's a very wrong way of doing it.
You are very right, my child. Well, to think about how long I've been running this farm, yet I don't have this knowledge. Us we have learned. The way you've explained very well, and we've learned a lot. I've learned everything. Let me leave. Tomorrow I have an errand. I need to go and sell the chickens.
Daddy, are those not the same chickens that you were giving medicines a few days ago?
Yes, but my daughter, we can't continue feeding these chickens. But they are past the maturing stage. So we need just to sell them.
No, you can't sell them so soon. Because remember, the antimicrobial residues are still in the chickens. And when people eat, they are consuming small doses of those medicines. So you need to wait. On the packet says that thing they write the time they put there. Filia babikati pama packets yamuti balabika what withdrawal period. So to allow umuti ukufuma completely mu system yankoko, you have to wait before you start selling the chickens. Because they depend on selling these pets and animals. Mommy, there is nothing like Kama Farmers Balachula. The best part of this whole thing is that there's actually an alternative to what you can do for you to at least have a good, let's say, harvest, or even if you never that. So you don't really need to wait. I think good husbandry practices as a farmer, Daddy. So you need to make sure that the animals are always in a clean environment, they are vaccinated, and then Paliapa get farm school. Put a foot bath. A foot bath ni umti babika pagets pakoba tinga abalengila banyantapo n'abalefuma nabena banyantapo nga mwabika fidya. It means that bali abalengila nga nabakwata amalwele ayengesa chita infects ama animals munomkati, they won't be infected because they've already been they've washed their foot nabanyanta mumuti. Yes. Then those who are going out, if we have diseases inside here, they will be able to leave those diseases. Yes. So that's how you do it. That way, even if you have issues where maybe the animals are sick, it's not going to be all the animals that are sick, or you don't even need to administer medicine to all the animals. Like, for example, you put it in another place so that they infect. And then when you do that, also make sure that you are always washing your hands when you're handling the animals. Not you need to wash your hands so that you don't bring that infection. Yes. And then na benefit that if you follow from ya kufina makuli, not kufwala nga mwafu mafuti. Then na feed, na feed mningiro kuibika somewhere where it's dry. It needs to be dry where it's not going to be infected with germs. Yes, so you need to make sure that your feed is stocked properly. Yes. Mommy. So the other thing that I almost forgot, those plants there. So those pesticides, the ones that we spray on the plants, some of them have antimicrobials. So what you need to do is, instead of using the pesticides, the ones where we spray, or the ones that we use to weed, the weed killers, instead of using that, you need to use other methods. Yes.
Because weed killing
So what we need to do is, for the weeds, we need to just manually do it. We pull out the weeds that are competing for nutrients with the plants. We pull them out manually.
This is information that we need even to share, to learn at the farmers' field school. And I'm very happy. I've not been wasting money. This is investment.
I'm not so good at this, but I've got a contact for the people that can come and teach. Okay. So you can organize yourselves as a group. Then those people can come and teach you. Yes. So that's not a problem.
Let's mobilize.
Mfurika mara bashtata na nena iba bana nayo. Bonse tufike bonse twazambirira pamwe.
That's not a problem. This is the advantage of work for one of us. This is very. That is some ceremony.
Nenda mama lady na nomba chako te.
Mommy, let's go and change my uniform.
Madam, kuku imozo kadwa.
Fuji.
Yeye sio nikabwino kazi zitabwanje.
Ndio yalali walikeshi nangu. Unaona? Tafa kwa kuipelo mtu. Ule mtu toa bomshela sky mwidati. Amoxiu. Watu mtu wa sherehe. Wewe ule mtu batupere bana ule mtu banangire bana mbundu. Kuchai chatu kuchita okuta disinfection. Ati mtu chibana ndiri.
Oxytetracycline.
Good morning, everyone.
Mufushe kwa menji.
Good morning.
Mufushe kwa menji. Mubikemo.
I hope you all had a good night and that you are up and refreshed to begin day 4. So this morning we are going to be starting with our student debates. And then after that, we're going to be having 2 webinar sessions, one on substandard and falsified medicines, and then the other on public-private partnerships. And then after that, after lunch, we're going to be having a panel session, AMR Environmental Dimensions, which is going to be moderated by UNEP and the Zimbabwean Ministry of Environment. So without further ado, I would want the moderator for the debate session to come up and let's begin. Is Otrida here? Who's the moderator?
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to the final 2023 World AMR Awareness Student Debate. Moderating today, my name is Ivan Dube. On Saturday, we listened to very insightful and challenging arguments as Soek of Senegal battled it out with Varoji Debate Club of Zimbabwe. And I promise today we are here for some fun and knowledge again. Without further ado, allow me to call to the stage the debaters. Our notion today is, as they come to the stage, our notion today is policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than doctors, farmers, patients, and the pharmaceutical industry. I will repeat that again. Policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than doctors, farmers, patients, and from the pharmaceutical industry. Can we have a round of applause as they come through? Thank you. Okay, this morning debating today's motion that I just alluded is Students One Innovative Club of Senegal, who are going to be the proposers, and the Youthful AMR Ambassadors of Zambia. Can we have a round of applause for them? Now, those who have been following these debates since last year know that this is the 3rd time these 2 teams are meeting, and they are battling it out for the notion that I'm going to repeat so that you, the audience, can also catch it up and you can be writing your notes as we go through. So the notion is policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than doctors, farmers, patients, and the pharmaceutical industry. And these two teams up front have always given us a good show. Now, for the last mile of the 2023 AMR student debates, I'm going to introduce our panel of judges for this session. And for the kind purpose of me not butchering anybody's name, allow me to introduce Dr. Ali, the AMR team lead for Who Afro. Dr. Ali, good morning. Allow me to introduce Dr. Lillian from the World Organization for Animal Health. Dr. Lillian, good morning. Allow me to also introduce Dr. Jane, a veterinarian by profession and currently serving as the AMR and Food Safety Program Officer with the World Organization for Animal Health. Dr. Jane, good morning. Allow me to also introduce Dr. Walter, the AMR Technical Officer for Who Afro, who is also going to be our tiebreaker for this debate. Dr. Walter? Dr. Walter. Okay, at the back. Good morning. Okay. Allow me to go through right now the rules of the debate. Arguments will be put forward and a vote to decide which argument passes will be made by a panel of adjudicators. A standard adjudication score sheet will be used for each debater and scores will be totaled for each team. This will be an evidence-based parliamentary debate. Evidence should be submitted to the judges by each debate team once introduced. The first speaker will be allocated a minimum of 6 minutes within which they are expected to define the motion at hand and give an outline of the team's strategic approach to the topic, as well as to introduce their areas of interest. They may also give evidence if any statements are made. The second and third speaker will be allocated a minimum of 5 minutes each to affirm, elaborate on the team's position with evidence-based illustrations as they debate. They will also be required to give researched and verifiable scientific evidence to their claims. Additional points will be given for refutation or rebuttals for misconceptions that may have been created by the other team. The fourth speaker, who is the summarizer, will be allocated a minimum of 7 minutes to cement the team's position and to add to their strategy, as well as give the team's recommendations on the way forward from their point of view. Additional points will be given for rebuttals and clear, feasible policy recommendations. Each team will be allowed 2 points of order or correction or interjection per speaker. A speaker can only be disturbed twice, so choose your chances wisely. No interruption will be allowed in the first 60 seconds, and the summarizer shall not be interrupted. So to the audience, please note that interpretation is available. So click on your preferred language to access the interpretation services. With that being said, allow me to call upon the first speaker from the proposing side, who is no other than Mr. Momaduo Dor Dia.
Auguste Assemblée, honorables membres du jury, bonjour. Mes chers co-débatteurs, après avoir débattu de manière virtuelle, nous revoici réunis dans une toute autre réalité pour débattre, non pas dans une contradiction aveugle, mais pour vous amener à reconnaître modestement que les décideurs politiques ont un rôle plus important à jouer dans la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Avec la découverte de la pénicilline en 1928, les agents antimicrobiens deviennent désormais inscrits au tableau d'or des réalisations les plus spectaculaires de l'humanité, la preuve devant le jury. Ces médicaments antimicrobiens, tels que les antibiotiques, qui sont utilisés pour traiter les infections bactériennes, ont sauvé des centaines de millions de vies humaines et animales et continuent d'aider les animaux et les humains à vivre plus longtemps et en meilleure santé, selon le plan cadre du CDC Africa, la preuve devant le jury. Mais combien de temps cela va-t-il durer? Un grand nombre de ces médicaments vitaux perdent leur efficacité à mesure que les microbes, bactéries, virus, champignons et parasites deviennent résistants. Ce phénomène est connu sous le nom de résistance aux antimicrobiens ou RAM. La résistance aux antimicrobiens a conduit à l'émergence de superbactéries qui posent un défi aux professionnels de santé, aux vétérinaires, en raison de la réduction des options thérapeutiques pour traiter et prévenir ces maladies infectieuses. Mesdames et messieurs, les animaux et les humains deviennent une fois de plus impuissants face à l'infection. En inversant des décennies de progrès, la résistance aux antimicrobiens est devenue une réelle menace pour la santé humaine et animale, ainsi que les moyens de subsistance et de la sécurité alimentaire à l'échelle mondiale. Plusieurs rapports ont quantifié les impacts potentiels de la résistance sur la santé et l'économie. Tenez-vous bien, mesdames et messieurs, le fardeau est lourd pour le monde. L'étude publiée en 2019 dans la revue britannique The Lancet estime à 4,95 millions le nombre de décès associés à la résistance aux antimicrobiens, dont 1,27 million de décès attribuables à la résistance aux antibiotiques. L'Afrique subsaharienne occidentale, pays le plus lourd tribut, avec un taux de mortalité le plus élevé de l'ordre de 27,3 décès pour 100 000 personnes. La preuve devant le membre du jury. Par ailleurs, les infections résistantes aux traitements antimicrobiens pourraient entraîner des dommages économiques d'une ampleur au moins comparable à ceux provoqués par la crise financière en 2008, mais une étude du groupe de la Banque mondiale, la preuve devant le jury. Cette même étude montre que la RAM pourrait conduire à l'horizon 2050 à une chute de plus de 5% du PIB dans les pays à faible revenu et précipiter jusqu'à 28 millions de personnes dans la pauvreté, principalement les pays en voie de développement. Comment expliquer donc la montée en puissance de la résistance aux antimicrobiens? La réponse à cette question est sans doute aussi complexe que ne l'est le phénomène lui-même naturel, certes, mais aussi et surtout renforcé sous l'influence de multiples facteurs. De nombreux facteurs contribuent à l'émergence et à la transmission de la RAM, bien que les souches résistantes résultent naturellement de changements génétiques dans leurs micro-organismes. Leur émergence est accélérée par l'utilisation inappropriée d'agents antimicrobiens chez les humains, les animaux et l'environnement, y compris l'automédication par les profanes ou l'usage d'antimicrobiens comme vecteur de croissance chez les animaux. L'émergence de la RAM peut être encore plus amplifiée par les antibiotiques de qualités inférieures et ou contrefaits, elle est accélérée aussi par un accès limité à la prévention, notamment la vaccination, un contrôle des infections avec un système de surveillance inadéquat ou l'absence de politique d'assainissement ou d'accès à l'eau potable. Au regard des développements en haut, nous constatons avec tristesse que les humains sont responsables et victimes de la résistance. Que faire donc pour lutter contre la résistance? Ou qui de mieux pour faire face à la résistance? Conscience de l'urgence de passer à l'action et de tuer le mal par les racines, à certains cas ou causes, l'Assemblée mondiale de la santé a adopté en mai 2015 un plan d'action mondial de lutte contre la résistance qui tourne autour de 5 objectifs en présence des décideurs politiques des États membres. La preuve devant le jury. Leur présence, mesdames et messieurs, est symbolique et n'a d'égal que l'importance de leur rôle dans la lutte contre la résistance. En effet, l'OMS a pris conscience depuis le début que les solutions aux problèmes de la résistance résident dans la reconnaissance de la rame comme une crise par les décideurs politiques, leur engagement et leur leadership à l'éradiquer. Car après tout, ce sont les décideurs politiques qui valident et coordonnent les plans d'action nationaux selon l'approche One Health avec la communauté internationale. Ce sont eux aussi qui élaborent et font appliquer les législations contre l'usage abusif des antimicrobiens, qui financent les efforts de recherche et de développement de l'industrie pharmaceutique ou leur allègent les taxes. Ce sont les décideurs politiques qui dotent de moyens au système de surveillance des pays. Ce sont eux aussi qui mettent en place les politiques de sensibilisation des meilleures pratiques dans le public ou chez les professionnels de santé pour une bonne prescription. Tous ces éléments nous confortent dans notre position que les décideurs politiques ont un rôle plus important à jouer contre la résistance. Au fin des discussions qui nous occupent, mes camarades reviendront de long en large avec une rare scientificité basée sur des exemples de réussite de lutte contre la rame dans des pays grâce à un engagement et à un leadership sans faille des décideurs politiques. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you. Just a kind reminder to our speakers, please take note of our time. Our timekeeper is right over there, and please take note of our time so that you avoid interruption. Thank you. Right now, allow me to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker from the opposers, Mr. Aquila Chilanga.
Dignified, bona fide affiliates of the station, allow me to begin by stating that all protocol is highly observed. We're here today to address a critical health issue that's looming large in the African continent and the world at large, antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. It is not just a challenge, it's a dire situation that deserves our utmost attention. It therefore raises a debate as many stakeholders are involved. The debate is which stakeholders have a bigger role to play. It is for this reason that our team stands firm and opposes the motion that states policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than doctors, farmers, patients, and the pharmaceutical industry. Please follow along as we embark on a journey to understand the roles of these key players, each a crucial role in the intricate battle of antimicrobial resistance. The first key player that we would like to define are the very policymakers. Who are they? These are people who are responsible for formulating and implementing policies at a governmental level. Now, it is worth noting that they rely on the expertise of doctors, farmers, and the pharmaceutical industry to provide them with the much needed information that they need to come up with the very policies. Another key player that we want to define, the pharmaceutical industry. This is a sector that is at the forefront of drug development as it involves researching and producing innovative antimicrobial agents. We also have patients who are the individuals who seek healthcare services and are the ultimate consumers of the antimicrobial agents. We also have the doctors. These are healthcare professionals who are on the front line of combating antimicrobial resistance. They prescribe and they administer antimicrobial drugs, making decisions that directly impact antimicrobial resistance. Now that we have identified our key players in our debate, what is it that you can anticipate from the opposing team? Well, the following are some of the points that you can look forward to. Number one, the direct impact of doctors in clinical settings. Here, we're going to give and showcase the hands-on contribution that doctors have compared to the indirect influence of policymakers. Number two, we're going to look at farmers' immediate influence on agriculture through day-to-day decisions on antimicrobial use in farming. Number three, we're going to look at how patients, as the ultimate consumers of antimicrobial agents, have a role in preventing the emergence of resistant strains through prudent antimicrobial use. And number four, we're going to look at the scientific prowess of the pharmaceutical industry. Here, we're going to highlight how policymakers provide generalized guidance, but how the pharmaceutical industry has a more direct way of addressing this issue as they come up with antibiotic development. Ladies and gentlemen, let us develop these points further, beginning with the direct impact of doctors in clinical settings. We are all well aware that doctors play a profound role in antimicrobial resistance and the stewardship of antimicrobials, which influences clinical decisions at the front line of patient care. Thereby, they have a bigger role as their approach tailors to individual patients' needs as compared to the generalized one-shoe-fits-all approach of policymakers. For example, doctors make decisions on antibiotic prescriptions and treatment plans on a daily basis. So while policymakers may set guidelines, it is the decisions, the advocacy, and the teachings of doctors that significantly impacts antimicrobial resistance outcomes. The previous speaker had talked about the Global World Health Action Plan, the Global Action Plan of WHO. And with me here, I have it. The first objective, ladies and gentlemen, is not policy making, but it is, as I quote, improved awareness and understanding. It is well suited by doctors as they are in a unique position to carry out effective communication, education, makers. In essence, the fight against antimicrobial resistance is led by doctors, farmers, patients, and the pharmaceutical industries. Beyond policy realms, it's the daily decisions, the sustainable practices, and education, indeed, the scientific breakthroughs that shape the trajectory of antimicrobial resistance. Affiliates of the session, at this point, please pay undivided attention as our subsequent speakers will delve deeper deeper into more of these aspects. They will share scientific evidence and visual illustrations. They will offer insights into the strategies that are required to tackle this pressing issue at hand. So buckle up and follow along.
Thank you. Kind reminder to our audience, please minimize noises that may interrupt our judges from properly listening to our speakers. Thank you. Now, we are going to have the second speaker from the proposers, who is Ms. Ndia Fatum. Thank you. Round of applause as she comes through.
Compte tenu de l'interdépendance de la santé humaine et animale, de la production végétale, de la sécurité alimentaire et de l'environnement, il faudra prendre des décisions concertées dans tous les secteurs en appliquant l'approche Une seule santé pour lutter efficacement contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Chers co-débatteurs zambiens, je vous exhorte à nous écouter attentivement, car avec ce que nous allons vous présenter, vous verrez la lutte contre la rame dans notre œil, alors tenez-vous bien sur vos sièges. Cher public, chers membres du jury, nous nous apprêtons à vous démontrer avec des éléments concrets que la lutte contre la rame est plus relative à la gouvernance, la politique et la législation. Selon le premier débatteur de l'équipe zambienne, les décideurs politiques se basent sur l'expertise des médecins, des biologistes et des scientifiques. Mais laissez-moi vous dire, mesdames et messieurs, qu'aussi importantes que peuvent être ces découvertes ou ces études scientifiques, tant qu'il n'y aura pas la décision des décideurs politiques ou si ces découvertes ne rentrent pas dans l'agenda politique de ces décideurs politiques, ces découvertes ne mèneront nulle part. Auguste Assemblée, la mise en œuvre de plans d'action nationaux de lutte contre la rame est incontournable. Je dis bien incontournable. Depuis le lancement du plan d'action mondial pour combattre la résistance aux antimicrobiens en 2015, les pays ont considérablement intensifié leurs interventions de lutte contre la rame du fait de l'engagement des décideurs politiques. En mai 2021, 144 pays disposaient d'un plan d'action national multisectoriel. 92% des pays ont déclaré avoir mis en place des réglementations de la prescription et de la vente d'antimicrobiens à usage humain. En outre, 71,8% des pays ont déclaré être dotés de politiques visant à optimiser l'usage des antimicrobiens en santé humaine, telles que des lignes directives pour le traitement et des pratiques visant à assurer un usage des antimicrobiens. Le Sénégal en est un exemple. La preuve, le guide pour l'usage des antibiotiques du Sénégal aux membres du jury, s'il vous plaît. En santé animale, environ 56% des pays ont déclaré être dotés de politiques visant à optimiser l'usage des antimicrobiens. Et 63% ont déclaré être dotés de lois interdisant l'utilisation d'antibiotiques pour stimuler la croissance. Mesdames et messieurs, l'impact de cette législation élaborée par les décideurs politiques se traduit par une baisse mondiale de 13% de l'utilisation de la prescription des ATB après évaluation. Ce rapport de l'OMSA en atteste. La preuve aux membres du jury, s'il vous plaît. Par exemple, en France, il a été noté avec le projet Éco-Antibio, lancé en 2012 par le gouvernement français, une diminution de 39% de la prescription des médicaments vétérinaires, la référence aux membres du jury. Mesdames et messieurs, vous conviendrez avec moi de l'impact considérable que peut avoir la législation et les plans d'action. Mesdames et messieurs.
Point of interjection. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the regulation of policymakers. We can clearly see that there is these policymakers, but indeed the policies are poor. And according to the WHO, it gives us the fight against antimicrobial resistance. It includes the healthcare providers, the healthcare departments, the veterinary practices, and indeed the livestock farmers. It doesn't include anywhere the policymakers. Therefore, it is not a bigger role for the policymakers to fight antimicrobial resistance, but rather the four major entities.
Merci beaucoup pour ces pertinentes questions. Notamment, il y a des résultats dans les politiques publiques qui ont été menées concernant la RAM, notamment une baisse de 13% de l'utilisation de la prescription au plan mondial. Mesdames et messieurs, pourquoi les politiques et les lois et réglementations sont-elles aussi pertinentes dans la lutte contre la RAM? Une législation appropriée peut avoir un impact direct sur l'utilisation des antimicrobiens et sur la réglementation des différentes phases de le cycle de vie, la référence aux membres du jury. Comme illustration de la force des pouvoirs publics dans la lutte contre la RAM, nous avons l'exemple de la Chine, où en 2015, des scientifiques chinois ont découvert un gène de résistance mobile MCR1 chez des animaux et des patients en Chine responsables de la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Afin de donner suite aux résultats des travaux de recherche, en 2016, pour réduire l'émergence de la propagation de la RAM, le ministère chinois de l'Agriculture et des Affaires rurales a publié l'annonce numéro 2428 interdisant l'usage de la colistine chez les animaux pour stimuler la croissance. Depuis le 30 avril 2017, la Chine a complètement interdit l'utilisation de la colistine chez les animaux. Depuis le 31 décembre 2021, l'utilisation d'antimicrobiens pour stimuler la croissance est totalement interdite en Chine. La preuve aux membres du jury, s'il vous plaît. Mesdames et messieurs, dans une perspective de rendre efficace la lutte contre la RAM à travers la législation et la réglementation, il faudrait accompagner ces initiatives avec des institutions fortes, capables de veiller à l'application des textes en vigueur dans les pays en Afrique. Car le défi actuel se trouve dans la mise en œuvre stricte des lois et règlements en Afrique. Là aussi, les décideurs politiques font énormément d'efforts. Par exemple, le Sénégal s'est doté d'une nouvelle loi sur les médicaments en juin 2023 avec une agence de régulation pharmaceutique mise en place en 2022. Il s'agira également de combattre la résistance aux antimicrobiens par l'intégration des mesures WASH et de gestion des eaux usées dans les politiques et les plans d'action. En effet, le WASH et la gestion des eaux usées jouent un rôle crucial dans la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Certains gouvernants l'ont compris et mettent en œuvre des politiques allant dans ce sens. Par exemple, le Maroc est une référence dans le secteur de l'assainissement en Afrique. La preuve aux membres du jury, s'il vous plaît. Chers membres du jury, nous vous partageons également une note technique relative à l'eau, l'assainissement et l'hygiène et la gestion des eaux usées pour prévenir les infections et réduire la propagation de la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Mesdames et messieurs, les décideurs politiques ont un rôle crucial à jouer, je le dis et le redis. La RAM, à travers la mise en œuvre de bonnes politiques et un cadre fonctionnel et efficient. Mais tout ceci se fera naturellement dans le respect des valeurs de la bonne gouvernance, de la déontologie, de l'éthique, mais aussi avec l'obtention de partenariats solides. Cependant, je vais laisser le soin à ma chère co-débatteur de vous entretenir sur les autres aspects de notre argumentaire. Ladies and gentlemen, if a bacteria can show resistance to antibiotics, why not humans to their problems? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a slight adjustment. These are educational debates, and would want a situation where everybody can listen through and follow through the debates. So we are allowing our speakers to speak a little bit over time so that our interpreters can also go through so that everybody can understand and follow through the debates. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the second speakers from the opposers, was Mr. Ernest Wanza.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. All diplomats in order of deserving commendate are highly noted. The World Health Organization has declared antimicrobial resistance as one of the global public health threats facing humanity. This brings us to the bone of quotation, which states, and I quote, policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than farmers, than doctors, than patients, and the pharmaceutical industry, to which we as Team Zambia stand strong to oppose. Affiliates of the session, the motion asks 3 important questions. Are policies enough to address the issue of antimicrobial resistance? Are the major players in antimicrobial stewardship the policymakers? Do the frontliners, that is the patients, the farmers, the pharmaceutical industry, and indeed our patients have a bigger role to play? In answering the question, affiliates of the session, I will explore the roles played by the major stakeholders in antimicrobial stewardship and prove to this House beyond a shadow of a doubt that patients, that farmers, that doctors, and the pharmaceutical industry has a bigger role to play. Affiliates of the session, when the team proposition came, they said policy makers have a bigger role to play because antimicrobial resistance fight depends on policy. Affiliates of the session, how many come from countries where there are no policies on antimicrobial resistance? Most of us have policy. Have we won the fight? Certainly not. That's proof to us, affiliates of the session, that for us to win this fight of antimicrobial resistance, policymakers cannot be put as fighting the bigger role. That clearly shows that there is something else that we are missing. And as Team Zambia, we have come to show you that it is the patients, that it is the doctors, that it is the farmers, and it is the pharmaceutical industry that plays the bigger role. Members of the House, affiliates of the session, let us start with the patient. According to the World Health Organization, antimicrobial resistance drivers misuse and overuse.
Chers co-débatteurs, merci beaucoup de l'intervention que vous faites. Vous faites la remarque comme quoi il n'y a pas assez de politique en Afrique pour lutter contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Pouvons-nous constituer des politiques si les parties prenantes, comme l'industrie pharmaceutique ou les agriculteurs, sont-ils prêts pour signer des conventions internationales pour réduire pour les agriculteurs l'utilisation des antibiotiques dans le secteur agricole, pour l'industrie pharmaceutique de se lancer vers la production d'antimicrobiens pour la prévention si les décideurs ne donnent pas leurs accords ou des garanties pour pouvoir acheter après cette production?
All right, thank you so much for the point of interjection. My precurrent speaker, which is a summarizer, will come and delve into the pharmaceutical industry and explain to this House how the pharmaceutical industry contributes to the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Affiliates of the session, I was exploring what patients do. It is the duty of the patients to ensure that they take antimicrobials prudently. Members of the House, affiliates of the session, you will agree with me that when we have educated our patients enough and they take their antimicrobials prudently, we have won the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Is that the duty of the policymaker? Certainly not. It is the duty of the patient to take antimicrobials prudently. Members of the House and affiliates of the session, in the African...
Merci, chers co-débatteurs. Je voudrais, avant de poser mon objection, revenir sur les propos de votre premier orateur. En tant qu'étudiant en médecine, je voulais attirer son attention que les médecins n'ont pas d'obligation de résultat, mais d'obligation de moyens. Cela veut dire que ces politiques de sensibilisation, si elles ne sont pas mises en œuvre par les gouvernements, les médecins ne pourront pas sensibiliser correctement donc les patients et la communauté. La preuve, aujourd'hui, on parle de la semaine mondiale de sensibilisation à la résistance aux antimicrobiens, mais cette activité-là est le fruit donc, de la décision de cette Assemblée générale donc, en 2015, donc des décideurs politiques. Donc je pense que cet amalgame-là, vous n'allez plus le refaire dans l'avenir. Autre chose que je voulais véritablement vous dire par rapport aux patients. Vous avez dit tout à l'heure que les patients doivent utiliser les antimicrobiens. Mais est-ce que les patients ont la bonne information et la compréhension même de la résistance? Aujourd'hui, vous parlez à des gens, Vous leur dites la résistance aux antimicrobiens, mais ils ne le savent pas. Quelqu'un a un mal de tête, il prend l'amoxicilline parce qu'il pense que l'amoxicilline peut diminuer sa fièvre. Mais pour qu'il y ait une bonne compréhension, une bonne sensibilisation, mais il faut que les décideurs politiques puissent s'engager.
Point of defense, Mr. Speaker, sir. Point of defense? Okay, so affiliates of this chamber, you will agree with me if we go to the report by Dr. Janilza Silva of Cabo Verde, who reported that according to the presentation of 2023 in tackling antimicrobial resistance through hospital infection control committees, antimicrobial awareness was being made and hence addressing the problem of antimicrobial resistance. Our precurrent speaker from the proposing government is saying medical practitioners do not have a bigger role to play. But with this proof here, are you telling me that this is a minor role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance? Definitely it's not. May the judges please look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. The precurrent speaker also alluded to a fact that patients need information in order for them to join the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Who has the duty of giving this information? It is the doctor. When the doctor is meeting the patient and explains to them what exactly to take, when exactly to take this medication, at what time, affiliates of the session, the patient will know, and when the patient knows, they will join the fight, and together they will help us win the fight against antimicrobial resistance. Affiliates of the session, in the animal sector, our veterinarians have told us here in this August House that there is generally a lack of treatment guidelines. Well, who has the duty of coming up with treatment guidelines? Is it the policymaker? Certainly not. It is the veterinarian who is able to do sustainability testing and come up with treatment guidelines that we are able to use in our nations. And with these treatment guidelines, we will reduce on empirical treatment. Affiliates of a session, to prove that I'm a speaker of fact, allow me to pass these materials to the panel of adjudicators for further verification. Members of the House and affiliates of the session, let us move on to our farmers. 66% of the world's antimicrobials are used in agriculture for livestock. Members of the House and affiliates of the session, if 66% of the world's antimicrobials are used in agriculture, that tells us something, that for us to win this war of antimicrobial resistance, farmers should be given priority as we fight antimicrobial resistance. Members of the House and affiliates of the session, what roles does the farmer play? I am glad you ask. Farmers have a role in infection prevention and control. When there is prevention of infection happening, members of the House and affiliates of the session, we will have a situation where infections will not occur and will not need to take as much antimicrobials as we take. It is the duty of the farmer, members of the House and affiliates of the session, to ensure that they find alternatives to the use of antimicrobials. What alternatives exist? I am glad you ask. Vaccination is one of the alternatives that exist. And when the farmers are deliberate about finding vaccinations and vaccinating their animals, we have won the war against antimicrobial resistance. Affiliates of the session, you are aware of the fact that 700,000 people die yearly due to antimicrobial related cases, and 10 million more people would die by 2050. That tells us something. It is time to get serious about the fight of antimicrobial resistance. It is time to resist the resistance, and it is time to join the fight and fight as one. We are only able to do it if we fight together. I pass these pieces of material to the panel of adjudicators as I have proved to this House that farmers, that doctors, that patients have a bigger role to play as opposed to policymakers. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our third speaker from the proposers, was Ms. Susan Ebana.
Merci beaucoup, cher modérateur. Chers membres du jury, mesdames et messieurs, chers co-débatteurs, bonjour. C'est avec le sourire aux lèvres que je m'en vais débattre sur ce thème qui est d'une importance cruciale. Pourquoi ce sourire aux lèvres? La réponse, elle est simple. Les décideurs politiques sont à la base de la résistance pour la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Et dans mon argumentaire, je vous ferai part des aspects qui révèlent le rôle crucial des décideurs politiques dans cette lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens à travers 3 points. Nos co-débatteurs ont dit que nous avons parlé que ce sont les politiques, en fait, que les décideurs doivent mettre en place. Et je vais montrer, à travers mon argumentaire, qu'il y a en plus des politiques, il y a d'autres choses que les décideurs politiques peuvent faire pour la lutte contre la rame. Ainsi, je vais parler premièrement de la surveillance de la rame. La mise en place d'un bon système de surveillance chez les animaux, les humains et les végétaux est nécessaire pour gagner cette lutte et cela revient aux décideurs politiques. Cette surveillance, elle est importante du fait qu'elle permet de mettre en lumière la rame. Elle permet aussi de mesurer le problème, mais aussi de sortir les axes sur lesquels on peut travailler pour pouvoir gagner cette lutte. Je dirais qu'en effet, on ne peut pas aller loin si on a les yeux bandés. Ainsi, nous pouvons prendre l'exemple du Canada, où les décideurs politiques ont mis en place un système de surveillance contre la rame. Et leur rapport de 2022 montre que sur la base de la surveillance des fermes sentinelles de sentinelles volontaires, une mesure clé de la résistance aux antimicrobiens a montré une tendance à la baisse de 2016 à 2020 chez les porcs, chez les poules de chair et d'Inde. La référence au jury. Et en Afrique, des efforts sont en train d'être faits sur la résistance chez les humains qui se concentrent essentiellement dans la lutte contre les affections telles que la tuberculose, le paludisme, le VIH. Le CDC Africa, dans son document cadre, affirme que certains hôpitaux peuvent déjà collecter des données sur la résistance aux antimicrobiens et pour les bactéries dans un système de gestion informatique de laboratoire. Le CDC met aussi en évidence.
Point of interjection. The speaker had mentioned about surveillance, in which in Canada they were having surveillance on antimicrobial resistance on animal health. Now, Madam Speaker, may you please let us know where they got the data for that surveillance on animal health? Wouldn't it be right to say that the data came from the farmers, so the policymakers relied on the farmers?
Merci beaucoup pour la question. La guerre, ce n'est pas de dire que les agriculteurs n'ont pas un rôle à jouer. Nous, ce qu'on dit est clair et net. La base, l'essence même de cette lutte dépend des décideurs politiques. C'est aux décideurs politiques qui ont pris l'engagement et qui ont mis le financement qu'il faut pour pouvoir mettre en place cette surveillance. Sachant que la surveillance demande d'avoir des laboratoires, j'y reviendrai, et les laboratoires demandent un financement. Et ce financement vient des décideurs politiques. Je vais parler deuxièmement pour dire que nous savons que sans laboratoire, il n'y a pas de diagnostic. Nous savons que l'absence de diagnostic induit à des traitements probabilistes auxquels les médecins ne peuvent rien. Parce qu'un médecin qui n'a pas de laboratoire, il ne peut pas aller faire des tests. La référence aux membres du jury. Deuxième point, c'est la sensibilisation. Car les décideurs politiques ont un rôle dans la mise en place des stratégies et des interventions pour sensibiliser sur la résistance aux antimicrobiens qui peuvent se faire à travers des campagnes de sensibilisation, à travers des formations. Et nous pouvons prendre l'exemple du gouvernement de Zimbabwe qui est soutenu par la Croix du Parti, a accru la sensibilisation et la compréhension des aspects de l'utilisation des antimicrobiens.
Mr. Speaker, you talked about funding to be given to the laboratories and the pharmaceutical industries, but you and I can attest to say during the COVID-19 pandemic, funding is not an issue. What we really need is research, development, and discovery. During the COVID-19, pharmaceutical industries had been enablers in modern care medicine and healthcare systems. The repercussion of COVID-19 pandemic could have been much more adverse if research, development, and drug discovery wasn't put in place. Therefore, it is the duty of the laboratory technologists, the pharmaceutical industries, to bring in research, development, and drug discovery so that we fight antimicrobial resistance together. We can clearly see that fighting antimicrobial resistance is coming from the grassroots, the four entities, the pharmaceutical industries promoting research and development. Therefore, it all starts down there. And then the policymakers are just like a subset of the four major entities in addressing antimicrobial resistance. To the judges for further clarification.
Thank you. Je vais le dire en anglais parce que vous m'amenez juste à entrer dans le domaine de parler de financement. Le financement est très important et pour que les industries pharmaceutiques puissent faire des recherches sur des vaccins, pour qu'ils puissent développer de nouveaux antimicrobiens qui sont importants, il faut que les décideurs politiques donnent un financement local. En plus de ces financements-là, il faut des allègements fiscaux. Aucune industrie pharmaceutique ne va prendre le risque de créer ou de faire des recherches, sachant que les allègements fiscaux ne sont pas à leur faveur. Ils ne vont pas perdre de l'argent pour créer des vaccins. Raison pour laquelle, je répète encore, le rôle des décideurs est primordial et à la base de la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Et pour le COVID-19, comme vous en avez parlé, un important fonds de financement a été levé au niveau international pour le développement d'un vaccin. Et cela a considérablement réduit l'utilisation des antibiotiques vu que le nombre de malades a baissé. Référence aux membres du jury. Ainsi, je vais terminer par dire qu'en plus de la disponibilité d'un plan d'action, d'une bonne réglementation dans tous les secteurs, la mise en œuvre reste un des points fondamentaux de la lutte et pour ce faire, il faut des financements. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, vous qui êtes là et vous qui nous suivez en ligne, chers co-débatteurs, pourrons-nous gagner cette guerre contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens sans pour autant toucher du doigt le rôle crucial des décideurs politiques beaucoup plus importants et qui sont à la base? Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the third speaker from the opposers, was Mr. Wiseman Daka.
Well, thank you for calling the debate Messiah Wiseman Daka. An honorable salute today that toil day and night to make sure we win this fight against antimicrobial resistance together. May all protocol be highly observed. I stand here opposing to the motion that stipulates, as I quote, begin of quotation, policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than the doctors, the farmers, the patients, and the pharmaceutical industry, end of quotation. Now, affiliates of this chamber, At the intersection of policy making and policy adherence lies a system that helps us conceptualize and differentiate who is a bigger role player in addressing antimicrobial resistance. As the opposition, we shall examine that line with situational analysis to show that we are not here to fantasize about fantasies that fancy this fight against antimicrobial resistance, but we are here to factualize on facts that affects our championing this fight together. Now, members of this chamber, with the civilization of man and the development of modern medicine, antimicrobial resistance has been on the rise. WHO reports that antimicrobial resistance is a top 10 global public health concern and a hindrance to development and the achieving of sustainable development goals. May the Good Samaritan, all the way from Samaria, pass this to the judges to make it clear. Affiliates of this chamber, you will agree with me that about 1.27 million people die yearly because of antimicrobial resistance, and about 10 million people are estimated to die by the year 2050 if we do not resist the resistance. We may cease to be in existence. What a sad state of affairs. Members of this chamber, as we relish on the solutions that science provides, we should be able to accommodate the questions it raises. Hence the question in form of a motion that we are opposing to. Are policymakers bigger role players in combating antimicrobial resistance, to which we are saying definitely they are not. So to better appreciate why policymakers are not bigger role players in addressing antimicrobial resistance, we need to understand the various sequential steps involved in policy formulation. Affiliates of this chamber, from the agenda setting via the policy formulation, decision making, and implementation and evaluation, you will realize that the policymaker relies on the farmer, the patient, the doctor, and the robust pharmaceutical industry for them to develop their data. For every issue to be politicized, affiliates of this chamber, it needs a serious attention. But we will provide that information to say this issue needs information.
Cher co-débatteur,
Point of interjection allowed.
nous vous demandons juste de lever les pieds sur les pédales afin qu'on puisse placer la question que nous avons en tête. Cher co-débatteur, vous revenez toujours sur la formulation des politiques. Maintenant, la question que nous, on se pose, c'est que saviez-vous que l'Organisation mondiale de la santé fait déjà la différence entre les politiques qui ont été adoptées techniquement et les politiques qui ont été adoptées politiquement. La preuve, 85% des pays d'Afrique disposent de plans d'action national, mais seulement 74% sont reconnus par l'OMS comme étant validés politiquement. N'est-ce pas là encore une preuve que vous ne refuterez pas de l'implication des politiques, afin, à moins que vous ne l'ignoriez, la question est posée. Merci.
Well, thank you for the point of interjection, affiliates of this chamber. Just to answer on that, you will agree with me that the policymaker, for them to develop the concepts of bond and rationality and weigh the cost of benefits of every policy, they rely on profound information. But who has that profound information on the complexity of science of antimicrobial resistance? Is it not the able doctors, the able farmers, the people on the ground? Is them who are supposed to facilitate this agenda? And United Nations does report in this article that one of the important frontline defenders in the battle to contain the growing threat of antimicrobial resistance are the farmers. May the Good Samaritan do likewise. Are you trying to sideline the farmers on this fight against antimicrobial resistance? You should not. Affiliates of this chamber, allow me to progress as though I wasn't disturbed, to focus on the role that doctors, patients, farmers, and the pharmaceutical industries play in combating antimicrobial resistance, because it is not a mandate. It is a mandate and not a debate to say that these people are the bigger role players. Let us focus on the doctors, affiliates of this chamber. These are the think tanks of medicine, be it in the agricultural or the human sector. Affiliates of this chamber, they provide professional advocacy in their respectable professional bodies. According to Dr. Janine, she reports in her 2023 representation that through hospital infection control committees, AMR awareness is being addressing antimicrobial resistance. Allowed?
La question elle est la suivante, autant pour moi. Nos chers co-débatteurs nous rappellent toujours le rôle important que jouent les médecins, les agriculteurs. Mais nous nous attendons à voir, si vous l'avez, bien sûr, une preuve scientifique démontrant qu'un changement d'attitude de ces professionnels a pu réduire soit la consommation, soit le niveau de résistance aux antimicrobiens. Merci.
Point of defense.
Allowed.
Mr. Speaker, according to Bauer News, in everything about Biotic, they clearly state that antimicrobial resistance is a major problem, says 90% of infectious disease physicians and pharmacists. Mr. Speaker, if a recognition of 90% of doctors and pharmacists recognize antimicrobial resistance as a burden, it clearly tells us that indeed the bigger role players in addressing antimicrobial resistance are the doctors, the farmers, and indeed any other major entity that brings about the burden of antimicrobial resistance, not the policymakers. To the judges for further clarification.
Thank you for that point of defense, honorable member. And allow me to cement on it with a report which says that 82.7% of the professionals are anchored in fighting antimicrobial resistance are the healthcare professionals affiliates of this chamber. You were asking for evidence. Here it is. May the Good Samaritan please do likewise. Now, affiliates of this chamber, you will agree with me that from the pathology to the anatomy and everything, the doctors are the profound players because they understand the pharmacodynamics and the pharmacokinetics of this robust issue at hand. Hence, they will also help in combating antimicrobial resistance. Not far from doctors, we shall talk about the patients who are also key role players in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Affiliates of this chamber, these have the responsibility to understand and adhere to the guidelines given by the professionals who are the doctors. Affiliates of this chamber, the bigger role played by our patients, it is to avoid misuse and overuse. Affiliates of this chamber, allow me to quote Dr. Anima Shima from Kenya. She reports that through the engagement of relevant stakeholders, keynote the patients, and community engagement, sustainability of interventions birth positive outcomes in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Affiliates of this chamber, are you sidelining these people that they are not the bigger role players in addressing antimicrobial resistance? Definitely, they are the bigger role players. And coming to the pharmaceutical industry, affiliates of this chamber, my Samariza, we come and cement on it to give you profound information that from the production of a drug, for it to reach a consumer, there are some breaches that only the pharmaceutical industry can address and not the policy maker. Affiliates of this chamber, to sum it up, allow me to say in conclusion, let us resist the resistance before we cease to be in existence by accepting that doctors, patients, farmers, and the pharmaceutical industry, they have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Remember the name, Wise Mandaka, the debate messiah from Cresa University, Zambia, the Youth Antimicrobial Resistance Ambassador in Zambia. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to welcome from the proposers, the summarizer, who is Mohamedou Mustafa Sow.
Auguste Assemblée, honorables membres du jury, chers co-débatteurs, nous revoilà dans un débat encore plus houleux et plus juteux. Chers co-débatteurs, permettez-moi à l'entame de mes propos, devant ce moment solennel et symbolique, de reconnaître que devant cette auguste assemblée, nous ne passons pas sous silence le rôle primordial, crucial que jouent les médecins, les agriculteurs et l'industrie pharmaceutique. Mais là, devant cette auguste assemblée, il sera question de mettre tous les projecteurs afin de donner encore plus de lumière à l'impact qu'a les décideurs politiques sur le lendemain meilleur de la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Mon cher co-débatteur parlait d'embarquement. Cette fois-ci, nous allons embarquer, mais pour un voyage encore plus périlleux.
plus labyrinthique. Chers co-débatteurs, ce voyage se fera en 3 temps encore, mais ce ne seront pas des escales, mais plutôt des zones de turbulence que nous allons traverser. La première des zones de turbulence est que les plans d'action mondiale de lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens font la fierté quelque part de l'Afrique. Au lendemain de mai 2015, après que l'Assemblée générale de la santé a adopté son plan d'action mondial de lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens, l'Éthiopie, car nous allons voyager avec Air Ethiopia, a adopté son premier plan d'action mondial, montrant ainsi une parfaite lumière à l'Afrique et à la face du monde, que l'Afrique pouvait être résiliente et adopte son premier plan d'action mondial déjà en octobre 2015, même pas une année. D'autres pays en suivront, tels que le Sénégal en 2017, Ghana en 2017, Zimbabwe 2017 et Zambie, votre pays, que nous aimons tant, en 2017. Chers co-débatteurs, n'est-ce pas là encore une volonté manifeste, après avoir pris une décision internationale, de le rendre concret que de se doter de plans d'action national pour lutter et qui guide les interventions pour lutter contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens? Oh que si. Mais la question qu'on va se poser ou qu'on posera à nos co-débatteurs, c'est que est-ce que l'industrie pharmaceutique serait tentée de se lancer dans la production de vaccins si les décideurs politiques n'accordent pas un certain niveau d'investissement ou des garanties leur permettant d'écouler la production? Oh que non. Que non. Est-ce que les agriculteurs sont prêts à s'engager dans une convention internationale réduisant la résistance des antibiotiques dans ce secteur? Non. Hélas, non, chers co-débatteurs. Votre adhésion est pure et parfaite. Et c'est là où le rôle des décideurs entre carrément en jeu dans la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Ainsi, l'OMS, dans son rapport de 2021, après les évaluations de Trace, nous montre qu'en Afrique, il y a 85% de pays qui ont su adopter des plans d'action nationaux. Les preuves devant M. le juge. Ainsi, ces plans guident les interventions et ces interventions commencent à porter leurs fruits. Un exemple. En zone Union européenne, les 25 pays ont pu adopter des politiques corsées pour réduire la consommation aux antimicrobiens. Ainsi, ils ont pu réduire de 20% la consommation dans les 25 pays de l'Union. Ces résultats nous sont rapportés dans les travaux de Marlin en 2020. Mais mes co-débatteurs pourraient nous opposer que l'exemple sort de l'Afrique. Mais là aussi, l'Afrique du Sud nous donne la bonne information. Après avoir adopté des politiques, des programmes de gestion des antimicrobiens dans les structures hospitalières, l'Afrique du Sud a pu réduire la mauvaise utilisation en adoptant des protocoles de traitement thérapeutique, mais surtout d'améliorer la gestion globale des antimicrobiens de 42 voire 50%, d'après les travaux de Harare en 2022. Ainsi, chers co-débatteurs, intéressons-nous maintenant au financement endogène que vous cherchez dans l'industrie pharmaceutique. Nos pays ont pu quand même reconnaître que pour combattre la résistance aux antimicrobiens, il fallait disposer de fonds pour faire cette guerre. Cette reconnaissance a conduit les pays à pouvoir adopter un partenariat très fructueux avec des organisations internationales en termes de collaboration et de coopération. Honorable membre du jury, chers co-débatteurs, des projets et des programmes accompagnent aujourd'hui les pays africains, mais non pas que seulement. D'après Fazodi, en 2022, les preuves devant M. le jury, ces gouvernements africains ne se sont pas laissés être guidés. Ils ont mis à la contribution des problématiques One Health des financements endogènes ou des financements encore domestiques. Chers co-débatteurs, ces financements sont à travers des projets tels que le Fleming Fund, qui a joué un rôle important dans la surveillance de la résistance aux antimicrobiens en Afrique. Le projet MPTF, qui couvre 9 pays de l'Afrique, mais surtout et encore les projets comme Breakthrough Action, qui portent la communication. Ainsi, chers co-débatteurs, cela a permis à l'Afrique de faire un grand bond en termes de surveillance. Pour qui connaît l'importance de la surveillance dans la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens, d'après le dernier rapport de juillet 2023 pour le CDC Africa avec l'Union européenne et l'Union africaine, autant pour moi, l'Afrique a su, à travers 200 laboratoires, retransmettre aux glaces plus de 819 500 enregistrements de résistance aux antimicrobiens. N'est-ce pas là encore un coup fatal que nous donnons à la résistance aux antimicrobiens? Chers co-débatteurs, troisième zone de turbulence, permettez-le nous. On est en face d'un cadre qui gère l'approche One Health. Ainsi, il est reconnu mondialement que pour lutter contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens, il fallait disposer de cadres intersectoriels qui promeuvent la transdisciplinarité et l'interdisciplinarité. Ainsi, les pays africains n'ont pas attendu pour adopter des plateformes One Health qui ont eu un portage gouvernemental assez élevé. L'exemple nous parvient du Cameroun, qui a su adopter la plateforme One Health qui est logée au niveau du secrétariat général du gouvernement. Au Sénégal, c'est en décembre 2017 que nous l'adoptons. Et sa position stratégique est au niveau de la primature, permettant ainsi aux acteurs pluridisciplinaires dans l'intersectorialité où on retrouve des médecins, des agriculteurs, l'industrie pharmaceutique, les partenaires techniques et financiers comme la quadripartite qui sont représentés, afin de mener des discussions qui portent sur les interventions et l'amélioration de la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Ces plateformes nécessitent un leadership élevé, mais dans le respect du genre, chose qu'on ne retrouve pas dans l'équipe adverse. Désolé de vous le dire. Chers co-débatteurs, à partir de ce moment, il est reconnu que l'intersectorialité promeut la facilitation de la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Peut-être qu'en 2015, lorsque beaucoup de pays adoptaient les plans d'action nationaux, il n'existait pas de plateforme. Ce qui s'est traduit par le manque de présence des secteurs comme l'environnement, si on prend le plan national du Sénégal. Mais avec l'évaluation RSI qui va venir, montrera l'amélioration car la création de ces plateformes a pu permettre d'inclure d'autres parties prenantes qui ont été oubliées. Chers co-débatteurs, l'heure n'est plus à se pousser les responsabilités, qu'ils soient décideurs politiques, médecins, agriculteurs. L'heure est à l'union. La résistance aux antimicrobiens est une réalité et elle fait ravage. Si nous ne faisons pas rien, ou si nous ne faisons rien, cette résistance risque de plomber l'Afrique encore dans le sous-développement. Ainsi, chers co-débatteurs, des efforts sont à faire dans la création des plateformes One Health qui montrent un leadership, même si des efforts sont à faire, c'est reconnu dans les travaux de Walter, s'il nous le permet, ici dans la salle. Certes, il nous faut en Afrique développer des cadres qui permettent aux parties prenantes de se concilier, mais au-delà de ça, de trouver des interventions qui portent sur la législation stricte parce qu'il a été noté d'après les revues du projet MPTF dans certains pays que la législation n'est pas assez claire qui porte sur des antimicrobiens seulement, mais plutôt dans la globalité des médicaments. Il nous faut aujourd'hui édifier nos décideurs pour avoir des interventions qui portent sur la sensibilisation. Et quoi de mieux que cette semaine mondiale de lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens? Si elle a pu se tenir, c'est parce que les décideurs politiques de ce pays d'accueil l'ont accepté l'année passée. Les décideurs ou les politiques l'ont accepté au Sénégal. Et ça va se faire dans les années à venir dans d'autres pays. Ceci montre encore l'implication forte des hommes politiques. Mais, Auguste Assemblée, honorable membre du jury, c'est à la jeunesse africaine de porter ce combat. Cette jeunesse africaine n'a jamais manqué au grand rendez-vous de son époque. Pourquoi devions-nous le manquer pour cette année-ci ou pour les décennies à venir? Nous porterons ces plaidoiries. Nous irons voir les décideurs politiques. Nous considérerons l'ensemble des parties prenantes afin que la rame puisse être éradiquée ou endiguée. Mais cela pour ce faire, permettez-moi, Auguste Assemblée, de paraphraser le directeur adjoint de CDC Africa qui l'a dit hier en ces termes. Dans le cadre de la lutte contre la résistance aux antimicrobiens, soyons des Africains. Seulement en étant des Africains, nous parviendrons à réduire la résistance aux antimicrobiens. Auguste Assemblée, honorable membre du jury, merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the last speaker for this debate session. The summarizer from the opposers, Mr. Francis Chisanga.
Antimicrobial drugs paved the way for better living conditions. This is because prior to the discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming in 1928, minor infections due to cuts led to bloodstream infections and indeed death. Yet these superbugs saving antimicrobial drugs are losing their efficacy. Why? This is because the burden of antimicrobial resistance does not fall on the policymakers, but rather on the four major entities, that is, the doctors, the farmers, the patients, and the pharmaceutical industries. And that is why they play a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, under the motion clearly explained by the two prime ministers, the protocol is highly observed. And that makes me stand here with two major objectives. Number one is to treat and manage the infectious propaganda spread by the side proposition surrounding who plays a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Secondly, I'm going to cement, lament, and consolidate on our affirmative stance as Team Zambia that it is indeed the doctors, it is indeed the patients, it is indeed the farmers, it is indeed the pharmaceutical industries that possesses and plays a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, the first entity are the doctors. It is of cardinal to understand that doctors are the major drivers of antimicrobial stewardship, which contains the clinician-patient encounter, which comprises the initial evaluation and the subsequent evaluation. And Mr. Speaker, the people who are part of this evaluation are not any other doctors, but the great thinkers, the mighty physicians who are tasked to perform a clinical assessment, making them the sole decision makers in coming up with a diagnosis of infectious disease. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, they go on further to determine and come up with therapeutic decisions, determining the appropriate, the optimal, and indeed the prudent antimicrobial therapy. And Mr. Speaker, according to the WHO's principles of antimicrobial prescription, they say that an optimal antimicrobial should be the right drug of the right dosage of the right duration and indeed going via the right route. Mr. Speaker, all these things are recognized by the doctors who play a bigger role in coming in a one-on-one encounter with the patients. Not only that, and also they need to determine what kind of antimicrobial to use and for what reasons. Is it prophylactic? Is it empirical? Is it definitive? Mr. Speaker, what role does a policymaker has to play in determining the type of antimicrobial to use? Mr. Speaker, not only that, again, our doctors need to play a bigger role in fostering diagnostic wake-ups. And Mr. Speaker, we can clearly see that policymakers are nowhere near to play in as much as the prescription procedure is concerned. Mr. Speaker, talking about diagnostic wake-up, doctors in collaboration with others, such as the laboratory technologists, the microbiologists, to mention but a few, collaborate to determine any emergence of antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, with me here is a drug chart from the hospital trying to determine the resistance of a certain antibacterial, which is ceftriaxone. Now, Mr. Speaker, what role will policymakers play in determining the resistance of this antibiotic at a certain hospital? But rather, it is the collaboration of the doctors with others trying to fight antimicrobial resistance that will help them fight this fight against antimicrobial resistance. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, again, under diagnostic wake-up performed by the doctors and collaboration with these others, again, the determination of the emergence of antimicrobial resistance, again, being played by the doctors. Not only that, again, Mr. Speaker, still under diagnostic wake-up, we can clearly see that the collaboration of doctors with these others playing a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance, determine the resistance. With me, again, is a result from a laboratory at the hospital in the human health sector, determining the mode of resistance by a bug such as Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which is resistant to about 24 strains of bacteria. Now, Mr. Speaker, all these things being determined by the doctors playing a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. The role of the policymaker has nowhere near to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance because it is the doctors who are the front liners in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, not only that, again, our doctors need to perform patient education where they need to teach our patients on the proper use and the access of these antimicrobials. In addition, they need to teach our patients on the adverse effects of these antimicrobials. Therefore, they will tell them about never sharing antimicrobials, getting antimicrobials with a prescription. They will tell them to always prescribe antimicrobials before they get them. They also tell them to consult the healthcare provider if an infection is suspected. Also, the doctors will explain to the patients on the proper usage, and also they will tell them to handle antimicrobials with care. Mr. Speaker, moving on, the sequential steps involved in drug formulation include: number one, production, distribution, prescription, dispensing, and finally reaching a consumer who is not a policymaker, but rather a patient in the human health sector who is evaluated and monitored by that doctor who plays a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, it could be an animal or a plant in the agriculture sector, again monitored by that farmer who plays a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. And Mr. Speaker, we can clearly see that also the pharmaceutical industry possesses and plays a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance. This is clearly shown by the commitment of pharmaceutical industries in fighting against antimicrobial resistance, therefore promoting research, development, and drug discovery of new antimicrobials, and also protecting those that are already existing. Mr. Speaker, according to one of the best pharmaceutical industries in the world, Shinogi, it clearly gives us its commitment to fighting against antimicrobial resistance by one, protecting people from the threat of infectious disease. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we can clearly see the accolades of this pharmaceutical industry, which it has played in fighting against antimicrobial resistance, because it was the pharmaceutical industry that discovered and developed the first sulfonamide antibiotic in the year 1959. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, recently we've had a crisis of the multi-drug resistant gram-negative carbapenem bacteria. Mr. Speaker, this pharmaceutical industry came to our rescue by discovering and developing the first pseudophore cephalosporin bacteria, which is active against this superbug. Mr. Speaker, we can clearly see that research, development, and drug discovery does not need policies in order to be formulated, but rather this is something that we need to foster and play on. It is a mandate. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we also need to bring in and understand that the pharmaceutical industry plays a vital role in environmental regulations. Therefore, it is imperative that pharmaceutical manufacturers apply controls to minimize antimicrobial emissions, therefore reducing the burden of antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, we can clearly see that there is nowhere near that the policies will play a bigger role in addressing antimicrobial resistance, because we've seen the contribution of our doctors and the pharmaceutical industries in fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, moving on further, we should understand and see that the United Nations and the Food and Health Agriculture Organization ponders on the vital role that our farmers plays in fighting against antimicrobial resistance by indeed spearheading a shift of sustainable agricultural practices, therefore reducing the burden of antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, this is according to the United Nations, acknowledging that farmers are indeed the frontliners in defending the spread of antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, nextly, this takes us to the Ugandan dairy farmer who's trying to promote the plan to curb drug resistance to superbugs in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, this is because there's proper understanding of the effect of antimicrobial resistance in the agriculture sector by these our farmers. Mr. Speaker, not only that, we can clearly see that over the recent decades, adoption of improved biosecurity measures in the agriculture sector by our farmers is playing a vital role in indeed fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Not only that, again, there is improved awareness under the terminologies about antimicrobial resistance from 16% to 26% as of 2021, clearly telling us that indeed farmers are adhering to fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, the veterinary antibiotic resistance and cell surveillance clearly tells us a reduction in the usage of antibiotic cells in farm animals from 62% to 52% as of 2014 and 79% from 2014, here where we are now. This clearly shows us a reduction in the most used and frequently used antimicrobials, such as the fluoroquinolones, the third and fourth generation cephalosporins, and indeed the colistins. Mr. Speaker, this reduction clearly sees the adherence of the farmers in fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Now, Mr. Speaker, to our patients who are the primary users of these antimicrobials, there is urgent need to initiate a robust and realistic approach which will foster a positive behavioral change, which is key to fight fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Now, Mr. Speaker, to give my recommendations to all the major entities surrounding this motion of discussion. Number one, there is need to increase the number of antimicrobial stewardship programs in health facilities. Number two, there is need to incorporate antimicrobial stewardship in the curricula, in pre-service and indeed in-service meetings. There is also need to update hospital and healthcare clinical guidelines to include antimicrobial stewardship, because that is the way to go in fighting against antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, not only that, there is also urgent need to increase awareness amongst the four major entities, that is the doctors, the patients, the farmers, and the pharmaceutical industry. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, again, we can clearly see that we need to put in community engagement in fighting against antimicrobial resistance, because it is under these communities where we're finding the primary users of these antimicrobials, the patients, the farmers, and the others, to mention but a few. Mr. Speaker, to bring it to a close, addressing antimicrobial resistance will not be effective by addressing one element, and that is why Zambia, Zimbabwe, Senegal, the entire African continent, let us come together, gather, so we endeavor and indeed labor to deliver Africa from this deadly, detrimental, silent, and indeed aggressive lacuna in the name antimicrobial resistance. Therefore, if we stand together, we'll win this fight against antimicrobial resistance. Mr. Speaker, I go on and beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you so much. I love debates. I love debates. They have so much passion, so much power. You know, I want to thank the speakers for not starting a fight, because you can easily get emotional. If it were me, my points should stand. My points should stand. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening attentively. The other reason why I love debates is that's the only time you're called an honorable delegation or a noble audience. All the speakers will come up front and will never call you a noble audience or an honorable delegation, but debaters will do that. Right. Right now, just for a quick moment, we are going to open contributions to the floor. Full disclaimer, these contributions will in no way influence the outcome of the debate. Disclaimer, these contributions will in no way influence the outcome of the debate, but just to get to know what the audience thinks. What do you think? The notion was policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than doctors, farmers, patients, and the pharmaceutical industry. Any takers? Policymakers have a bigger role to play in addressing antimicrobial resistance than doctors, farmers, patients, and the pharmaceutical industry. If nobody speaks, this means the motion is true. Okay, we have a hand.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and good morning, colleagues. It's such a wonderful topic that we should all give a listening ear to, especially at the country level. My comments will not be in support of either side, but rather to commend the effort of the organizers for bringing this to the front burner. It has three major advantages. The first advantage is that we are getting this to the minds of people who will still be relevant in our system for coming decades. And that tells much for sustainability. The second advantage is that we are getting youth to channel their energies positively. Elsewhere, so many youths are involved in dubious acts. And some of them also get some information from the internet. But here we are with youths that are very vibrant, energetic, channeling their energies positive to something that can affect our society and our communities in a positive direction. And that is commendable. Finally, I would like to recommend that the partners should please cascade this to other countries and make it a vibrant, attractive annual event. If resources will permit, and I'm sure those who are mobilizing resources will be able to get enough to bring this even to the secondary school level. And probably at the level of this nature, there should be an attractive price attached to it. It could be in form of scholarship to the students, for example, to free them of the financial burden as they channel their energies positively for the development of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our contributor there. He spoke about youth engagement in throughout the process of fostering antimicrobial resistance. We are so thankful that we had these debates because the youth were involved, and you also gave a recommendation of decentralization of such debates so that more young people can engage in these contributions. You mentioned something about prizes before we go to our next contributor. We are going to have a dinner ceremony in the evening, and there are going to be prizes. So a round of applause for that. Okay, now moving on to Ma'am, our next contributor. Thank you, you can go ahead. Somebody close to help her with the mic. Thank you. Okay, while she prepares the mic, we can go around and then we can come back to her. Yes, our honorable timekeeper. Do you have a mic close? Okay, while he also finds a mic, do we have another contributor? Okay.
Hello, I'm back this morning. I like the energy behind the debates, but as a senior citizen, I support the previous speaker that both are so important, equally important to the issues we are talking about this for the whole week. Why I'm saying that is that doctors form part of the policy making. I, as hospital management, Central Hospital Management Chairman, I was receiving all doctors' reports, all nursing reports, all infection control reports to report to the Vice President. Without these reports, the Vice President would not go to Cabinet and report to the President. So we are all linked in one chain, and I would not be able to run a board, give policy where doctors will change behavior to their patients. and do outreach programs. We have telemedicine in Zimbabwe now. We have virtual medicine in Zimbabwe now. It will not be possible. So we are one chain like One Health. We need to integrate, not silos, into policymakers and farmers, patients, doctors, nurses. This was artificial. It is also artificial due to our educational system. If you read the old people's education, they will be under a tree in Africa with all sorts of ages. From the baby suckling, they will have a vibe of what's going on. To the most senior chief in the village, to the most wise men, there were situations like that. To separate us in silos, I think it's competing for resources. There's no way you can run a health system, an agricultural system, environmental system. The youth in a country in Africa who are about 70% of the population without policy. It's impossible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because of our time, we'll take one last contribution. Thank you. Because of our time, who's our lucky last contribution? Okay, we haven't heard from this side of the room. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, et merci beaucoup à nos groupes d'étudiants. Hein. J'étais vraiment impressionnée par le niveau et la qualité des débats. Donc, je tiens à vous féliciter. Je ne viens pas pour soutenir ni l'un ni l'autre, mais juste pour encourager les autres pays à prendre cette bonne exemple. Donc, toutefois, je tiens à noter que la lutte contre la rame, c'est l'affaire de tous, l'affaire de tout le monde. Donc, chaque quantité a leur responsabilité. Donc, vous aussi, en tant qu'étudiant, vous avez votre responsabilité et je vous remercie encore une fois pour cet fort engagement. Merci.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Unfortunately, because of our time, that was our last contribution. The next debate, we are going to debate who is more important so that we can fight. Okay, anyways, allow me to conclude by saying thank you to our speakers. There was so much powerful arguments in a very short space of time. And right now, before we close for our tea break, thank you so much for listening. Our audience, thank you so much for the powerful contributions that you also made afterwards. Again, my name is Ivan Dube, and let's give it up for our speakers as they leave the stage and we go for our tea break. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank our interpreters, our IT support, and the quadripartite secretariat for their efforts in putting this debate together and for ensuring its smooth flow. Special thanks to the judges who are now working on the results. Special thanks to our online participants who also were joining us online. Hope you enjoyed today's session. And I also want to appreciate the team spirit. These guys are shaking. I told you I would be fighting. Anyways, thank you so much. We can now break for tea. Are you guys full? Thank you.
Find the medication. Hi, mommy. Hey, what's going on with that? Oh, I've been looking for the medication that was in the kitchen cupboard. What's that cough syrup and the amoxicillin in the kitchen unit? Oh, mommy. Have you taken it? Why should I go and waste my time hospital? You can't be giving him medicine that is unprescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I had the similar cough. And this is what remained. So there's nothing wrong with your brother getting the same medicine.
Daddy, that medicine was meant for you, not for Junior.
Medicine is medicine, my daughter.
The same symptoms that Junior has, they were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference? So, mommy, at school for the extracurricular activities, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about good personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines, proper use of medicines. So under proper use of medicines, they have taught us about antimicrobial resistance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop working properly as they should. And these antimicrobial medicines are medicines that we use to treat diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses. Like this same amoxicillin, mommy, that you were about to give Junior, because disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of these medicines. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines, sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine, because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need and this is the amount that you need for you to be completely cured, or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be cured completely. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment, even with the animals. Dad, when the animals are sick, you do not just give them any medicine without consulting the experts. Please, you need to consult experts before you do that. Knowledge is power. No, mommy, don't dispose of medicine like that.
But I thought you mentioned that this medicine is supposed to be. That's what very focus on.
When you dispose of medicine like that, this same medicine is going into the environment where it is going to leave the antimicrobial residues. And these are going to stay in the water. And then this same water that we drink, we have a borehole here. It's the same water we drink, the same water our plants and our animals use. So whatever goes into the environment comes back to us. So these antimicrobial residues will come back to us and affect us. So you mean even the vegetables, they get affected? Yes, mommy. Even the vegetables get affected. But again, you're the one that said I should get rid of these because they were not prescribed. Yes, I said that, but that's a very wrong way of doing it.
You are very right, my child. Well, to think about how long I've been running this farm, yet I don't have this knowledge. As we have learned, the way you've explained very well, and I've learned a lot. I've learned everything. Let me leave. Tomorrow I have an errand. I need to go and sell the chickens.
those not the same chickens that you were giving medicines a few days ago?
Yes, but my daughter, you know, we can't continue feeding these chickens. No, they are past the maturing stage. So we need just to sell them.
No, you can't sell them so soon. Because remember, the antimicrobial residues are still in the chickens. And when people eat, they are consuming small doses of those medicines. So you need to wait. On the packet says that thing they write the time they put there filia babikati pama packets ya mti wala bikapwa withdraw period. So to allow umuti ukufuma completely mu system yankoko, you have to wait before you start selling the chickens.
Because they depend on selling these pets and animals.
Mami, there is nothing like Kama Farmers Balachula. You know, the best part of this whole thing is that there's actually an alternative to what you can do for you to at least have a good, let's say, harvest, or even if you never focus and cocoa dad. So you don't really need to wait at Nkoko Sharwala or anything like that. The best thing you can do is just practice good husbandry practices as a farmer, daddy. So you need to make sure that the animals are always in a clean environment. They are vaccinated, and then Pariapa gets farm school. Put a foot bath. A foot bath ni umti kwali bomti babika pagets. Pakoba tinga abalengila banyantapo nabalefuma nabena banyantapo nga mwabika fidia. It means that wali abalengila nga nabakwata amalwele ayengesa chita infects ama animals munomkati. They won't be infected because they've already been they've washed their foot. Yes. Then those who are going out, if we have diseases inside here, they will be able to leave those diseases. Yes. So that's how you do it. That way, even if you have issues where maybe the animals are sick, it's not going to be all the animals that are sick, or you don't even need to administer medicine to all the animals. Like for example, you put it in another place so that they infect. And then when you do that, also make sure that you are always washing your hands when you're handling the animals. Not you need to wash your hands so that you don't bring that infection. Yes. And then na mwe benefit that if you follow from there kufina makuli not kufwala nga mwafuma food then na feed na feed mingiro kuibika somewhere where it's dry. It needs to be dry where it's not going to be infected with germs. Yes, so you need to make sure that your feed is stocked properly. Yes. Mommy. So the other thing that I almost forgot, those plants there. So you know, those pesticides, the ones that we spray on the plants, some of them have antimicrobials. So what you need to do is, instead of using the pesticides, the ones where we spray, or the ones that we use to weed, the weed killers, instead of using that, you need to use other methods. Yes.
Because what is weed killing a masan, some of fiance.
So what we need to do is, for the weeds, we need to just manually do it. We pull out the weeds that are competing for nutrients with the plants. We pull them out manually.
This is information that you know we need even to share, to learn at the farmers' field school. And you know what? I'm very happy. I've not been wasting money. This is investment.
I'm not so good at this but I've got a contact for the people that can come and teach. So you can organize yourselves as a group, then those people can come and teach you. Yes. So that's not a problem.
Let's mobilize.
Na bastata benye. Na imo mfili kama iba bastata na nena iba banamayo. Bonsi tufike bonsi twazambile pam.
That's not a problem. The advantage of this is very
Nenda mama lady na nomba chapo te.
Mommy, let me just go and change my uniform.
Kwanza kusoka maneno ndio ndio kutoka katika dunia. Na ndio kutoka katika dunia. Kama ndio tajiri kwa ndio ndio msali katika kitu. Bisho asikia kwa nini?
Madam nkuku imozo kadwa.
Fuji.
Yesu ni kabwino kazashita bwanje.
Ono mbe yala wali keshi nangu. Mama nafa kwa kuipela mtu. Ule mtu toa bomshela sky mwidati. Amoxiu. Watu mtu wa sherehe. Wewe ule mtu batupere bana ule mtu banangire bana mbundu. Kuchecha tu kuchita disinfection. After disinfection. Ati mtu njibana ndiri. Oxy tetracycline. Uyawini. Kemuchite mufushe kwa fya menji. Mu buckets. Mufushe kwa menji. Mubikemo tu amoxi tu wa shere. Leo yine nani kane take na ina msangani. Muchipele fya shonse. So chidwara mambo ba George. Iwe kasende mti mukapa tingene unipeke mti. Hao dimbuti shakula kono kukula. Kono mtu ashikokula sana neshta. Oke wa George ala de tachitari. Mpose kwa mano muchipele fya shonse. Nefi bata mfupelele kumu.
Ana mwisho wa mami. Nkoko ni mwedwele, so I don't understand the formula of operations, but ni mo failed. Because even if it's just for growth promotion, if your formula is that I can make a okay.
Business on ambire ni shulikanya la fora madaipa omu wakulira muri business ine lero mwese munzambirishe mu kuchitira business iri yanje
Chanda kufinda
kale ni fiya bande tunande kuvana na kupere mfyo msaru
lero tulera fi beans na ira de panela beans on shuline nkoko
Ndako ibaleza tukajulile kwa yeye alikuwa takashika kaso kuna bado jikile bado msanza tu binoga shaku manafasi okay ngana mwitsa ke weshtawa okay
How not to treat the okay. I'm antibiotics na mwena msinki. It's better caring environment, yes. And if you formulate them, if underground environment, and then put them back to where I mentioned Tambo piano, then I'm plants into the vegetables. Finish more now and be fiapo. I mean show today.
Scientist.
Oh, mnampisha makaile. Wapi nikishana
Anyway, wapi kafio kwa wala mrusha. Taru? Sema mami. Senda 50 kwacha mpesi ulete. Kabia pale badaka hapa. Cheki yanga tabala isara. Mushtile kuko kwa temu. Nishi. Chute kwa temu. Ndio mfa. Kwa mtu kufuna chero takalele kukalipa. So chute kwa temu tevende tukunona chinshi chimbichi. Kunona antibiotic tevyo. Antibiotic isa ngombe. Ati chinshi. Bakupele amoxio. So kwa temu antibiotic na panado. Chapo? Chapo mami.
No.
Good evening,
What
Dad.
is that? Hey, my daughter. I don't know where are you going?
I'm going to Sadaka's shop to go and buy medicine.
Okay. Hey, I'm quite sure. Bane? Lero nshuombere bwino. Leo vo mubiri. Mumala mfunga kwambiro kwa ishiroko. Mwandini.
Malaria.
Imini malaria mwe.
Ni malaria. Mimi ngufuna balanda bachilana pamula basati malaria na isa sana mu Lusaka.
Utia bayemwe.
Panda ngwine pano chitomene mwino sona nguyu mwasanga ndiye tumapu chitaruku kwa ya mkuta kwa temu. Tusa kumine fepamu.
Kwa fumaya?
Mkuta kwa temu pali badaka hapa.
Okay.
Tale nga sambila charimo muito weko na mesha ya kaba.
Samba futi?
Msambe mwana mfako gwini. Afuta kuja chakula mwana nombo mti.
Okay. Elo iline na mkusamba. Mpeka nene fyakulia. So that ngana kumafe mkusamba lisendi.
Na tupika kale kuka fyafi.
Okay. Then I think mtu yu ine mulenda tumine pamu. Na lamu wafe pakulala.
Okay. Okay. Tusuma. Tanzania kone jacket.
Mama mwalitema mzimwe. Shayene malaria. You feel kana sana eh? I've just seen you seated up. When you want to put a doctor, we know to fit me for no pela ko ba dad. Ba doctor me wela tem tumpiro kuna.
Pano mpelele mimi kana ikala pachalo tunakana kuishi malaria fo yomfika. Ni malaria ni ngwe bati ni ngvo monso mama joins monso miyale kalipa. Ule ntalika malaria ndi andi malaria yo.
But no mpabi na shami.
Iwe ero behavior kwete pano pande kubati alanda amwansa mwarandurura. Macho chise na ine. Antu namkula. Ayena ma GMO mibili mkwete kati mwa pa ma GMO eshelengo kati mule ntumpira muno munganda.
Me I was just saying but taking interest mbya ku
suku yo ina suku abali pila suku ni bana.
Eba daddy.
Na mutumpa kutumpa ndela ndo kuino kutumpa. Wewe sikona kwa sikati wa daddy kwa tulewa. Mvambi wabukulani za padodi. Fuma pa kabyo kapekanye ba usefe akulia badi. Mwanza ndela ndo mya kukanwa. Mama kati na bambia bobeni. Nini? Na mimi nafanya kuti tendo ambo kwa mfanya pamu pashi. Nitaka nisha hapo. Ndio mimi nitaeleza. Gazeti kasema. Mimi nakasiria si. Ili tu tunafanya ndio ngaenda tunazi pasa Mungu. Nilo ndo mashumashi kile nangu mtu. Kumi nishira kasema. Kama nataka kwa skuru.
Typing.
Nomba amoxi tatuma sebantu. Amoxi mulago. Kana nguwenga walwala amoxi ndaterera nya.
Mami, mutepa yawanda kandeni. Yeah, speaking of medicine, no, I'm doing it. Okay. Ndamwambira kuna kwate mai.
Narina kasewe wonse bwino ni kwako bwino kana wamukutina nangu.
Kumba kwate mtakukusha kosi yonse. Kwa ukuleta pakati.
Mwewa. Kusha kosi ni degree in university.
Dr. Mwanza, Dr. Chikondi, could you please come?
Yes, Doc.
This woman here, this is the third time that she's coming to the hospital to receive treatment for the same illness. I'm afraid this is like that similar case that we had.
The case of antimicrobial resistance.
Yes.
Lekeni ba doctor bakwisha okulondola.
Ashmansi kanse.
Bakashibandi tamwafwe.
Hey, cancer.
Chishalenga doctor.
And I must calm down.
Nangula mubiri wandu walenga.
Tekwina yo. Ichilenga. Muti kukana kuumba mumubiri nga wanu. Limbi mula ya pharmacy. Mwaya sendo mti no ya hospital. Mwambo kunwa. Olo limbi. Mwambo kunu mti. Wino fye. Lina mwambo kumfo wino. Mwaleko kunu mti mwaposi.
So ndefa doctor ka.
Bana mwansata mwafwe. Doctor, mwalanda fye bwini. Alaba kashibandi balitemu omuti. Balapela omuti mbwa, balapela omuti nkoko, balapela omuti ifibata, n'abali bonse kubapela omuti. Nomba ina nshaishiba, ilio baalweke ba doctor. Lelo baalweke ba pharmacist abakwe bati balepela fyo omuti. Ala doctor bapelera kuma omuti na ine. Bana mwansa. Madam mufweni. Imiti tesha kupera ngatamule omufwa bwino kwisa ku kipatala. Ba doctor bamipera omuti nga bamipera omuti mufuire mwamekina sure atuli omuti mwapwisha notukwaka n'omuti n'abali bonse nga fiteekwa filwere mufuire mwachita consult specialist uwachita prescribe omuti mufuire ukupera ifiteekwa nawo mwakonga ama instructions efyo bamyebere nga kuposa emiti ishishereko nangu ishichitire expire takuli ukuposa mu environment bantu iyi environment efyo tuposamo fira tubwererera so nga fyaikala ama antimicrobial residues yalengira mu menshi mu ma water systems yesu tulabyala ama plants ama vegetables eyo tulya nefina mafyesu nga ifiteekwa ero fisa mukulya so eventually fyonse filia tuposa mu environment futi fira bwererera mukuchita affect fwebene mami mchinjai doctors anakwena na totela sana ine pano ndishibulimi information mwampela nalaye bakona bashibulimi banandi kabiri nalaye bakona abanandi ukweba ati ukuchita abuse umuti kubi ero kabiri nalaye abeba napali ine mulela ndati AMR.
Can I have a request form? So we need to get a sample. Doctor, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Anyway, papi ya mwisho nara distract ni mbara tuko na mechi. When you
Fine. Hi, mommy. Hey, what's coming up, sir? I've been looking for the medication that was in the kitchen cupboard. What's that cough syrup and the amoxicillin there in the kitchen unit? Oh, mommy. Why should I go and waste my time hospital?
You can't be giving him medicine that is unprescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I did a similar cough. And this is what remained. So there's nothing wrong with your brother getting the same medicine.
Daddy, that medicine was meant for you, not for Junior.
Medicine is medicine, my daughter.
The same symptoms that Junior has, they were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference? So, mommy, at school for the extracurricular activities, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about good personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines, proper use of medicines. So under proper use of medicines, they have taught us about antimicrobial resistance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop working properly as they should. And these antimicrobial medicines are medicines that we use to treat diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses. Like this same amoxil, mommy, that you were about to give Junior, because disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of these medicines. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines, sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine, because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need and this is the amount that you need for you to be completely cured, or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be cured completely. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment, even with the animals. Dad, when the animals are sick, you do not just...
Hello? Hello? Can we settle down?
Hello.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, allow us to proceed. Once again, thank you for listening attentively to our speakers. Our speakers were debated with so much vigor. Thank you so much. The results are going to be announced in the evening during the dinner and the awards ceremony. Right now, just a quick announcement. Yesterday, somebody left their mouse. It was found in here in the morning. So if you forgot your mouse yesterday, you can come through and get it. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to invite the moderator for the next session. Round of applause. Let's encourage you. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Welcome back after our tea break, and now we switch gears. After debating so passionately, now we want to engage the same passion in understanding the role of substandard and falsified drugs in the equation of antimicrobial resistance. And for us to look into this, we are actually guided by the actions that we are expected to undertake. The Global Action Plan requests us to optimize the use of antimicrobial resistance, antimicrobials, both in the human health and animal health sectors. So what are the hindrances of optimizing the use of antimicrobial resistance? One of them has been singled out as the quality of antimicrobials. So for us, when we look at antimicrobial resistance and vis-a-vis the antimicrobials that we have, we need antimicrobials that are efficacious, that are able to do what is expected. When we use them for treatment for the required time period at the required dosage, it's supposed to lead to a state of wellness and treatment of diseases which either the human beings or the animals are suffering from. So when we have antimicrobials whose quality we cannot attest, which are questionable, then we are not sure that the treatment we are administering, even if we are using the right dose at the right time, we cannot assure that we'll still get an outcome that assures us of the well-being of the patient. This patient, in quotes, could be a human patient or an animal patient. We all want to have optimum treatment outcomes, but when we can't assure the quality and the safety of the antimicrobials we are using, then we are jeopardizing the lives of our patients. So with us, we'll have 4 speakers coming to have a concerted effort to help us understand why we need efficacious medicine and why substandard and falsified medicines are such a risk to human health and animal health. We have our 4 speakers, which I'll be one of them. There will be Dr. Richard Abdul from Medisafe. I'm hoping he's already online. We have Dr. Zivanai Makoni, he's with us in this room. And we also have Dr. Babatunde Jeaola from WHO Afro, who is already connected online. So to start us off, we'll start with Dr. Babatunde. If you are ready, you could share your screen and then we will be able to start. But as he starts, I would request Dr. Zivanai Makoni to join me up on the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning in Harare. I don't know if you can hear me very clearly. Can you hear me, please? I will appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you well. You could go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Once again, good morning, everyone. And I want to appreciate the opportunity given to me to take some time, some of your time today to share thoughts about the WHO's work in this subject matter, that is issues relating to substandard and falsified medical products. I must also commend video that has been shared in the course of the break. I thoroughly enjoyed the video, and I believe that most of what I want to talk about has already been addressed graphically and in an interesting way. I want to advise, if anyone missed the video, maybe try to get an opportunity to do so. So today I will be taking us in the next 15 minutes through the title, Prevention, Detection, and Response to Substandard and Falsified Medical Products, focusing on the role of the World Health Organization. I would first want to start by saying this set of slides would not particularly be trying to separate the intervention of the World Health Organization in the African region as separate from the intervention of the WHO globally. It's the same body. WHO is the same. Having a good presence in the region is just an opportunity to be able to react and intervene quicker. But it's the same WHO. So what I'll be talking about is not focusing only on Afro, but what WHO has done in the member states in the region. So first, I want us to quickly look at the impact of SF medical products on public health, on the lives of everybody. The presence of substandard or falsified medical products in circulation has been linked to loss of productivity of whoever has been affected, either a company or individuals or families. It has led to loss of income, problems with social mobility. It eventually would lead to increase in poverty. These are some of the socioeconomic impacts that the presence of SF medical products, has on population. For the health impact, it leads to loss of confidence in health systems. It also leads to increase in mortality and the disease states that is prevalent in our community. What we've been talking about since morning, it leads to that. That is antimicrobial resistance, because the products that you are taking or your animals are being, administered do not possess the right quantity of what the labels of these medical products claim to have. And of course, it leads to higher disease prevalence. The economic impact, it provides, it leads to waste in resources, and you end up having to spend more from your disposable income to take care of ailments that could easily have been taken care of just one time if you got the right quality of medicines. It's a global issue. It affects every region in the world. So it's not an issue that is limited to certain parts of the world and other parts of the world are exempted. Why do we say this? The world has become more and more a global village. So the medicine that is in your hands could actually have had a contribution of different parts of the world in bringing it to reality. The raw materials that make up the medicine or the medical product you have could have come, maybe the active ingredient is from India, the packaging is from Pakistan, the excipient is from South America. One way or the other, everyone has had an impact. Different parts of the world, different regions have had an impact in you having the products that you are holding. So the same way, every country, every region needs to rise up so that we form a united front in the fight against substandard and falsified medical products. We have this strategy, and that is basically what I'll be talking about in my remaining slides in the course of my presentation today. The strategy that we came up with at WHO with the input of every member states that are members of the World Health Organization. We call it the Prevention, Detection, and Response Strategy. So with this strategy, our intention is to focus on building regulatory capacity for national medicine regulatory authorities all over the world, is to improve the provision of good governance and to provide improved access to medical products. So under the prevention camp, we have the supply chain integrity that is focused on supply chain improvements. We try to improve multi-stakeholder engagement. We try to, add more biting power to comprehensive legal framework that is available in each country. And we try to make better education and awareness on what should be done to prevent the increase or the presence of substandard and falsified medical products in the supply chain. Under the detection pillar, we have access to laboratories and screening technologies, risk-based inspection and surveillance. We try to improve the reporting system in place in each country. And of course, the border control, we really need to focus on it. And under the response pillar, alerts and recall, regulatory strengthening, and remaining two. I would go into them as time will permit me as we go on. For the prevention pillar, for the supply chain integrity part of it, it's a key item in this pillar, and we're trying to improve the quality of the supply chain, its integrity in different sub-regions in Africa. Earlier in the year, we organized a meeting in Kenya, and the essence of the meeting is to find a better way to manage the supply chain of medical products in Africa. We did something similar with the West Africa Health Organization. We're trying to help them with guidelines for public procurement of medicines and other medical products. The same that we are doing with the small highland developing states of Africa, the Comoros, Seychelles, and other small islands, helping them to, have a good format for central procurement, for the medical stores, the quality of medicines that will be procured, how they will be stored, handled, and distributed to the people in the society. Because we have discovered that there's a very strong link between substandard medicines and the handling of medical products in circulation. So we are helping the different sub-regions in the African continent to improve the supply integrity. The multi-stakeholder engagement part of this pillar speaks to us recognizing the need to bring the different stakeholders onto the table. We're talking about the involvement not only of healthcare workers. We are also looking at bringing onto the table patient groups, because they are the ones that are using these medicines at different points. We all have been patients at one point or the other in our lives. So we're bringing patient advocate groups into the picture. We're bringing legislators, we're bringing judiciary, law enforcement agents, and many other stakeholders into the discourse. The intention is to make sure, for instance, that in our bid to develop more robust legislature that would give, commensurate punishments to the purveyors of falsified or substandard medical products. We want to ensure that the legislators are brought into the picture, they understand how serious this issue is, they end up improving our current laws, and the fight gets even more effective. So that's the comprehensive legal framework that we're trying to look at. Many national medicine regulatory agencies in Africa, many of them that before now do not have the legal framework that confers on them in the independence to do their work as they should. We're trying to improve this across the countries in the region. And of course, education and awareness. Recently, last year, we did a pilot survey campaigns across 4 countries in Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Uganda. The intention was to gain an understanding of the awareness that the people have about the risk that substandard and falsified medicines, bring to the public health. And from that, we're able to develop materials, public awareness materials that were disseminated across different platforms, electronic media, print media, targeted at patients, targeted at healthcare professionals. And they were heard on video, on TV, on social media platform, Facebook, Instagram, and all that for a period of time. Now we're trying to gauge their impacts. And if from the results, when the results eventually become available, if they are really very effective, then we can see how to roll the same over across all the countries in the region. So these are ways that we're, trying to improve the education and the awareness of the people about the dangers that substandard and falsified medicines provide. So we're doing all this through workshops, meetings, regulatory capacity building of national medicine regulatory agencies, all in a bid to promote access to affordable, safe, efficacious, and quality medical products. For the detection pillar, we are improving the efficiency of laboratories, national medical product laboratories across different countries in Africa. And we are also trying to encourage the use of screening technologies so that the pressure on the laboratories will be reduced. We're able to have good results about the quality of medicines in circulation in a timely manner, because the more timely they are, the more effective that information becomes. So we carried out some surveys in 2019. We carried out surveys in 6 countries in Africa. Last year, we rolled over the survey to Tanzania in East Africa. And for 2024, we are carrying out the same similar surveys in 4 countries in Africa. The intention is to introduce the use of screening technology to gain an understanding of the prevalence of substandard or falsified medical products across these countries, and to encourage other countries in Africa to do the same. Eventually, when it becomes clearer, the quality of medicines across the region, it will impact on the quality of decisions, targeted actions that will be taken towards redressing the situation. Another item under the detection pillar that we have been working on is the reporting system. We recognize the importance of feedback. They say feedback is the breakfast of champions. We're trying to build a platform that would encourage national medicine regulatory agencies in each country to value feedback that they will receive from patients, from healthcare workers, from patient advocacy groups, from stakeholders of different types. We're trying to see if for such reports to be valuable, for such reports to be well attended to, acknowledgements to be sent to anyone that sends such reports to the necessary authorities to give them feedback on what is being done about these reports, either reports about adverse reaction after taking medicines, or reports about substandard or falsified medicine, or any suspicion about the quality of medicine that we come in contact with. Also, with the border control, we're trying to improve, proper, responsibilities that has been given to the different agents of our agencies of government that man borders, to ensure that only good, effective medical products are allowed into our society. So these are some of the things that we've been doing, trying to improve understanding and better handling of medical products. For the response pillar, we're trying to, share understanding of what and how reports that are lodged with WHO from different countries, how they are processed, how they become valuable, to gain understanding that relate to substandard and falsified medical products globally, how they translate into medical product alerts that we send globally from the World Health Organization, how they link to the decisions to carry out recalls of certain medicines from supply chain. You might know about, the series of poor quality pediatric medicines that unfortunately were reported from different parts of the world, from the Gambia last year, from Cameroon, sometime this year, from Indonesia, from Uzbekistan. Eventually, many of these led to recalls of these medicines in different countries. This became possible through the reports that different member states responsibly shared with the World Health Organization. So we're trying to improve the quality of information exchange between member states and the WHO, and the feedback that WHO reporting system provides to the member states. Regulatory strengthening, the WHO has the global benchmarking program, where we try to engage national medicine regulatory agencies across the world. And from there, we try to help them understand the areas where they are lacking, what they can do to improve in these areas, to the point that they become stable, well-functional regulatory authority. Because we know when a regulatory authority functions well, then the high tendency that only good quality medicines will be allowed in circulation in that country will be much increased. So we are helping countries to develop their regulatory capacity. So currently, Africa has 4 national medicine regulatory authorities that have attained the level of maturity level 3. And for such countries, they bring a lot of confidence into what they do. And we're using that to also encourage other countries to attain to that position and to keep improving. We're trying to ensure that the legal process that follows, the processing of any organization that is found wanting, either in the handling of poor quality medicines, and in their trafficking or in their manufacture. We're trying to ensure that the legal process that will be followed in each member state is transparent, is fair, and it encourages better relationship, improvement of the pharmaceutical industry towards ensuring that quality becomes the name of the game. And also, we are we're helping member states to develop evidence-based policy and procedure. So the essence of everything is to ensure that each member state becomes a more effective collaborator in the fight against substandard and falsified medical products. The WHO Global Surveillance and Monitoring System, I feel that I should just take 5 minutes to quickly talk about that as I round up. This is the database that WHO uses in processing reports that are received from member states across the world. Reports that have to do with the quality of medicine that they come in contact with, that is used or being manufactured either in your country or that is received as manufactured in another country. The essence of it is, one, to gain an understanding of the problem of substandard and falsified medical products, to identify the products that are mostly at risk, to identify the vulnerabilities in supply chain. It would enable us to receive reliable reports, to collate and analyze these reports. We use that to generate a global database, and we make accurate assessment of the scope, the scale, and the harm that are caused by these medical products. Then it would enable us to respond and support member states accordingly. Because when we have a good understanding of what the problem is, then it serves as a good guide in making the right decisions on how best to respond. It provides immediate technical or operational assistance to support countries. For instance, the issue in the Gambia, we were able to put boots on the ground in the Gambia in a very quick manner. The different levels of WHO participated in this. The WHO in HQ in Geneva, WHO from the APRO head office, and WHO country office in the Gambia. And that has become the template for almost all of our interventions across the world. The GSMS, as we call it, the Global Surveillance and Monitoring System, also provides guide for the survey of markets in our communities, the quality of medicines in circulation, the ones that have been authorized for use in human by the national medicine regulatory agencies, and to quickly identify the ones that shouldn't even be in circulation because of the harm that they pose to our health. It helps in collating and analyzing data from different sources so that we can make evidence-based decisions. And at the end of the day, like I said in my previous slide, this is what we rely on when we decide to issue medical product alerts for the benefits of the whole world. The long-term impact of the GSMS, it will help to identify the need to strengthen capacity and to know how best to channel financial resources and investments in the right direction. You will agree with me that resources are scarce and very valuable, and we are trying to make sure that we spend, or we push financial resources in the right direction. It helps us to identify the economic and social costs that substandard and falsified medical products are drawing from the public coffers, and it will help to influence policy and improve access to safe and effective medical products. This gives us a good idea of the fact that the issue of substandard and falsified medical products is not limited to a particular part of the world, neither is it limited to a particular classification of medical products. So these are just an example of the reports that we have received. These reports are coming from all the parts of the world, and they are being related to antiparasitic, different categories of medicines. So it's not only psychedelic medicines that have been affected, antimalarials, antibiotics, generally topical medical products for skin diseases, just any category of medicines you can imagine. So who reports to WHO as a roundup? Who reports to WHO? We have a network of SF focal points. That's what we call them. that will have been nominated by the national medicine regulatory agencies of each country. These are the people that have been mandated to lodge reports to the WHO database. And these reports, to be able to get good quality reports, we have different and comprehensive training programs for these focal points. As they are cleared by the head of their national agencies, they lodge reports to the database. Like I said, they are training the use of the WHO system, and they have access details to the WHO portal. They are responsible to in lodging reports in a timely and in a responsible manner into the database. So that's what I just would like to share with us. Maybe in the course of the presentation, if there are questions, I may then have more opportunities to provide additional details. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Babatunde, for that elaborate presentation. You've been able to help us understand what system exists in the World Health Organization in trying to address the issue of substandard and falsified medicines. We've seen the economic impact these medicines that are not up to par in terms of quality and safety can cause us. We've seen they also cause the loss of productivity, and that it's not an isolated problem in our part of the continent, that it's a global problem. And we've also noted that you have been able to elaborate the strategy that WHO is using to address the substandard and falsified medicine, that you are putting forward the prevention mechanisms, which requires multi-sectoral engagement. You have also talked about how to detect and highlighting the importance of laboratories in the process, the border controls, and also the importance of having a risk-based inspection. You've also said that we need to respond, and as part of responding, we are seeing the importance of having an alert system in place, and also why regulatory systems need to be strengthened, as well as providing evidence for what has been reported. And therefore, you have prioritized activities that help you achieve this through having a global monitoring and surveillance system that nominated member state focal points respond to, and they are trained for that function. And I think this sets the pace for what the rest of us are going to plug on as we share the experiences in the different places represented by the different speakers of the day. So thank you, and I'll ask the audience and also our virtual audience, if you have questions for that first presentation, please put it in the chat, and we will have a question and answer session where all these questions will be addressed. So this moves me forward to bring the next presentation of the day and of this session. I'll be sharing my screen so that we see what perspective we have from the World Organization for Animal Health, because we've just heard what WHO has in store. So I'll be sharing the efforts made by the World Organization for Animal Health in trying to address the substandard and falsified medicines within the animal health sector. I'll need some support for the IT because on my screen it's sharing, but I can't see it on up. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So I'm your presenter, Dr. Jane Loyero, an AMR and Food Safety Technical Officer at the WOA Sub-Regional Representation for Eastern Africa, based in Nairobi. So WOA has started a project to address substandard and falsified medicines. Okay. Okay, WOA has a project that has been ongoing to address substandard and falsified medicines. And this was an initiative that has been identified globally. And during the second WOA Global Conference on Antimicrobial Resistance in Morocco back in 2018, there was a need identified to address the issue of substandard and falsified medicines in animal health as part of optimizing the use of antimicrobials as guided by the Global Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance. And as part of this, a pilot project was mooted, and through the research that we have collected to justify for this project, we realized that 3% of the circulating antimicrobials medicines that are used in veterinary practice are actually estimated to be illegally acquired into countries. And with the illegality comes questions of quality, because they have not passed through the approved way of circulating into countries. Therefore, you have to make sure that they meet the required standards for use as medicines for the prescribed conditions that they need to be treated. So we also realized that 52% of these products that have been estimated in a study that was undertaken in 2022 reported by the British Medical Journal, the Global Health Journal states that 52% of the medicine products that were analyzed were substandard and falsified veterinary products. So for us, this is alarming enough because, as I said initially, we want to assure that the treatment outcomes we are looking for will be realized. But then when we have medicines of this questionable quality, we know that we are not going to meet the treatment objectives that we have. We know that we either need more medicine to treat a condition that could have been treated correctly using a good quality, safe medicine. And then also substandard and falsified medicines could be poisonous to the animals that we are treating. And therefore, when they are poisonous, they are not going to be helpful. We also understand the contribution of the substandard and falsified medicines to the development of antimicrobial resistance, because when the active pharmacological ingredient in a medicine is not at the sufficient level, we could be administering suboptimal level of these chemicals to the animals, therefore contributing to the increase of the selection pressure for antimicrobial resistance. Therefore, the impact this has is that we have treatments that we cannot assure, and also this comes about because we have regulated and unregulated markets, which both are affected equally by the presence of having substandard and falsified medicines. The substandard and falsified medicine that have been discovered affect both terrestrial and aquatic animals. And therefore, just the case as it was within the human medical circles, in animal health, there's also loss of productivity that is associated with use of these substandard and falsified medicines. And therefore, as part of the engagement that the organization has taken, we realize the importance of retailing, use, and tracing veterinary medicinal products as part of the pharmacovigilance and post-market surveillance for the use of these products in the market. And the organization highlights a recommendation during the Global Conference for Antimicrobial Resistance, the one I had alluded to earlier, that we need an information system in place that can hold the information recorded from the various member countries on substandard and falsified medicines. At the same time, this system will help in building a monitoring system just like the one we have had from the WHO. And for your information, the World Organization for Animal Health is working closely with the World Health Organization in the development of this system for surveillance of substandard and falsified medicines within animal health. So we also have an objective and therefore a roadmap to where we want to go. We are not there yet, but we are in the process of working towards that common objective. We want to have finally an information and alert system for substandard and falsified veterinary medicinal products. This database will be held at the World Organization for Animal Health, and it will be able to be fed by the national authorities for veterinary products, as well as the sub-regional coordination for veterinary medicinal products. We expect to get data from the retailers, from the manufacturers, from distributors, from the veterinary practitioners, and also from farmers. So you see our range of data collection actually covers all the value chain actors in the veterinary medicine supply chain. So as I said, our objective is to have a centralized database from where alerts can be generated and shared with the specific member countries and also our partners in our efforts to identify and help the fight against substandard and falsified medicines. We also are looking at the information and data collected through that piloting project to be used by expert groups within the organization, bringing together the other stakeholders we work with in this work, being the marketing authorization holders for pharmaceutical products, international organizations, veterinary associations, regulatory bodies, the wholesale and distributors, including the customs agencies, to be able to develop guidelines that would be used to support the work in the member countries. We also want to have, we also want to use that information to guide the processes of how member countries can go about implementing post-market surveillance systems for veterinary medicinal products. At the same time, we realize we cannot go far if we do not have laboratories that are well equipped to be part of the surveillance system where this quality can be ascertained. And therefore, a regional network of laboratories that can feed into this process would be identified, and efforts are on way to make this a reality. So having done the first three parts, we envisage to have guidelines and tools that will be used by the member countries for field level surveillance for substandard and falsified antimicrobials that are used in animals. Currently, we have a website on the main WOA website where the activities that have been undertaken so far have been recorded, and the member countries can visit the website and find the information. This website also holds the reporting forms that the pilot countries have been using to report. We have 3 types of reporting form which are differentiated in terms of color. We have the baseline reporting form. When the countries get into this pilot project, there's the baseline information that needs to be availed. So this is done through a blue form where countries provide their baseline data. At the same time, there's the immediate notification form, which countries fill when there's a notification that has happened within any time period. So this is immediate. It doesn't have to wait for a time frame. Whenever the regulatory authorities have access to this information, they're expected to share it with the team at the headquarters that handle substandard and falsified medicine used in veterinary practice. We also have a monthly report that is used by a pink form. The immediate notification was a green form, and then a pink form that has a monthly declaration of the cases that have been identified within a month. Ideally, we envisage to have an open access platform for the WOA alerts. As I said, with guidance from the WOA headquarter substandard and falsified veterinary products team, we are going to be able to set up an expert group which will be able to access the information from the open system to help us develop these guidelines that we want to. And at the same time, this database will serve as a repository for the public on the database for veterinary medicinal products that have been reported to be substandard and falsified. And also at the same time, it will be a place where we can network with colleagues and also interact with the data to everybody or all the concerned parties that will have been given access to such a database. So from the pilot study already undertaken, we realized that 42 member states of WOA enrolled. And as you can see, Africa was not doing badly, and we had a 43% reporting already on the pilot project from Africa. And therefore, in the next 3 years, we are looking forward to increase the enrollment for the WOA member countries. But as of now, we can see the participation of the enrolled 42 member countries has been stable. Like the information is being provided at a baseline level, but we hope that it will increase with more countries joining to report in the system. And the first phase has been for scoping, to know how much data we are going to look for, how many sources of data, and how far can we share this data? What are the reporting timelines? Do we have laws in our countries, our regulatory systems and IT to enable this system to take off as we want? So from the results of the preliminary pilot study, we are seeing that countries are cooperating, but we need more cooperation. As we go forward, we realize that countries have structures in place for registration and authorization of this veterinary product, as well as systems for surveillance. And they also could have a database at the country level, but some need to be strengthened or improved. We realize there's need for a surveillance system for the veterinary products where the laboratories would be part of this, and not all countries have the laboratory structure for having that happen. And therefore, a regional approach to that is in discussion, where member countries that belong to a certain region might use a certain laboratory as a reference for this, and also to be able to improve on the traceability system for veterinary medicinal products. So from the data already received, we have noted that we have substandard and falsified medicines that comprise of antiparasitics, antimicrobials, cosmetics, and vaccines, and also vitamins, minerals, and supplements in those various percentages. And this information has been captured through the authorized sellers. 6 of them came from authorized sell outlets. There's one outlet that was virtual or an online sales platform. Others have been reported at the border control points and from the farm. Why these medicines were identified as substandard and falsified, it's because through the routine inspection and surveillance, they were not found to meet the requisite requirement. Either they had unusual packaging, or the detection from the external sources picked them out as having been substandard and falsified. Maybe the companies, and also just from the labeling on the packaging, they say it was not what the company has sent out, and therefore singled out as suspects. From those results also, this is from January to October 2023, we have 4 incidences that have been reported, and only all the 4 were confirmed to be substandard. For the falsified, 9 were reported, but 6 confirmed. 10 were unregistered, but then among the 10 unregistered incidences, 3 were confirmed to be substandard. Giving us a total of 25 incidences, in which a total number of 55 products were reported and either confirmed or suspected. So I have also an example of an alert system for the substandard and falsified medicines for the period of 2023 and 2022. So from the blue table, you realize that only 1 entry appears as part of the substandard and falsified reports, but this one was actually a report to test the system. So it was not a report from the member countries. But then we have grown from not having a report to having 4 reports between January and October this year. But for all those reported, only 4 have been validated and published, but then we have 9 alerts that are pending validation before publication. So the current challenges within the organization is understanding the scope for the project, because as you go on, you realize there are more variables and more other partners and more other considerations that need to be taken on board. And then there's been a potential of subestimation of the problem for veterinary medicinal products, since reports have not been forthcoming or have not been part of the veterinary services and the stakeholders within the veterinary services or service providers. But now with the awareness that WOA is also taking up this work, we have seen the willingness between the ministries of agriculture and the Ministry of Health that are now collaborating to provide this information. We've had delays in confirming whether a reported product is substandard or falsified, pending engagement with the marketing authorization holders. And also there are issues of confidentiality and data sharing, because this also has a reputational risk for the companies involved in the products. So we are trying to harmonize our way of doing work, first with making collaboration with our quadripartite partner who already has structures that are working, so that we build up a system that will be credible and will give us the result we are looking for. We also are looking at working closely with the member countries, with other organizations and associations to get data that will form our database that is already up on antimicrobial use and also for the performance of veterinary services. And we also hope to have this platform where for reporting of antimicrobial substandard and falsified medicine, being able to be put in an application that can be accessible on phones, where reporting will be made easier at the point of where the incident occurs. So we said we are looking at support from expert groups, the information to be collected and to inform development of guidelines on post-marketing surveillance. The importance of sustainable regional laboratory networks cannot be underscored, and that we need guidelines and tools for field level surveillance. So how have we been seeing the opportunities for dissemination of this information and creating awareness on the plans in the organization? We've done these through workshops and training seminars, mostly training for the focal points for veterinary products under the WOA system, and also collaborating with other quadripartite partners. As you can see, this year in May, we had the first joint, the Global Joint Summit for Human and Veterinary Medicine Regulatory Authorities to preserve antimicrobials. And also we used the 30th General Session of the World Assembly of Delegates, which is a WOA platform for all the member countries to have this information out. And we continue working with all the partners and collaborators in this work, because we know we need to have a credible information and alert system that we can all plug on, and we need collaboration from the different partners that can help us make this a realization. So in conclusion, I have 3 take-home messages: that we still see big gaps in knowledge in the prevalence of substandard and falsified medicinal products in animal health. And this to us is very concerning. We need to bridge in and reduce those gaps, and therefore to improve the health of the animals and improve our treatment options with efficacious medicine. And that WOA is set to continue its collaborative work with WHO to realize the WOA Global Information and Alert System for substandard and falsified veterinary products. While doing this, we know communication and collaboration at the country level between the Ministries of Health and the Ministries of Agriculture must be strengthened, must talk the same language in a One Health approach to be able to realize the reporting from the country level, so that, as I said, we need credible evidence from member countries to inform policy at the global level. So we also currently we have members that are volunteering. These are WOA member countries that are volunteering in the pilot project. We hope with this awareness and creation on the substandard and falsified medicine within animal health, more countries will be willing to come up and be part of the pilot system, and also start testing this system in the pilot stage, such that when we roll out the project, at the system at the end of the project, we'll all be on the same page on reporting and using the system effectively, because it's only when members are part of the system that we can even troubleshoot and even consult with our other stakeholders on what is reported on the WOA system for validation. With this, I want to thank you and hope that questions will come later during the Q&A. Thank you. At this juncture, I want to invite, my colleague, Dr. Zivanai Makoni. He will introduce himself and give us a presentation on the experience of Zimbabwe in tackling substandard and falsified medicines.
Good afternoon. Allow me to say all protocols observed. This afternoon, I would be sharing with you our journey so far with regards to substandard and falsified medicine. our agency, as the Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe, is responsible for regulation of both human and veterinary medicines. You will notice that this presentation is skewed towards the veterinary medicines for the obvious reasons that we have been able to detect SF medicines, or rather substandard and falsified medicines. The greater part of them coming from the veterinary sector. We do have a robust system of notification, which is spearheaded by WHO when we do come across substandard and falsified human medicines. So the question is, do we have substandard and falsified medicines in Zimbabwe? The picture there is depicting something that we incurred. The picture on the left side is the original product of a acaricide that is used to prevent or to kill ticks in prevention of tick-borne diseases in cattle and in livestock. And the one on the right is showing the falsified medicine. I think from this picture, you are able to see the extent to which the counterfeit medicine has actually grown in time in trying to almost imitate the approved products. So this problem is real. So the picture on the right there, the manufacturer analyzed these products when they observed them in the market, and it was said to say there was no active ingredient in killing ticks. So you can imagine the economic impact to that occurring. So the presentation will follow the agenda depicted. All we are trying to do in this presentation is to give you the hands-on activities that have been happening with regards to SF medicines. So our role as an authority is to ensure that medical products that are available are safe, effective, and of good quality, thereby protecting the public and animal health. So we do this by ensuring that we do effective assessments of medicinal products that are to be marketed in Zimbabwe. We also conduct GMP inspections to the sites that manufacture medicines, as well as conduct lab analysis or quality control of these medicines. And of course, also invest in PMS and pharmacovigilance activities. So with regards to the SF medicines, I think the first step that the authority did was to align the legislation in line with the WHO GBT, the global benchmarking tool, and our current legislation had a void with respect to counterfeit medicines, or rather referred to as substandard and falsified medicines. So we did not have any provisions in the legislation that spoke to that effect, or penalties or activities that the authority would then conduct when we do observe substandard and falsified medicine. So the first step that we did was to review the Medical Products and Allied Substances Control Bill. What we do have is the Medicines and Allied Control Act, which does not have comprehensive provisions with regards to how substandards and falsified medicines should be dealt with. So we included these provisions for SF medical products and the penalties into the bill, and this bill would be under discussion at this 10th Parliament, which is just opened. So we were fortunate, I think Dr. Marsha talked about resource mobilization. One of the most resource that we we then were able to pull some funds from was the MTPF fund. And this MTPF fund with regards to MCAZ was to capacitate the authority to be able to conduct a supply chain mapping for the distribution of human and veterinary medicines, including those that are the cross-border trade, looking at the fact that we do have porous borders, particularly those on the north, as well as the supply chain with regards to SF medicines. So in this MTPF fund, it was to a tune of 1 million, and about over 100,000 was focused on capacitating MCAZ to then conduct this SF medicine mapping. And I will speak to that effect in the following slides. So in these exercises, we were working with FAO, WOA, and WHO. So the mapping exercise makes use of technology where we make use of the portable handheld devices in the field to detect the SF medicines. So the plan was that we make use of Raman spectrophotometers and the near-infrared spectrophotometers in the identification processes. And so to speak, what we do have at MCAZ is the Raman spectrophotometers. And the bulk of this year, we have been investing our time in trying to procure the near-infrared spectrophotometers. But we had a delay in the initiation of this program. Why? Because we could not procure the near-infrared spectrophotometers because of the funding issue, which went over our budget. But, and again, WHO then came in, and we are happy to say that we are in the process of engaging the manufacturers and doing certain demos for examples of near-infrared spectrophotometers that we could be using. The picture there shows the handheld device, the near-infrared spectrophotometer that we intend to procure in the SF identification program. So what we have done in terms of the update is that we were able to conduct a SF sensitization meeting with our stakeholders, which included law enforcers, the Port Health, Customs, our parent ministries of health, the Department of Veterinary Services, as well as our pharmaceutical industry. So we have focused the trainings for use of this handheld devices in Q1 of 2024 going forward, when we finally procure the handheld devices. So as OIE or WOA has been presenting prior to my presentation, we are also part of the WOA SF detection pilot phase, where we are in the phase 2 of this pilot phase. The first one was sort of like manual, where we had to notify the WOA of any incidences of SF that would have detected. And as Dr. Loyola has indicated, we have gone on SharePoint. So what we do is when we identify any substandard and falsified medicines, we complete the immediate notification form. The baseline form is sort of automatically completed as when you do progressive or continuous notification using the same email, the same profile, it's automatically completed. So we notify in the absence of any SF within that month, we declare the absence of SF to WOA, so that we declare that we didn't encounter any. So in 2023, An update of SFs that we have identified was about 10. And of course, they were happening repeatedly in certain months that you would identify the same product, but at different places. So this is the update. I think you have seen the slides that were shared by OWA with respect to the number of SFs that were identified globally. So of course, the presence of substandard falsified VMPs have got its consequences that were highlighted this moment, and I cannot emphasize the impact on the antimicrobial resistance due to exposure to subtherapeutic, substandard and falsified or illegal products, and the huge economic losses that do happen with regards to that. If we look at the picture there, those are actual samples that we picked in the market. The first one there, where there are many products, is pointing out to the existence of the skin lightening creams that are available in the market that will not be authorized by the Medicines and Control Authority of Zimbabwe. The one which shows the ESB3, that's an antimicrobial. So that's a substandard and falsified medicine sample that we picked out in the market. Those were not analyzed, but of course, the manufacturer who manufactures the ESB3, that's not the packaging that is being used on the market. So we had every right to pick that sample and retrieve it from the market and confiscate it. The one below, ESB3, looks almost exactly as the one manufactured by Novartis. But safe to say that this sample was brought up by the local agent for Novartis, indicating that the sample had no active ingredient with respect to the active ingredient for ESB3, which is sulfur chloropyrazine. And then Triatix there, that's not the original bottle. And again, the sample did not have the active ingredient for the deep chemicals that it intended to work against. So in summary, our project where we are is that we intend to procure the other part of the handheld devices, which is the near-infrared devices. And these will be used to detect the SF medicines. So if we are able to get these devices and initiate our SF detection program, this will actually help in strengthening of the post-marketing surveillance framework for MCAZ, as some of these devices also include detection as well as quantification of the active ingredients in the field, providing a lasting solution immediately in the field rather than waiting to expose the samples to the HPLCs, which is the conventional way of analyzing the active ingredient. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makoni. That brings us to the end of our presentations for this session. We apologize, our fourth presenter, Dr. Rashid, was not able to join. He tried several times and he just couldn't. So maybe in the future programs, he might get the opportunity to present again. So from Dr. Makoni's presentations, we've learned the importance of the national involvement in the process of reporting or contributing to the global data on substandard and falsified medicines. We have also seen the importance of having structures that allow you to be able to monitor and report substandard and falsified medicines at the country. He talked about the need for them to review their legislation so that it can capture that activity and therefore be able to give them the legal backing that they need as a country as they engage in this process. He also highlighted the importance of funding, because this is activity that requires money, the testing requires money, the equipment that is used in the field to detect the products would also require a budget. And therefore, thanks to the AMR Multi-Partner Trust Fund, Zimbabwe has been able to buy gadgets, and during the pilot phase, they are detecting the substandard and falsified medicine. And this has also enabled them, as part of the WOA volunteer member countries, to submit the data that they collect at the country level that contributes to that global information system that is being developed. So this is encouraging, and now I would want to open the floor for questions on the three presentations that have been asked. Yes, Dr. Vakuru.
Thanks to the presenters. I think they did a good job. It was very informative papers. We missed one, as you said, probably would get the papers circulated. I have two questions and a comment. The first one is the medical alert system in the WHO. I'm just wondering, does that speak to any alert system within WAHA, or is that an independent system at the lowest level? If it doesn't, I think the quadripartite organizations should make a deliberate effort for that system to speak to each other. And the reason for that is not far-fetched. We had speakers yesterday saying that the antimicrobials used in animals are also used in humans. And so if there is a system on the field that is of critical control area for us, and the system does not speak to parallel system, another system within WAHA, then there is a gap. With 52% prevalence of substandard medicine, that's a disaster. And you would all agree with me that Africa is at the receiving end. So one would be in a position to suggest that the entire countries in Africa should have been part of the pilot scheme of WAHA in the first instance. We are talking about something that endangers life, renders effort into agriculture useless, making productivity suboptimal, and increasing the crisis of food insecurity and nutritional insecurity. So such a danger or hazard should not be handled through a voluntary insinuation. It will be something that should be taken as a program. And I think when we do it that way, we'll be able to hit the nail on the head. So making it voluntary implies that the force behind, the focus will be lost and diluted. My second question is that there are substandards in the market. Those substandards are identified. Then what next? It does not go down well with me personally that a producer of a substandard should be protected in terms of confidentiality and because of risk of reputational issues. That person does not have any reputation anymore. He is a great hazard to the system. He's destroying lives. He's rendering investments unprofitable. So why do we have to protect him or her? I would rather suggest that after those products are identified, they should be traced to the source. And that person's company should be labeled to red. And the global community should descend on that person to recall all his fake products from our communities. Why do you have to protect a criminal? He does not have anything to be protected for. And lastly, I like the idea of having regional labs. However, I would suggest further that where we have research institutions, especially veterinary teaching hospitals, that can host this special laboratory on antimicrobials, we should look into that as well. Instead of putting our egg in one basket, and I think it will be good for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bakuru. Yes, Dr. Magona.
Yeah, thank you. I think what excited me most is the tracking of the falsified, especially the veterinary drugs in Zimbabwe. Thank you for that great work. Now, the previous speaker has, I think, asked part of the question. Now, if it is traced that the falsified drugs are smuggled across, or there's a smuggling gang that is involving many regional countries that are smuggling these falsified drugs, I wonder whether there is a system put in place for a number of countries affected by this kind of smuggling gang, so that it is traced and it is handled as a regional issue. If, for example, the manufacturing plant for these falsified drugs is, for example, in Botswana, and the market for distribution of these fake products is in Zimbabwe or is in Zambia, there must be like a SADC system. The SADC region should have a system whereby they should be a way of identifying and tracking and eliminating that system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Mark has his hand up. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. I just want to also take cue from the previous speakers to congratulate the panelists for a robust discussion on this important topic. I just want to take cue from the observations they've made. And I was just wondering, the three speakers have been using the words substandard and falsified like they're one. But from their presentations also, you can see there's clear difference between the two. Substandard is what Dr. Makoni, I think in his presentation, showed us of the various products and how they were differing from each other. So I was just wondering, seems like there is an easier way in which we can start identifying these substandard products, like what Dr. Magona is saying and what the CVO from Nigeria is saying. How can we popularize this simple approach of doing visual inspection of these products? Because that can be the first line of defense. In the guidelines that both WOHA and WHO have outlined for the issues of detection, are there clear guidelines on how visual inspection of these products can be done, because it seems to me this is one of the low-hanging fruits that we can clearly popularize, and it can be the first line of screening to identify these substandard products. Then we can now go to the second phase of identifying whether they meet also the criteria for being falsified, because definitely if we find that they are substandard, then we are almost clear, almost to 100% certainty that they will be falsified. Since also, as Dr. Makoni said, the technology of having a definitive confirmation of whether most of these products are falsified are expensive, like the HPLC that talks about, and also the handheld devices, which are also coming, which are also not so cheap. So to me, I think moving forward, one of the approaches, especially within the low median income countries, is how well can we popularize this easier way of detecting these substandard medicines, and how can we cascade this to the guys of the foot soldiers on the ground, so that they can easily be able to say, this triatics from this company is substandard as compared to the original product, with a clear way on how they can identify this. Because these guys who are putting these products in the market, Bana CVO, some of them are faceless. You might not even know who they are. And so sometimes even recalling this product, because they are trying to mimic the original product by a well-established or a company that is actually producing quality and good products in the market, but they're trying to mimic this company to put in some products. Some of them will contain even toxic elements. Sometimes they contain starch, chalk, whatever they can contain. So it's a very complex issue, but I think, to me, starting from doing visual inspection will actually be an easier way to start by identifying some of these products in the market. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ndahi, I will close the first round of questions and then they can be answered because we are short of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my own question is also a rider to the last speaker concerning, the mobile handheld device. It's a really expensive device. And so how feasible is it for someone to have that and then move around the country trying to detect falsified or substandard products? So another phase to that is it possible to do the surveillance and then pick out those that we are suspecting and then send to the labs, maybe by strengthening the laboratories so that samples can be taken to the labs for confirmation? Another question is with regards to the legislation that you talked about, Dr. Makoni. I am not sure if I heard clearly, but then the legislation, does it cover for veterinary medicinal products and human medicinal products, or is it just for the veterinary medicinal products? And when you go out, do you look out for the veterinary medicinal products alone or alongside the human medicinal products? And then the last question is to Jane. When you made your presentation, I see that in one of the charts, there's a difference between the antimicrobials and the antiparasitics. Then there's another part that talks about antimicrobial and antiparasitic. So I would like to know why this segregation, please. Thank you.
Since I have the mic, I'll go first. And I'll start with the last question. The different categorization of what was reported is because of the combination formulations that come in the countries where the molecules have been reported. So the data just shows what was received from countries. It cannot be modified. And I agree with Dr. Vakuru. We are not supposed to be protecting the wrongdoers. But then at the same time, there's a responsibility of the market authorization holder. Once a complaint has been made of a product from their manufacturing that does not meet quality, the requirement is that they need to recall it from the market. So it's a matter of having the engagement of the relevant stakeholders to make sure that these procedures are actually followed. And then when you asked if the medical alert system in WHO and WOA is related or different, remember the WHO system has already been in existence for quite some time. WOA is trying to come up with a system, and we are working collaboratively with WHO in making the system to collect data in animal health as good as the one that is human health. Because you remember some of the antimicrobials that are used and some of the veterinary medicinal products used in animals are not used in human beings. So the system could be relatable or interoperable, but one of them might have differences in the different molecules that will be there that might not be in use in one of the systems. So the collaboration and partnership is actually going on even during the piloting phase. And you say it should not be voluntary. We had to start from somewhere. We had no system in place. So this is the first attempt of developing a system. And before a system can be foolproof to be used, you have to test it. So we're actually in the phase of testing it as we build it before we can roll it out for everybody and make it mandatory for member countries to report. But those are just steps towards the greater objective of having an alert system where substandard and falsified veterinary medicinal products can be reported. Yeah, and I liked your suggestions about having the hospitals being part of the reporting system before we get to the regional lab. That is a good suggestion. The regional aspect came in because we realized not all countries would have the capability of having equipped labs that can be maintained to run such a process so that they can have a place to plug in even when in their own countries do not have the facility. But this is work in progress. So as we build the system and as we go along, we know we'll pick up best practices that have already been assured and also try and leverage on what else can help us in our cause to have the objective achieved. And with those few remarks, I'll ask Dr. Makoni to respond to his bit.
Okay, thank you, and afternoon once again. So I will speak with reference to the SF mapping exercise. The idea is to ensure that we have regulatory systems strengthening. Part of what is lacking for low and medium income countries is a robust post-marketing surveillance system. So yes, to respond to you, sir, with respect to whether at regional level, we have had discussions with relevance to the SF identification and notifying the public. Yes, these discussions are ongoing, but you can reckon that in the SADC, there is what is called the Zazibona Harmonization Initiative. This initiative, the first parts is actually very stronger in human medicines. And the first parts have been joint assessment and joint inspections of the facilities, and not so much on PMS and pharmacovigilance systems. In the veterinary sector, we have established a platform where I was chairing in the past years. And the platform is still there, but has not started jointly assessing products. So when WOA, I brought about the SF identification pilot system, there were discussions to whether we notify the region publicly or not. And some countries are of the feeling that this might jeopardize trade relations. But as explained by WOA today, we have certain contact persons who have access to who is falsifying the medicines. And I agree that these people should actually be exposed. But as you have seen in my presentation, as the regulatory authority, we can share these products as they do happen in our market. And at our websites, at some point in time, we've been putting these alerts so that we notify the public with relevance to the existence of these substandard and falsified medical products. Coming to Dr. Obonyo's question, yes, there is a difference between substandard and falsified medicines. Substandard medicines can actually come from an approved site. These medicines might, for example, have assay which is below or outside of the expected assay limits for release, and these products might be released into the into the medicine supply chain. And as the regulator, what we are saying, we should be able to pick these products when they are distributed. And with regards to falsified medicines, actually these are falsified for the intention of falsification. Most falsified medicines do not actually contain the active ingredients. And these are what we used to call the counterfeiters. And I am aware that WHO has shifted from calling these counterfeited medicines to substandard and falsified medicines. And there is a guideline which is available, which distinguishes what is a falsified medicine, what is a substandard medicine. Coming to the question whether the legislation was deficient with respect to substandard and falsified medicines on the veterinary sector or on the human sector. Our agency, the Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe, is enacted by an act of parliament, which is the Medicines and Allied Substances Control Act. So this act covers both human and veterinary medicines. So it's safe to say that for both human and veterinary medicines, we did not have provisions with regards to actions that should be taken when substandard and falsified medicines are observed or identified within the medicine supply chain. But not to say that we were not fully addressing this issue. We had guidelines, we have soft legislation that we use when we come across these medicines. So we do confiscate and we do conduct public awareness sessions where we actually sensitize our public or publish the substandard medicines on our website. But the problem was that this was not covered within the legislation. And because of the WHO global benchmarking to strengthen regulatory systems, we have taken advantage of that platform to be able to include that in our draft legislation, which is the draft bill, which is before the parliament in this session. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Makoni. We would have loved to continue with this discussion, but the time is not on our side. For the questions in the chat, we'll respond to them within the chat. And we just want to reiterate the gravity of having the substandard and falsified medicine circulating, and to show that this work is done in collaboration with Interpol at the global level, and at the country level, there's need to involve our security forces. Therefore, we have to apprehend the wrongdoers and justice should be done. Thank you so much. And at this point, I want to invite Dr. Mohammed to take us through the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane. So our next session First of all, apologies that we took some time, and this session was supposed to be a little bit earlier. So we have delayed your lunch until 2:30. So apologies for that. So our session for this afternoon will be on public-private partnership, and there will be 2 expert presentations, and then after that we'll have a short panel discussion. So I would like to introduce our panelists to the podium. So I'll start with Dr. Tinashe Hodobo from Veterinary Research Department of the Department of Agriculture, who will join us, and also Dr. Tinashe is an AMR One Health Secretariat secondee from the Ministry of Health, responsible for animal health. And also we have Dr. Mashe. So he's also from the human health sector and also the AMR MPTF coordinator. And we have Mr. Tafatswa Charambira. I'm sorry for the pronunciation, also from poultry farming. And Dr. Mildred Chumba from Veterinary Pharmaceutical Animal Health Industry Committee, and Dr. Samuel Siswa, a veterinary research officer from the Department of Agriculture. So welcome. Welcome to the podium, and apologies for the pronunciation. So this session is about public-private partnership, which is defined as a joint approach in which the public and private sector agree to responsibilities and share resources and risks to achieve common objectives that deliver benefits in a sustainable manner. We have with us online 2 experts who will be delivering 2 presentations on the topic. So I will start with the first presentation, which will be on WUA's initiatives on building partnership capacities of public and private stakeholders in veterinary domain. And this presentation will be delivered by Dr. Rahul Srivastrava, who is part of the capacity building department of WUA in Paris at our headquarters. So Dr. Rahul, welcome to join us in this webinar, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mohammed. Can you hear me, and my screen is visible?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you very much. So good morning, good noon, everyone. I'm really delighted to be part of this 5th World Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week, Africa Continental Commemoration in Harare. And as Mohammed described about the WAS initiative, I'll focus on 2 parts. First, how PPPs can be helpful to contain antimicrobial resistance, as well as how we are building partnership capacities of the stakeholders. And when we are saying stakeholders, it's covered public and private both. So let's start this discussion with this first information. I think we all know the gravity of this AMR, which is a global threat, and the number like 1.27 million human deaths in a year shows the gravity of the situation. And that's why we highlight and we emphasize on this, that we must all be part of solution. And whenever we are highlighting we doesn't mean only one sector, it covers both public and private both. And in this, if you look at it, the entire value chain of antimicrobial and who does what, you will realize that there are antimicrobial manufacturers, there are retailers who are supplying products, there are feed manufacturers, and I'm really happy to have panelists here today who are coming from this background, because we have representation from poultry farmers. So if you look at these 3 elements of antimicrobial manufacturer, feed manufacturer, supplier, retail chain, or farmer producer organizations or farmers or service delivery, veterinary service delivery, be it veterinarian or paraprofessionals, they are primarily belong to the private sector. And if you look at the regulatory aspect of this, or veterinary authority of any country, they highlight the public aspect of this entire veterinary service system in any given country. So if we wish to contain this problem of AMR, we need to work together. And when we say, okay, we need to work together, what are the areas where can we work together, and how can this joint efforts will contain antimicrobial resistance? So in next couple of slides, you will see I just compiled some of the views where you can see like we can improve the awareness and understanding of antimicrobial resistance through effective communication, education, and training. And this can be done with very good coordination among all these stakeholders for creating public awareness. So it means like the consumers, the producers, the channel partners, everyone can be sensitized with this. And if we move further, we can strengthen the knowledge and evidence base through surveillance and research. And here I would like to highlight one very important point, especially whenever we are talking about public-private partnerships. So private sectors, which primarily include all these companies or producers or private service providers, be it vets or paraprofessionals, they should share the antimicrobial use data to support National Veterinary Authority to strengthen the national laboratory capacities for effective surveillance. Because it's if we will not share the data, it will definitely pose a kind of big challenge for the authorities to deal with this problem, and it will affect everyone. So this is also a very important area. And if you move to the next level, like how to reduce incidence of infections with effective sanitation, hygiene, and infection prevention measure, in that also, if we can implement VOA international standards, what we publish through our terrestrial and aquatic animal health code, we can minimize infection and we can contain antimicrobial resistance. I'm moving next because I understand you all are late, so I'll not take too much of your time. But this is also a very important point, that we can optimize the use of antimicrobial medicine in terrestrial and aquatic animal health. And how can we do it? With proper diagnosis. And for efficient diagnosis, we need low-cost tools, efficient tools, which can be used at grassroots level, antimicrobial sensitivity testing at the point of care, and dispensing the product. So this is very important thing to optimize the use of antimicrobial and to avoid unjudicial use of antimicrobials. So this is also important points. And I'm going to the last, I think, where we can highlight to develop new medicine, diagnostic tools, vaccines, and other interventions. And how can we do it? With the various public-private partnerships, which is already happening, and create new such partnerships to strengthen research and development, to develop kind of innovative ideas, new products, financing research in different countries, geographies, and encouraging investment and access to new antimicrobial products. So these are some of the points. So in summary, if you see, there are lots of public-private opportunities where we can come together and work to contain antimicrobial resistance. So this with this section, you can understand there are areas and how we are building partnership capacities. So you must be aware about our PBS pathway, which is the flagship capacity building program from VOA. We have added a public-private partnership as a targeted support. So any member, VOA member is interested in this targeted support, they can approach VOA, and we will assist them and help them in building their capacity on public-private partnerships. Most notably, we came forward with the guideline, which is applicable for everyone, be it a highest authority like policymakers, like minister or executive leaders, or the implementation leader at the grassroots level. And with e-learning modules, we are also helping any interested person who would like to know about public-private partnerships, how can they use this and strengthen veterinary services. They can access our e-learning courses, which is free of cost and open access. And last year we launched a kind of database, which is it's a VOA PPP database, open access collaborative database. And I would like to take a few moments on this because it is a open access collaborative database where we have compiled stories, more than 100 stories from different parts of world, and you can search any PPP story if you are interested in any particular species or any theme or any country, and you can find the benefits, challenges, as well as like what are the impact have been created by these PPPs. So the sole idea of having this database is to encourage cross-fertilization of ideas. If something is happening in one region, how other region can get inspiration from the successful PPPs in other parts of world and use in the local context. So it's open to everyone, and you can also share your views and your ideas to this PPP database. If you have some successful story, I invite you to please share your story. And if you're interested, you can learn it, and it's open access. You can easily access this database. And in this database, you'll find that the different areas, starting from animal disease control to productivity enhancement to capacity building, and even AMR control is also there. So I'm just taking few examples from this database, like Eco-Antibio from France, Target Task Force from the United Kingdom, and how industry has used public-private partnerships to especially in dairy sector, how they used to minimize the antimicrobial use, and how they are effectively working for in containing AMR issues. And I think the next presentation is from a country. Then Dr. David will highlight how they did it. So with this, I'll stop my presentation, and I'll be happy to address your questions later. And I'm really happy that organizations manage this panelists who are coming from different background, and I'm hoping we'll have good interactions in panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Rahul, for taking us through the WUA initiative on building partnership capacities. And we have with us also online Dr. David Graham, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Animal Health Ireland. And he will be speaking to us about the effective and sustained partnerships between public and private entities imperative in the fight against AMR. Welcome, Dr. David Graham.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I just check that my slides are in the correct orientation for you?
Yes, we can hear you, and the slide is clear.
Perfect, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation to participate in this meeting as part of your wider activities in support of World Antimicrobial Awareness Week, and to tell you something about Animal Health Ireland as a public-private partnership and how our activities support the fight against AMR in Ireland. I haven't personally had the pleasure of visiting Zimbabwe, and I suspect that not many of you have been to Ireland either, although certainly on behalf of AHI, we'd be very happy to host you if you wish to come. But as you can see from the map here, we are, if I can just pick up a pointer, so you can see we are the most westerly country in Europe, a relatively small island. You can see in the larger picture on the right here that we are very green, signifying a lot of rain, but also a lot of grass-based pasture. And therefore, it's not a surprise, perhaps, that firstly, that we have a large cattle sector, which is pasture-based, and as a result has a highly seasonal calving pattern, really, that seeks to follow the grass growth curve through the year to maximize the contribution of grass to diets. But I think despite our different geographies, our industries do have some common factors. So large cattle sectors, approximately 6.5 million in Ireland. I think in both countries, agriculture is a major part of the economies, making significant contribution both to GDP and to export. Returning to the organisation itself, Animal Health Ireland, obviously we function as a public-private partnership with a range of private sector stakeholders drawn from 4 groups here, so dairy and beef processors, AI companies, and professional advisory and support services. And then on the public side, we work in partnership with government, primarily the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine, but also a number of other state agencies. And we receive both our funding and our direction in terms of the conditions that we should be addressing through ongoing dialogue with our stakeholders. And our mission is to contribute to an economically, socially and environmentally sustainable farming and agri-food sector through improved animal health and welfare. And we consider that addressing AMR is a key element of social sustainability, affecting as it does both humans and animals, and indeed the environment, and is an increasingly important element of our programs and activities. And before going on to give you a brief overview of some of these, it's important to note that they take place in a wider context, or the wider context of 2 multi-year Irish national action plans on AMR, commonly referred to as INAP 1 through to 2020, and then the current plan INAP 2 through to 2025. And within these, AHI assigned either leading or supporting roles against a broad range of actions. And as you will see then in the remaining slides, these focus on improving animal health and welfare with a resulting reduction in antimicrobial usage and therefore in antimicrobial resistance. And in terms of structure, INAP adopts a One Health approach. So we have a national interdepartmental AMR consultative committee, which is overseen by both departments of Agriculture and Health, along with the Environmental Protection Agency. And then sitting below the consultative committee, we have a specific Animal Health Implementation Committee, which addresses veterinary measures. So returning to AHI, Animal Health Ireland, our remit is wide in terms of both production sectors and diseases. But you can see listed here then our key programs and activities, the majority of which then are in the cattle sector, with an additional program, our Pig Health Check program, which is obviously focused on the pig sector. And on the remaining slides then I will briefly indicate how these, or some of these at least, are delivering improved animal health and reduced antimicrobial usage. So the first program to mention is a national BVD eradication program, which is based on tissue tag testing of all 2.4 million calves born each year to identify and remove those calves which are which are considered to be persistently infected with BVD virus. And you can see here, these maps show the distribution and prevalence of BVD positive calves in 2013 when the program started on the left, and then the position to date in 2023 on the right, highlighting the progress that has been made. So in 2013, more than 11% of all breeding herds, some 65,000 herds, returned positive results, with this reduced to fewer than 240 currently for 2023. And indeed, one district or county has been completely free for the past 2 years. And taking those results in the context of the entire national cattle population, the prevalence of animals with positive results in 2023 is 0.006% only. And obviously, persistently infected calves are highly efficient transmitters of BVD virus to in-contact animals, and the resulting transient infection is recognised as being immunosuppressive and associated then with increased levels of concurrent disease, and particularly of diarrhea and pneumonia. So the progress made toward eradication has almost completely eliminated this risk in Irish dairy and beef herds, and consequently the need to use antibiotics to treat affected cows. So a significant contribution in that area to addressing AMU, reducing AMU, and therefore AMR, and in addition, returning a significant economic benefit to the sector. So more broadly in terms of economic sustainability as well, and that net benefit estimated at €88 million for the current year. Moving on, our calf care programme is focused on generating best practice guidance across a range of disease and management challenges in calf rearing, and communicating these to farmers and vets. And you can see a number of the titles there, but the particular one, the core one is this in relation to colostrum, and highlighting in particular what we refer to as the 1, 2, 3 of colostrum management. So using colostrum from the first milking or the first feed, giving that within 2 hours of birth, and giving at least 3 litres. And the widespread adoption of this practice on dairy farms has contributed significantly to a reduction in dairy calf illness and death. And this has decreased from what was already a low value, 4.5% in 2016, to 3.5% in 2020, a reduction of some 18%. CellCheck is our national mastitis programme, and this has a series of industry-agreed targets to improve milk quality as expressed by somatic cell count. And the programme operates based on these 5 activities or principles. So building awareness, establishing best practice, evaluating change, setting goals, and building capacity. And it has seen a significant reduction in national somatic cell count over the past decade. And you can see that illustrated here, showing that over that period and slightly longer, the national SCC has decreased by almost 100,000, been relatively stable over this past number of years at 175, 180,000. And if we look beyond that to the individual herds, so some 2/3 of herds currently have an annual national SCC, this is for 2022, of below 200,000. And again, improved udder health, resulting in fewer cases of mastitis, is expected to require fewer intramammary tubes of antibiotic for treatment. However, one big challenge that the sector does have currently has been the need to move away from what we refer to as blanket dry cow therapy, whereby every cow receives dry cow mastitis tubes or antibiotic tubes at drying off. And while historically this has been standard practice, it is no longer permitted as a result of recent European legislation on veterinary medicinal products, which prohibit this type of prophylactic use and instead requires the adoption of a selective dry cow strategy, whereby only cows with evidence of infection at drying off should receive treatment. And this legislation is in support of a targeted 50% reduction in sales of antimicrobials for farmed animals and aquaculture in the European Union by 2030, relative to levels in 2018 as a baseline year. So as a result, in recent years, the CellCheck programme has really focused on developing and communicating resources and information for farmers and vets to assist them to safely make this transition. And one key way that we seek to monitor progress within the programme overall is by analysing sales data on mastitis tubes. So in black here, you can see a steady downward trend in the sale of in-lactation tubes, and that reflecting the reduction in national SCC. The figures here, I should say, are adjusted for changes in population size. And then in grey, following on behind that, we're just starting to see then a reduction in the levels of sales of dry cow tubes, as you see that transition to selective dry cow rather than blanket dry cow therapy. Equally encouraging is the recent decline from, you can see here, from 13% to 2.4% in the proportion of lactating cow tubes that contain antimicrobials that are assigned to category B by the European Medicines Agency. And those are the ones which should be restricted in order to protect their efficacy in humans and only being prescribed where antimicrobial susceptibility testing has indicated resistance to the lower category C and D antimicrobials. And if we look at the sale of dry cow intramammary tubes, we can see similar progress there as well over this past 2 years, from 10.7% down to only 3.7%. The final cattle program that I mentioned briefly addresses infectious bovine rhinotracheitis, or IBR, caused by bovine herpes virus 1. And AHI has undertaken extensive work on developing and modelling options for a national eradication program. And while this has not yet commenced, what we have seen has been a steady year-on-year increase in vaccine sales. So for 2021, over 3.1 million doses, predominantly of live vaccine being sold. And as I said earlier, that's for an overall population of some 6.5 million. So a high level, an increasing level of vaccination, that particularly in our dairy sector. But that, again, is aligned with this underlying principle within the Department of Agriculture's National Farmed Animal Health Strategy that I'm sure that we're all familiar with, that prevention is better than cure. But again, these increasing levels of vaccination contributing to reduced levels, particularly of respiratory disease, and consequently to reduced antimicrobial usage. And finally, just to mention our pig health check program and progress that has been made in reducing antimicrobial usage in this sector, which traditionally has had the highest levels of usage in Ireland relative to cattle, sheep, and poultry. And one of the 5 activities within Pig Health Check analyses farmer reported usage data and then feeds this back via a Pig Health Check database that farmers and their nominated private veterinary practitioners can access. And this provides them with a detailed breakdown of their usage, including according to the various AMU categories assigned by the European Medicines Agency, and benchmarks their performance then against the national picture. And while this has only been established for a relatively short period, you can see here the data for 236 farms, which is a significant proportion of the overall pig sector in Ireland, and using 2 slightly different metrics over the 3 years for which data are available, then we can see marked reductions in the level of usage there as well. So in conclusion, significant progress is being made in reducing antimicrobial usage within Irish agriculture as a result of the 2 national action plans. And as you can see here, these are data from HPRA, our regulatory authority. Total sales have shown a decrease over the past 2 years, falling from around 100 tonnes in total in 2020 to 76.5 tonnes in 2022. And I think this progress highlights the benefit of the private and public sectors working together. So while government can establish and communicate policy and strategy, it requires actors in the private sector, including public-private partnerships such as Animal Health Ireland, to translate this into meaningful progress, delivering improved health, reduced antimicrobial usage, and thereby combating the development of AMR. And while the focus of this presentation isn't AMU, AMR, social sustainability, I think it is also evident and worth highlighting that the improving animal health also contributes to the other 2 key elements of sustainability, so economic and environmental sustainability through improving profitability on the one hand, and on the other, the efficiency of production, and thereby reducing the emissions of greenhouse gases per unit of output, be that litre of milk, kilo of beef, etc. Excuse me. So just in conclusion, to thank you for your attention. If you are interested in any more information or in the resources that are available, I would refer you to our website in the first instance, or also you may contact me by email. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David, for taking us through the achievements and success of Animal Health Island, and also lessons learned from your experience that we might think to customize to our African continent perspective. Thank you very much. So Dr. Graham and Dr. Rahul has set the scene for us for our discussion. And now we have gone through the two presentations. So I'll direct the first question to Dr. Tinashe Hodobo, who, as I mentioned in the introduction, he's a veterinary research officer with the Department of Agriculture. And also at the same time, he's a member of the AMR One Health Secretariat of Zimbabwe. Dr. Tinashe, one of the success stories that has been discussed in different presentations during this WOW commemoration was the production of the Bolvac vaccine in Zimbabwe, which is to try and reduce the use of oxytetracycline in cattle for thalidomide. So please, can you just take us through how can advancements in vaccine technology contribute to combating AMR? And also within that response, what do you see the collaboration between different sectors, either government, industry, and healthcare providers would improve the sustainability of Bolvac vaccine in Zimbabwe? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. And I think like what you mentioned, vaccine production is critical to our efforts to fight antimicrobial resistance. Naturally, if we have effective vaccines, we're going to prevent establishment of infection in animals, and the need for the use of antibiotics will be reduced, and leading to the reduction of the use of antibiotics. So to come closer to the issue of the vaccine that has been produced is the Theileria parva vaccine. Theileriosis is a tick-borne disease, and it has been quite a challenge for a while in the country with some outbreaks, and like what you hinted, the use of antimicrobials also spikes, because you know the farmers also will be trying to find solutions to the challenge that they'll be facing. So it's a success story to talk about vaccine production and the production of Theileria parva vaccine. But I also have to mention the use of vaccines, not limiting it to this example, but also other kinds of vaccines that efforts have been made to make, like autogenous vaccines for mastitis. I know also that the Center of Vet Lab is also making the bovine wart vaccine, which is also a part of what we have been moving towards in fulfillment of our targets, even within the framework of our national action plans on antimicrobial resistance. We have strategic objective number 3, which looks at IPC, infection prevention and control, and biosecurity measures, and also strategic objective number 5, which looks at innovation, research and development, trying to come up with innovative solutions which and alternative to the use of antimicrobials. And this is one typical good example. And I think it's quite useful. Then in terms of how private public partnerships can be helpful, I think we also look at scaling up and sustaining the production. There is a need for that dialogue between the government and also the private sector in order for us to come up with ways of sustainable production of these alternative solutions, and also making them affordable, high quality, and available to the farming community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hadobo. Give him a round of applause, please. Our second question will be directed to Dr. Tafumane Mashe, who is from the human health side and has experience in laboratories, in surveillance, and now he's the AMR MPTF coordinator of the country. So Dr. Mashe, yesterday you mentioned different strategies that has been developed here in Zimbabwe and policies to combat AMR. And those policies that you have mentioned, so can you just tell us how can collaboration between different sectors, including government and industry and health providers, might improve the implementation of those strategies to combat AMR? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahamat, for an interesting question, which is focusing on how private partnership can help in combating AMR in Zimbabwe. Maybe I'll draw you to a few examples which we have so far. There's one activity which we are already working on, which is focusing on antimicrobial use in health facility. So there's already, I think if you have followed my presentation yesterday, we have discussed a grant which is currently running, which is called the ICAS grant, which is a Danish government grant, which is focused on antimicrobial use or promoting rational use of antimicrobials at facility level. So this is an initiative which is government owned, but working together with a private organization, which is supporting government to set up hospital therapeutic committees, to promote antimicrobial stewardship, and also even to promote use of treatment guidelines. So what's going to happen is we're also going to try to bring those treatment guidelines and produce more like working documents or simplified treatment information, so that even the clinicians, when they're in their surgeries, they can follow what are the treatment requirements for each disease. So there's great importance in working together as a community, as we have already had many speakers saying on this auditorium, that we cannot work alone in terms of antimicrobial resistance. We need everyone. Even if you check in terms of how medicines are used in the private sector, they also need for the government to work with them in the private sector, even apart from the private government partnership, which is even talking of other organizations, but within the private system, we have private surgeries, we have private hospitals. So whatever they are doing in these hospitals, government needs also to be aware. So you also need to involve these private players, which are also prescribing antibiotics to the community. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. So our third question goes to Dr. Tafadzwa. Mr. Tafadzwa Cherombira, who is the chairman of Harare Poultry Business Cooperative Company, and also Zimbabwe Poultry Association Harare chapter, small medium poultry producer, and also I understand also you are a farmer. So Mr. Tafadzwa, my question to you is how do you balance between the need for disease prevention in your poultry farming with reducing antimicrobial usage on your farm?
Thank you. As you have stated, I stand on behalf of small scale to medium scale farmers and the impact of their production in the nation. is growing daily. For an example, last year, there are about 67 to 70% of the gross poultry product in the nation produced in Zimbabwe and consumed was coming from small scale to medium scale producers. Therefore, we can't leave them out in such issues as this. We have been involved and we are part of the ICAS project in trying to control the use of antibiotics so that we help save and reduce AMR. Back to your question, first of all, it is always better to do the right things right from the onset. They say prevention is better than cure. So what we do as farmers in trying to balance and what we are advocating for, number one, is good biosecurity. Once you have a safe environment for the growth of your poultry or whatever animals, there will be less need to use a lot of antibiotics. Then number two, apart from good biosecurity, we encourage farmers, especially who do birds that do smaller cycles like broilers. We do all in, all out. That will help us to be in control and to be in charge of disease spreads and to make sure we use less of antibiotics. And where there is a need to use antibiotics, we always try our best to make sure we observe the withdrawal periods and all the encouraged regulations so that we do not have challenges of AMR. Basically, this is part of what we do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give our small and medium producers of poultry in Zimbabwe a round of applause. Thank you for that intervention. So my second question goes to Dr. Mildred Shumba, who is part of the Animal Health Industry Committee. That committee, I think it covers a lot of different sectors within the private sector, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you will give us just a 30-second introduction of the committee before I go to the question.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. The Animal Health Industry Committee is basically a group of it's a group of pharmaceutical manufacturers and distributors of medicines and vaccines in Zimbabwe. So that's basically who we are. And our role is promoting best practices in animal production by providing proper, safe, and effective medicines to the farmers.
Thank you very much. That was short and to the point. So what role does definitely to be that part of that committee, that means you have a company as well that is part of the yes. So what role does your company see itself playing in promoting responsible antimicrobial use among the veterinarians and the farmers?
Okay, thank you for that very important question. As Animal Health Industry Committee, we meet monthly, where we meet with Department of Veterinary Services, as well as the regulator, Medicines Control Authority of Zimbabwe. So the idea is to get a picture of the disease situation on the ground and what we can do as industry, what we can provide to the farmers. And as industry, right now, we are also very active in antimicrobial use, as well as the resistance issues, where we get information from the regulator and we immediately try and pick up how best we can assist to prevent resistance and to also ensure that proper usage is applied with regards to the use of antibiotics. As industry, especially the private sector, obviously the main focus is usually on profitability, but once we are aware of the antimicrobial resistance issues, we are also now looking at using alternative medicines, focusing more on on usage of vaccines and also biosecurity, where we are using chemicals to prevent and clean focusing on a clean environment, as opposed to using antibiotics as always the first line.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that contribution. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Dr. Samuel Siswa, you are a veterinary research officer with the Department of Veterinary Services at the Ministry of Agriculture, but you have also an extensive experience as a field veterinarian before becoming a researcher and as a clinician as well. So in your experience, what are the practical challenges faced in encouraging farmers to adopt alternative methods to antibiotics for disease prevention and control?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sida. I'm sure we all know that, due to maybe just giving a short background, due to the global increase in the human population, which is currently taking place, which has increased the global demand for animal protein. And this, of course, has led, as has been said yesterday, to the intensification, of production, which has increased the disease challenge experienced in the different livestock value chains, promptly leading to the increase use in antibiotics in the different, food animal producing subspecies. So, farmers, they are using these antibiotics, for various reasons. It's important just to know the reasons, for using the antibiotics. They are either using them, therapeutically to treat infections or diseases, and also prophylactically, just to prevent most of these disease challenges, and also use of metaphylaxis, treating the whole flock as opposed to, one or two or few animals which would have encountered a disease challenge. So, our farmers, as I said, they've been using, these antibiotics differently, and they have encountered, when you are trying to encourage them to use, alternatives to use of antibiotics, there are a number of these alternatives. Of course, we can use, adoption of good biosecurity practices, which is a key, intervention, and it's not very resource intensive, particularly in the small, medium scale. Maybe, for example, in poultry production, small, medium production scale, use of good biosecurity, it's quite, practical, and of course, improving sanitation, hygiene, which is also part of the biosecurity measures that can also be adopted to try to, reduce these challenges. Improving nutrition, the use of vaccines can also be used as an alternative for antibiotics. And of course, there are a number of new, technological improvements, use of exemplified by phytochemicals, use of prebiotics, probiotics, enzymes. There's some of the innovations which have been, researched on and can be used as alternatives to antibiotics. But of course, looking at our, maybe at our context, maybe Zimbabwe, Africa, and other developing nations, our farmers, when you try to, encourage them, for example, maybe for example, issues like phytochemicals, probiotics, those issues, they are not very available on the market. Some of these interventions are not very available, and of course, there are still issues to, the knowledge levels with regards to the use of these, the effectiveness and use of these alternatives is still, particularly in our countries, we are still learning on these technologies. So it's not easy for them to quickly adopt these strategies. Then we also have resource challenges. We've got issues like vaccines. Some of these vaccines, they costs of using these vaccines. It's one of those barriers which for use of vaccines. Then of course, is exemplified like in poultry production. Some of the the vaccines, like the vaccine doses they produce, for our small medium scale farmers, maybe they'll have 50, 100 beds or 150 beds, as opposed to the vaccine, like the vaccine container, it will be for a minimum of 1,000 beds. So, some of the vaccine package, some of the issues like vaccine packaging, they can also, be a barrier for, for farmers, taking up some of these, these alternatives. Then, of course, as we go back to the availability, we've got, farmers in remote areas. They've got issues of cold chain. We don't have, power to ensure, proper vaccine storage. So some of these vaccines won't be available, and it will impede farmers from using these vaccines.
Dr. Seswa, I think you have gone through a lot of challenges.
Oh, okay.
That actually more customized to our situation here in Africa.
Thank you.
So, is there any burning point you want to add, or?
Of course, I think maybe okay. Let me just maybe behavior. I think farmer behavioral issues. That's another key challenge for farmers to adopt the use, of these alternatives. Humans, they are rational. They've got, there are various, psychosocial issues which determine the behavior of our farmers. So, when the farmers used to using antibiotics all the time, it would take, quite some, convincing, in order for them to use some of these alternatives. So I think it is important, to focus, more research on behavioral issues, as it is a key area which affects adoption of in this case, use of these alternative technologies.
Thank you very much for that very intensive and thorough list of challenges that we are facing as practitioners. Let's give Dr. Seswa a round of applause. So definitely we agree with you that the behavior change is one of the areas that we need to focus on, and that will be the topic of tomorrow when we go to the field visit, and where there will be a panel discussion on behavior change to poultry farmers. There are many other issues that we wanted to discuss, but due to the time constraint, so we will not discuss them now, but I will just mention them so that they can be a topic of debate, either within our communities or within the stakeholder that we deal with, or within our companies or our departments. So we need to answer questions like, how do we foresee the future of research and development in creating alternatives to traditional antibiotics for animal health? What education strategies or outreach programs that have been proven effective in informing the public and agricultural communities, which we can also use as a lesson learning method. And also, we need to share success stories, because that's what people will base on for our future. And also, we need to look at critical steps on mitigating the growing threat of antimicrobial resistance on a pan-African scale, not just on a national or regional scale. So thank you very much, our panelists, for being us with here. And that's we really appreciate the time that you have devoted for this session. And we are looking forward that you can relay the message to the different stakeholders that you deal with. So thank you very much all. And now we can break for lunch, and we will be back at 4 o'clock. And we will have a session on AMR in the environmental dimension of AMR, which will be led by the Department or the Ministry of Environment, together with the United Nations Environmental Program. So enjoy your lunch, and apologies again for keeping you until this time before going for lunch. Thanks a lot, and see you just in 1 hour and a half.
Find the medication. Hi, mommy. Hey, what's going on, Lisa? I've been looking for the medication that was in the kitchen cupboard. What's that cough syrup and the amoxicillin in the kitchen unit? Why should I go and waste my time hospital? Can't be giving him medicine that is unprescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I did a similar cough. And this is what you did. So there's nothing wrong with your brother getting the same medicine.
Daddy, that medicine was meant for you, not for Junior.
I don't know what you mean to say his medicine, my daughter.
The same symptoms that Junior has, they were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference? So, mommy, at school for the extracurricular activities, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about good personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines, proper use of medicines. So under proper use of medicines, they have taught us about antimicrobial resistance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop working properly as they should. And these antimicrobial medicines are medicines that we use to treat diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses. Like this same amoxicillin, mommy, that you were about to give Junior, because disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of these medicines. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines, sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine, because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need and this is the amount that you need for you to be completely cured, or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be cured completely. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment, even with the animals. That when the animals are sick, you do not just give them any medicine without consulting the experts. Please, you need to consult experts before you do that. How? Knowledge is power. No, mommy, don't dispose of medicine like that.
I thought you mentioned that people say this medicine is supposed to be. That's what for person.
When you dispose of medicine like that, this same medicine is going into the environment where it is going to leave the antimicrobial residues. And these are going to stay in the water. And then this same water that we drink, we have a borehole here. It's the same water we drink, the same water our plants and our animals use. So whatever goes into the environment comes back to us. So these antimicrobial residues will come back to us and affect us. So you mean even the vegetables, they get affected? Yes, mommy. Even the vegetables get affected. But again, you're the one that said I should get rid of these because they were not prescribed. Yes, I said that, but that's a very wrong way of doing it.
You are very right, my child. Well, think about how long I've been running this farm, yet I don't have this knowledge. As we have learned, the way you've explained very well, and we've learned a lot. I've learned everything. Let me leave. Tomorrow I have errand. I need to go and sell the chickens.
Daddy, Those not the same chickens that you were giving medicines a few days ago.
Yes, but my daughter, we can't continue feeding these chickens. So they are past the maturing stage. So we need just to sell.
No, you can't sell them so soon. Because remember, the antimicrobial residues are still in the chickens. And when people eat, they are consuming small doses of those medicines. So you need to wait. On the packet says that thing they write the time they put there. Filia babikati pama packets yamuti balabika to withdraw period. So to allow umuti ukufuma completely mu system yankoko, you have to wait before you start selling the chickens.
Because they depend on selling these birds and animals.
Mami, there's nothing like farmers balachula. You know, the best part of this whole thing is that there's actually an alternative to what you can do for you to at least have a good, let's say, harvest, or even if you never focus and cocoa dad. So you don't really need to wait at Inkoko Sharwala or anything like that. The best thing you can do is just practice good husbandry practices as a farmer, daddy. So you need to make sure that the animals are always in a clean environment, they are vaccinated, and then Pariapa gets farm school. Put a foot bath. A foot bath ni umti kwalibo umti babika pagets pakwe batinga abalengila banyantapo n'abalefuma nabena banyantapo nga mwabika fida. It means that bali abalengila nga nabakwata amalwele ayengesa chita infects ama animals munomkati, they won't be infected because they've already been they've washed their foot. Yes. Then those who are going out, if we have diseases inside here, they will be able to leave those diseases. Yes. So that's how you do it. That way, even if you have issues where maybe the animals are sick, it's not going to be all the animals that are sick, or you don't even need to administer medicine to all the animals. Like, for example, you put it in another place so that they infect. And then when you do that, also make sure that you are always washing your hands when you're handling the animals. Not my kate, you need to wash your hands so that you don't bring that infection. Yes. And then na mwe benefit that if you follow from there kufina makuli, not kufwala nga mwafuma food. Then na feed feed mingiro kuibika somewhere where it's dry. It needs to be dry where it's not going to be infected with germs. Yes, so you need to make sure that your feed is stocked properly. Yes. Mommy. So the other thing that I almost forgot, those plants there. So those pesticides, the ones that we spray on the plants, some of them have antimicrobials. So what you need to do is, instead of using the pesticides, the ones where we spray, or the ones that we use to weed, the weed killers, instead of using that, you need to use other methods. Yes.
Because what is weed killing
So what we need to do is, for the weeds, we need to just manually do it. We pull out the weeds that are competing for nutrients with the plants. We pull them out manually.
This is information that we need even to share, to learn at the farmers' field school. And I'm very happy. I've not been wasting money. This is investment.
I'm not so good at this, but I've got a contact for the people that can come and teach. So you can organize yourselves as a group. then those people can come and teach you. Yes. So that's not a problem.
Let's mobilize.
Na bastata benye. Na imo mfiki kama na bastata na nena iba bana. Bosi tufike bosi pesa mbili kama.
That's not a problem. This is the advantage of work for one. This is very. Some real money that we should.
Nenda mama lady la nomba chako te.
Mommy, just go and change my uniform.
Madam, nguvu imozo vedwa.
Futhi.
Yesu nikabwino kazesta kwanje.
Ndio yala education yangu. Mama Nafa koko ipelo mtu. Ule mtu toa bomshela sky mwidati. Amoxiu. Watu mtu wa sherehe. Wewe ule mtu batupere bana ule mtu banangire bana mbundu. Chai chatu wakuta kwa mwenye wakuta infection. Mtu jibana ndiri.
Oxytetracycline.
Uyawini. Kemuchite mufushe kwa fya menji. Mu bucket. Oye mufushe kwa menji. Mubikemo tuwa mokusudu twa shere. Lero yine nani kane take na msankani. Muchipela fya shonse. So chirwala mambo wa George. Iwe kasende mtu mkabla tilemo ndikonzi. Hawa dimbutu shakula kono kukula. Kono mwana tunashikokula sana nishka? Watu wa George ala leta chitatu. Mpose kwa manae mushipele fya shonse. Nefi bata mfupelele kumu.
Ona mwisho amani. Nkoko ni imwe so I don't understand the formula of relations, but in the name of the because even if it's just for growth promotion, if you're from the state, I can't make a kind. Okay.
Business on and then shulikanya. La fois la madaipa. Omo kwa kuli na muli business ine lelo mwese munza ambilisha. Umo kuchitira business ili andi. Kale nifia ndio tunande kwa vana no kule mfio msali.
Ndio kule fi beans na ila zetu ala beans on shulini nko.
Ndio kwa vana zetu na juu kwa hii. Alipata kashika kasa. Kuna? Bado jikile. Bagna msanza tu binoga? Shaku manafasi.
Sasa.
Okay. Ngana mwezi safi unishawa. Okay.
Mami. Hauna tupitia okay. Antibiotics na mwena msingi.
Prepare caring environment yesu. And we've been from the underground environment.
And then put them up to where damage and dump piano. Then nama plants and do the vegetables. Finish more now than this yet. I mean show today.
Scientist. Also good.
Oh, mlampisha magaina. Babu nikishana kwa.
Akitaka kwa wala mwisha. Sema mami. Senda 50 kwacha mpesi ulete. Kapia pale badaka hapa. Cheki yanga tabala isara. Mushitire kuko kwa temu. Nation. Chute kwa temu. Ndio mfa. Kwa mtu kufuncheo takalele kukalipa. So chute kwa temu tebe nda tukunona chinshi chimbichi. Kunona antibiotic tevyo. Antibiotic isa munde. Ati chinshi. Bakupere amoxicillin. So kwa temu antibiotic na panado. Chapo. Chapo mami.
No.
Good evening.
Hey, my daughter. I don't know we know. Where are you going?
I'm going to Sadaka's shop to go and buy medicine.
Okay. Hey, I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
Bane? Lero nshombere wino. Leo fu mubiri. Mumala, muro mfunga kwambiro oku kwa ishiroko. Aho mandini. Imeni malaria mwe.
Ni malaria. Ningu mfuna balanda batirande pamula basati malaria na isa sana mu Lusaka.
Utia baye mwe.
Panda ngwine pano chitomere mwino sona nguyu mwasanga ndeti mapu chitaruko kwa ya mkuta kwa temu. Kusa kumine fepamu.
Kwa fumaya.
Mkuta kwa temu pali badaka hapa.
Okay.
Kale nga mwachisambira chali mwito yeko na mesha ya kaba.
Samba kuti.
Msambe mwana mfako gwini. After kule chakula mwana nombo mti.
Ero iline na musamba. Mpeka nene fyakulya. So that ngana kumate musamba disendi.
Na tupi kakale kuka fyafi.
Okay. Then I think umtu ine mulenda tumine pamo. Na lanu wafe pakulala.
Okay. Okay. Sema tangu kona jafete ni
Mama walitema mzimwe. The malaria, you feel kind of funny. I've just seen you sit there. Once you want to poke up with a doctor, we know to me fan of the about that. But doctor, me let them to feel open.
I don't pay any kind of pachalot, na kind of push for malaria for your figure. Ni malaria, ni go at ning for monso, mama joins monso, me rekalipa. We don't take a malaria and in malaria.
Oh, bad, no, but I mean, Nashami.
Whenever he behavior quite a panopang and they're batting Ganaranda, and one someone and Dura. Machochi is an ine. And Namkula. I am a GMO, medium Petakatu Mama GMO. They shall go back to Mungand.
Me, I was just saying, but I think there is a
you're in a school, I went to school.
Ever that.
Namutumpa, Ekumpandela and Okutumpa. Where's my to my dad to cut to the one? Wabukulan Zapadudi. Fumapa, Kamoka Pekanya Bausef Yakuya. Once I didn't know Yakano. I know I'm beer away. Now I have never stand on the ground near Bamupash.
No, man, no puede estar a partir de school. Very good, we know George. Temana mane pere nko ko shuo mti. Mero mwashpere amoxiu na oxtrate tetracycline.
Nomba amoxi tatu no fedanda. Amoxi ndogo. Kana ngonga wale amoxi ndakutera na.
Speaking of medicine, I'm not doing it.
Yes, doc.
Woman here, this is the third time that she's coming to the hospital to receive treatment for the same illness. I'm afraid this is like that similar case that we had.
A case of antimicrobial resistance.
Yes.
Doctor bakwisho kuno. Bakashibante tamwafwe.
Calm down. Tekwinayo. Ichilenga muti kukana kuwumba mu mubiri nga wano. Limbi mula pharmacy mwayasenda omuti noya ku hospital mwamba okunwa. Limbi mwamba okunwa omuti bwino bwinofye lino mwamba okunfa bwino mwaleka okunwa omuti mwakosa.
Sande fa doctor ka. Bana mwansata mwafwe. Doctor mwalanda fye bwino. Alaba kashibandi balite omuti. Balapela omuti mbwa, balapela omuti nkoko, balapela omuti fibata, n'abali bonse kubapela omuti. Nomba ina nshaishiba ilio balweke ba doctor. Lelo balweke ba pharmacist abakwe bati balepera fyo omuti. Ala doctor bapelera kuma omuti na ine.
Bana mwansa. Madam, mufweni. Imiti tesha kupera ngata mlomfa bwino kwisa kuchipatala. Ba doctor bamipera omuti. Nga bamipera omuti mufuire muame kina sure atuli omuti mwapwisha. Notu kwaka n'omuti n'abali bonse. Nga fitekwa filwele mufuire mwachita consult specialist uwachita prescribe omuti mufire ukupera ifitekwa. Nawo mwakonga ama instructions efyo bamyebere. Nga kupose emiti ishishereko nangu ishichitire expire. Takuli ukuposa mu environment. Bantu environment efyo tuposamo fila tubwererera. So nga fyaikala ama antimicrobial residues yalengira mu menshi mu ma water systems yesu. Tulabyala ama plants ama vegetables eyo tulya. Nefina mafyesu nga ifitekwa ero fisa mukulya. So eventually fyonse filia tuposa mu environment futi fila bwererera mukuchita affect kwebene. Mami mchinjai?
Doctors anakwena na totela sana. Ine pano ndishugulini. Hii information mwampela nalaye bakona bashugulini banandi. Kabili nalaye bakona banandi. Ukweba ati. Ukuchita abuse umuti kuubi. Ero kabili nalaye beba napali ine mulela ndati AMR.
Can I have a request form? So we need to get her samples. Madam Mansa, Madam Shana Vanesi, Navisha Yakshita. Doctors, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go. Leave out the rest.
What's up? Bana mwansa. Wanda mwachikani vya. Apafuta tumaungu ensala. Anyway, pakuya mushiromu. Nala bishisa bidene mbala tete kona mechi.
Hi, mommy. Hey, what's going on? Who's that? I've been looking for the medication that was in the kitchen cupboard. What's that cough syrup and the amoxicillin in the kitchen unit? Why should I go and waste my time in hospital? Can't be giving him medicine that is unprescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not the unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I did a similar cough. And this is what you did. So there's nothing wrong with your brother getting the same medicine.
Daddy, that medicine was meant for you, not for Junior.
Medicine is medicine, my daughter.
The same symptoms that Junior has, they were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference? So, mommy, at school for the extracurricular activities, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about good personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines, proper use of medicines. So under proper use of medicines, they have taught us about antimicrobial resistance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop working properly as they should. And these antimicrobial medicines are medicines that we use to treat diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses. Like this same amoxicillin, mommy, that you were about to give Junior, because disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of these medicines. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines, sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine, because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need and this is the amount that you need for you to be completely cured, or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be cured completely. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment, even with the animals. That when the animals are sick, you do not just give them any medicine without consulting the experts. Please, you need to consult experts before you do that. How? Knowledge is power. No, mommy, don't dispose of medicine like that.
I thought you mentioned that people say this medicine is supposed to be. That's what for person.
When you dispose of medicine like that, this same medicine is going into the environment where it is going to leave the antimicrobial residues. And these are going to stay in the water. And then this same water that we drink, we have a borehole here.
It's the same water we drink, the same water our plants and our animals use. So whatever goes into the environment comes back to us. So these antimicrobial residues will come back to us and affect us.
So you mean even the vegetables they get affected?
Yes, mommy. Even the vegetables get affected.
But again, you're the one that said I should get rid of these because they were not prescribed.
Yes, I said that, but that's a very wrong way of doing it.
You are very right, my child. Well, think about how long I've been running this farm, yet I don't have this knowledge. You know, us we have learned. The way you've explained very well, and I've learned a lot. I've learned everything. Let me leave. Tomorrow I have an errand. I need to go and sell the chickens.
Those not the same chickens that you were giving medicines a few days ago.
Yes, but my daughter, you know, we can't continue feeding these chickens. So they are past the maturing stage. So we need just to sell.
No, you can't sell them so soon. Because remember, the antimicrobial residues are still in the chickens. And when people eat, they are consuming small doses of those medicines. So you need to wait. On the packet says that thing they write the time they put there filia babikati pama packets ya mti balabika to withdraw period. So to allow umuti kufuma completely mu system yankoko, you have to wait before you start selling the chickens.
Because they depend on selling these birds and animals.
Mami, there's nothing like farmers balachula. You know, the best part of this whole thing is that there's actually an alternative to what you can do for you to at least have a good, let's say, harvest, or even if you never focus that. So you don't really need to wait at Inkoko or anything like that. The best thing you can do is just practice good husbandry practices as a farmer, daddy. So you need to make sure that the animals are always in a clean environment, they are vaccinated, and then Pariapa gets farm school. Put a foot bath. A foot bath ni umti kwali bomti babika pagets pakoba tinga abalengila banyantapo n'abalefuma nabena banyantapo nga mwabika fida. It means that bali abalengila nga nabakwata amalwele ayengesa chita infects ama animals munomkati, they won't be infected because they've already been they've washed their foot. Yes. Then those who are going out, if we have diseases inside here, they will be able to leave those diseases. Yes. So that's how you do it. That way, even if you have issues where maybe the animals are sick, it's not going to be all the animals that are sick, or you don't even need to administer medicine to all the animals. Like, for example, you put it in another place so that they infect. And then when you do that, also make sure that you are always washing your hands when you're handling the animals. Not my kate, you need to wash your hands so that you don't bring that infection. Yes. And then na mwe benefit that if you follow from there kufina makuli, not kufwala nga mwafuma futi. Then na feed feed somewhere where it's dry. It needs to be dry where it's not going to be infected with germs. Yes, so you need to make sure that your feed is stocked properly. Yes. Mommy, so the other thing that I almost forgot, those plants there. So you know, those pesticides, the ones that we spray on the plants, some of them have antimicrobials. So what you need to do is, instead of using the pesticides, the ones where we spray, or the ones that we use to weed the weed killers. Instead of using that, you need to use other methods. Yes. Because what is weed killing a fiance. So what we need to do is for the weeds, we need to just manually do it. We pull out the weeds that are competing for nutrients with the plants. We pull them out manually.
This is information that we need even to share, to learn at the farmers' field school. And I'm very happy. I've not been wasting money. This is investment.
I'm not so good at this, but I've got a contact for the people that can come and teach. So you can organize yourselves as a group, then those people can come and teach you. Yes. So that's not a problem.
Let's mobilize. That's not a problem. You see the advantage of this is very
Just go and change my uniform.
Madam, nkuku imozi ukadwa.
Futhi.
Yesu nikabwino kazesta bwanje.
Ndio yaradi education yangu. Unaona? Nafa koko ipelo mtu. Ule mtu toa bomshela sky mwidati. Amoxiu. Watu mtu wa sherehe. Wewe ule mtu batupere ule mtu banangire bana mbundu. Chai chatu okuta okuta disinfection. Akuti chivana ndiri. Oxytetracycline. Uyawini. Muchite mufushe kofi ya menji mu bucket. Mufushe kwa menji, mubikemo tu amoxidate wa shere. Nene nani kale take na nina msankani. Muchipelefe shonse. So chidwala mambo wa George. Iwe kasende mtu mukabati ngene ndiko mtu. Hawo dimbuti shakula kono kukula. Mwana tunashikokola sana ndishika. Okay, George ala leta chitatu. Mpose kwa maana mushipelefe shonse. Nefi batamufupelele kumu.
Pana mwisho wa mami. Nkoko ni mwirwele. So I don't understand the form of payla shonse, but ni mo feirwele. Because even if it's just for growth promotion, if you're from the state, I can't make a okay.
Business on and then ifudikanya. La fora madaipa. Omo wakulira muri business ine lero mwise munzambirisha. Kuchitira business iri yandi. Kale nifia ndio tunande kwa no tulemze msali.
Leo tulera fi beans na ila zetu alera beans on tulinenko.
Kuno? Wadoje kile. But now msanza kwa binoga? Shaku manakansi. Okay. Ngana mwezi safi mwenye shawa. Okay.
How not to pitate the cheating okay. A man's biotics na mwena msinki.
Chi.
Better caring environment, yes. And you live in a from late them of their underground environment. And then put them up to where that means you don't be piano. Then the plants into the vegetables. Finish more now than the fiat. I mean show today.
Scientist. That's okay.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm going. What will you say?
Anyway, I think that's your water. Sema mami. Senda 50 kwacha mpelesi ulete. Abia pali badaka hapa. Cheki yanga tabala isala. Mushitire kwa temu.
Nation.
Chite kwa temu. Ndio mfa. Akamtu kufumuchero takalele kukaliko. So chito kwa temu tebe nda tukunona chinshi chimbichi. Kunona antibiotic tefyo.
Antibiotic is on the
Chinshi. Akupere amoxicillin. So kwa temu antibiotic na panado.
Chapo.
Chapo mami.
Oh, one better.
Alpa, no.
Good evening.
Hey, my daughter. I don't know we know. Where are you going?
I'm going to Msadaka's shop to go and buy medicine.
Okay. Hey, I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
Pane? Lero nchiwombere bwino. Leo fu mubiri. Mumala, mfunga kwambira oku kwaishira oku. Awo mwandini. Imeni malaria mwe.
Ni malaria. Mimi ngufuna balanda batirane pamula basati malaria na isa sana mu Lusaka.
Utia bayemwe.
Panda ngwine pano chitomele mwino sona nguyu mwasanga ndetu mapu chitaruko kwa ya mkuta kwa temu. Kusa kimine fepamu.
Kwa fumaya?
Mkuta kwa temu pali badaka hapa.
Okay.
Tale nga mwachisambira chali mwito weko na mesha ya kaba.
Samba kuti?
Msambe mwana mfako gwenu. After kule chakula mwana nombo mti.
Ero iline na musamba. Mpeka nene fyakulya. So that ngana kumafe musamba lisendi.
Na tupi kakale kuka fyafi.
Okay. Then I think mtu ine mulenda tumine pamo. Na lanu wafe pakulala.
Okay. Okay. Sema nko na jacket.
Oh, my mwali temo mtimwe. Trying the malaria. You feel kind of fun, eh? I've just seen you sit there. Once you want to put up with a doctor, we know to me fan of about that. But doctor, I'm here at them to feel open.
I don't pay any kind of pacharot, na kano kuishi malaria for Africa. Ni malaria, ni ngo bat ni ngo monso, mama joins monso, mi areka lipa. Ulenda lika malaria and malaria yo.
Oh, but no mbaka bit na shami.
Behavior kwete pano panga ndia kubati nganaranda, amwansa mwarandurura. Machochi ise na ine. Bantu na mkula. Ayena ma GMO mibili mkwete kati mwa pa ma GMO. Eshe yango kati mule ntumpira muno munganda.
Me I was just saying. But Kevin tell us I'm
Suku yo ina suku wabali pila suku ni wana.
Ewa daddy.
Na mtumpa. Kutumpa ndela ndo kuino kutumpa. Wewe sikuwa kwa sikati wa daddy kwa tulewa. Mavavi. Wabukulani za paduli. Fuma pa. Kamyo kapeka nyeba ba usefe ya kulia badi. Mwanza ndela ndolo ni akukanwa. Wama wati na wambia wabeli. Nenyu. Na mwenye mfunya kuti tendo wambo kwa mfunya pamu pashi. Nikula meshi hapo.
Hao mami tunafanya tabaka kwa school. Barikiwe wina ba George. Kemana mwana pere ngo kushuwa umuti. Mero mwashpere amoxiu na oxtrate tetracycline.
Nomba amoxi tatunafeda. Amoxi nyogo. Ana ngonga wale wala amoxi ndakutola ya.
Mkepa yanda sandeni. Speaking of medicine, I'm not doing it. Okay. Tell me kuna kwa ate mai.
Marina katewe wonde na nini kwa kubona kama wamepitia na ngani.
Kumba kwa ate nitakukusha kosi yose. Kwa ukuleta pakati.
Mwana. Kisha kosi nitigiri ni kama university.
Could you please come?
Yes, doc.
This woman here, this is the third time she's coming to the hospital to receive treatment for the same illness. I'm afraid this is like that similar case that we had.
The case of antimicrobial resistance.
Yes.
Doctor bakwisho kuno. Bakashibante tamwafwe.
Hey, guys.
Doctor.
And I must calm down.
Nangula mubiri wandu walenga.
Tekwina yo. Ichilenga. Muti kukana kuwumba mumubiri nga wanu. Limbi mula ya pharmacy. Mwaya sendwa muti no ya hospital. Mwambo kunwa. Ono limbi. Mwambo kunwa muti. Wino fye. Dina mwambo kunfa wino. Mwalipo kunwa muti mwaposi.
So therefore doctor ka.
Bana mwansata mwafwe. Doctor, mwalanda fye bwini. Alaba kashibandi balite muti. Balapela omuti mbwa, balapela omuti nkoko, balapela omuti fibata, n'abali bonse kubapela omuti. Nomba ina nshaishiba ilio balweke ba doctor. Nelo balweke ba pharmacist abakwe bati balepera fyo muti. Ala doctor bapelera kuma omuti na ine.
Bana mwansa. Madam Mufweni. Imiti tesha kupera ngata mulomfa bwino kwisa kuchipatala. Ba doctor bamipera omuti. Nga bamipera omuti mufuire muame kinashua atuli omuti mwapwisha. Notu kwaka n'omuti n'abali bonse. Nga fitekwa filwele mufuire mwachita consult specialist uwachita prescribe omuti mufuire ukupera ifitekwa. Nawo mwakonga ama instructions efyo bamyebere. Nga kupose emiti ishishereko nangu ishichitire expire. Takuli kuposa mu environment. Bantu iyi environment efyo tuposamo fila tubwererera. So nga fyaikala ama antimicrobial residues yalengira mu menshi mu ma water systems yeso. Tulabyala ama plants ama vegetables eyo tulya. Nefina mafyesu nga ifitekwa ero fisa mukulya. So eventually fyonse filia tuposa mu environment futi fila bwererera mukuchita affect kwebene. Mami mchinjai?
Doctors alakwena na totela sana. Ine pano ndishibulini. Hii information mwampela nalaye bakona bashibulini banandi. Kabili nalaye bakona banandi. Ukweba ati. Ukuchita abuse umuti kuubi. Ero kabili nalaye beba. Napali ine mulela ndati AMR.
Can I have a request form? So we need to get her samples. Baramansa, naramshana banesi, nabishofya kushita.
Doctors, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go to leave out the next.
What's up? Bana mwanza. Umwana mwachikani pia. Apafuta maungo ensala. Anyway, papu ya mushiromu. Nala bishra bidene mbala kete kona mechi.
The way you smile at me, only passage when you
Hi, mommy. Hey, what's going on? Who's that? I've been looking for the medication that was in the kitchen cupboard. What's that cough syrup and the amoxicillin in the kitchen unit? Why should I go and waste my time hospital?
Can't be giving him medicine that is unprescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not the unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I did a similar cough. And this is what remained. So there's nothing wrong with your brother getting the same medicine.
Daddy, that medicine was meant for you, not for Junior.
It's medicine, my daughter.
The same symptoms that Junior has, they were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference?
So, mommy, at school for the extracurricular activities, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about good personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines, proper use of medicines. So under proper use of medicines, they have taught us about antimicrobial resistance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop working properly as they should. And these antimicrobial medicines are medicines that we use to treat diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses. Like this same amoxicillin that you were about to give Junior, because disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of these medicines. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines, sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine, because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need and this is the amount that you need for you to be completely cured, or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be cured completely. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment, even with the animals. That when the animals are sick, you do not just give them any medicine without consulting the experts. Please, you need to consult experts before you do that.
How? Knowledge is power.
No, mommy, don't dispose of medicine like that.
But I thought you mentioned that people say this medicine is supposed to be. That's what for possible.
When you dispose of medicine like that, this same medicine is going into the environment where it is going to leave the antimicrobial residues. And these are going to stay in the water. And then this same water that we drink, we have a borehole here. It's the same water we drink, the same water our plants and our animals use. So whatever goes into the environment comes back to us. So these antimicrobial residues will come back to us and affect us.
So you mean even the vegetables, they get affected?
Yes, mommy. Even the vegetables get affected.
But again, you're the one that said I should get rid of these because they were not prescribed.
Yes, I said that, but that's a very wrong way of doing it.
You are very right, my child. Well, think about how long I've been running this farm, yet I don't have this knowledge. As we have learned, the way you've explained very well, and I've learned a lot. I've learned everything. Let me leave. Tomorrow I have errand. I need to go and sell the chickens.
Those not the same chickens that you were giving medicines a few days ago.
Yes, but my daughter, we can't continue feeding these chickens. So they are past the maturing stage. So we need just to sell.
No, you can't sell them so soon. Because remember, the antimicrobial residues are still in the chickens. And when people eat, they are consuming small doses of those medicines. So you need to wait. On the packet says that thing they write the time they put there. Filia babikati pama packets yamuti balabika what withdrawal period. So to allow umuti ukufuma completely mu system yankoko, you have to wait before you start selling the chickens.
Because they depend on selling these birds and animals.
Mami, there is nothing like farmers balachula. The best part of this whole thing is that there's actually an alternative to what you can do for you to at least have a good, let's say, harvest, or even if you never focus that. So you don't really need to wait at Inkoko Sharwala or anything like that. The best thing you can do is just practice good husbandry practices as a farmer, daddy. So you need to make sure that the animals are always in a clean environment, they are vaccinated, and then Pariapa get farm school. Put a foot bath. A foot bath ni umti kwalibo umti babika pa gates pakoba tinga abalengila banyantapo n'abalefuma nabena banyantapo nga mwabika figure. It means that bali abalengila nga nabakwata amalwele ayengesa chita infects ama animals munomkati, they won't be infected because they've already been they've washed their foot yes. Then those who are going out, if we have diseases inside here, they will be able to leave those diseases. Yes. So that's how you do it. That way, even if you have issues where maybe the animals are sick, it's not going to be all the animals that are sick, or you don't even need to administer medicine to all the animals. Like, for example, you put it in another place so that they infect. And then when you do that, also make sure that you are always washing your hands when you're handling the animals. Not my kate, you need to wash your hands so that you don't bring that infection. Yes. And then na mwe benefit that if you follow from there kufina makuli, not kufwala nga mwafuma food. Then na feed na feed mingiro kuibika somewhere where it's dry. It needs to be dry where it's not going to be infected with germs. Yes, so you need to make sure that your feed is stocked properly. Yes. Mommy. So the other thing that I almost forgot, those plants there. So those pesticides, the ones that we spray on the plants, some of them have antimicrobials. So what you need to do is, instead of using the pesticides, the ones where we spray, or the ones that we use to weed, the weed killers, instead of using that, you need to use other methods. Yes.
Because what is weed killing your fiance.
So what we need to do is, for the weeds, we need to just manually do it. We pull out the weeds that are competing for nutrients with the plants. We pull them out manually.
This is information that we need even to share, to learn at the farmers' field school. And I'm very happy. I've not been wasting money. This is investment.
I'm not so good at this, but I've got a contact for the people that can come and teach. Okay. So you can organize yourselves as a group, then those people can come and teach you. Yes. So that's not a problem.
Let's mobilize. That's not the problem. This is the advantage of book for this is very
Just go and change my uniform.
Madam, nkuku imozo vedwa.
Futhi.
Yesu nikabwino kazesta bwanje.
Ndio yaradi education yangu. Unaona? Nafa koko ipelo mtu. Ule mtu toa bomshela sky mwidati. Amoxiu. Watu mtu wa sherehe. Wewe ule mtu batupere ule mtu banangire bana mbundu. Checha tu kuta kwa mwenye wakuta disinfection. Mtu chivana ndiri. Oxytetracycline. Uyawini. Muchite mufushe kwa fya menji. Mu bucket. Mufushe kwa menji. Mubikemo tu amoxicillin tu ashere. Leo yine nani kane take na ina msangani. Muchipele fya shonse. So chidwala mambo wa George. Kasende mtu mukabati lema unipiko mtu. Hawo ndi mtu shakula kono kukula. Kono mwana tunashikokula sana ndeshika? Okay, George, ala leta chitatu. Mpose kwa maana mushipele fya shonse. Nefi bata mufipelele kumu.
Kana mwisho amani. Nkoko ni mwirwele. So I don't understand the formula of relations, but in the name of your because even if it's just for growth promotion, if you're from the state, I can't make a kind. Okay.
Business on and then ifulikanya. La fois la madaipa. Omo wakuri na muri business ine lelo mwise munza ambilishe. Omo kuchitira business iri andi.
Jala ndakutinda.
Dale ni fiara ndio tunande kwa maana no. Tule msari.
Niliyo pera fi beans na ila de panela beans on fline nkoko. Kuna? Bado jikile. Badna msanza kwa binoga? Shaku manakansi.
Kwa sasa.
Okay. Ngana mwitsa fe wishawa. Okay. Mami. Hauna tupitilete okay. Antibiotics na mwana msingi. Nchi. Better caring environment yesu. And if you formulate them, if they are underground environment, and then put them up to where that means in down bokiano, then the plants into the vegetables. Finish more now than the fiat. I mean show today. Scientist. Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm going. What will you say? I think that's your water. Sema mimi. Senda 50 kwacha mpesi ulete. Kabia pali badaka hapa. Cheki yanga tabala isala. Mushitire kuko kwa temu. Nation. Chute kwa temu. Ndio mfa. Kwa mtu kufuna chero takalele kukaliko. So chute kwa temu tebe nda tukunona chinshi chimbichi. Kunona antibiotic tevyo. Antibiotic isa mwende. Ati chinshi. Bakupele amoxicillin. So kwa temu antibiotic na panado. Chapo? Chapo mami.
No.
Good evening.
Hey, my daughter. I don't know we know. Where are you going?
I'm going to Msadaka's shop to go and buy medicine.
Okay. Hey, I'm quite sure.
Yeah.
Fane? Lero chiwombere wino. Leo fu mubiri. Mumala, mulo mfunga kwambiro oku kwa ishiroko. Mwandini.
Malaria.
Imeni malaria mwe.
Ni malaria. Mimi ngufuna balanda bachilanda pamula basati malaria na isa sana mu Lusaka.
Utia baye mwe.
Panda ngwine pano chitomene mwene sona nguyu mwasanga ndetu mapu chitaruko kwa ya mkuta kwa temu. Kusa kimine fepamu.
Kwa fumaya?
Mkuta kwa temu pali badaka hapa.
Okay.
Tale nga mwachisambira chali mwito yeko na mensha ya kaba.
Samba kuti?
Msambe mwana mfako gwenu. After kunya chakula mwana na nombo mti.
Ero iline na musamba. Mpeka nene fyakulya. So that ngana kumafe musamba lisendi.
Na tupika kale kuka fyafi.
Okay. Then I think mtu ine mulenda tumine pamo. Na lanu wafe pakulala.
Okay. Okay. My mwali temo mzimwe. Shine malaria. You feel kind of eh? I've just seen you sit there. Once you want to put a doctor, we know to fit my about that. But doctor, I made them to feel open. I don't pay them. I can't patch out. I can't push for malaria for you. Ni malaria, ni go but ni for monso, mama joins monso, mi kalipa. Ule ntalika malaria and malaria yo. Oh, but number carry na shami. I behavior kwete pano panga ndia kubatingana randa, amwansa mwarandurura. Machochi se na ine. Antu na mkula. Ayana ma GMO mili mkwete kati mwapa ma GMO. Eshe yango kati mwele ntumpira muno munganda. Me I was just saying. But Kevin Teresa ndia suku yo ina suku wabali pila suku ni wana. Ewa daddy. Na mtumpa. Kutumpa ndela ndo kuino kutumpa. Wewe sasa kwa sikati madadi kwa tulewa. Mavavi. Wabukulani japadudi. Fumapa. Kabyoka pekanye ba usefe akulia baji. Mwanza ndela ndolani yakukanwa. Lama kati na wambia wobeni.
Enyu. Namwe nafuna kuti tendo ambo kana mfunya pamupashi. Nitrambe shapo. How man, not no para taba kwate school. Bari ke wino ba George. Kemana mwana pere ngo kashuwa umti. Mero mwashpere amoxiu na obstetricycline. Nomba amoxiu tatino fedanda. Amoxiu ngago. Kana ngonga wala amoxiu ndakutera langa. Mke pa yanda kandele. Speaking of medicine. I'm not doing it. Okay. Tell me kuna kwa wate mai. Marina katewe ngeke nani kwa kwa ngaka mama kitu na ngaka. Kumba kwa wate nitakusha kosi. Kwa ukweka pakati. Mama. Nisha kosi nitigiri ni university.
Yes, doc.
This woman here, this is the third time that she's coming to the hospital to receive treatment for the same illness. I'm afraid this is like that similar case that we had.
The case of antimicrobial resistance.
Yes.
Afine bayo. Pashmansa.
Lakini ba doctor bakwisho kuno.
Pashmansa kanse.
Bakashibante tamwafwe.
Kanse na leo mvapa.
Hey guys.
Chishalenga doctor.
Kana masa calm down.
Nangula mubiri wandu walenga.
Tekwina yo. Ichilenga. Muti kukana kuumba mumubiri nga wanu. Limbi mula pharmacy. Mwaya sendo muti no ya hospital. Mwambo kunwa. Olo limbi. Mwambo kuno muti. Wino fye. Lina mwambo kumfa wino. Mwalipo kuno muti mwaposi.
Sunday for doctor ka.
Bana mwansata mwafwe. Doctor, mwalanda fye bwini. Alaba kashibandi balite muti. Balapela omuti mbwa, balapela omuti nkoko, balapela omuti fibata, n'abali bonse kubapela omuti. Nomba ina nshaishiba ilio balweke ba doctor. Lelo balweke ba pharmacist abakwe bati balepela fyo omuti. Ala doctor bapelera kuma omuti na ine.
Bana mwansa. Madam Mufweni. Imiti tesha kupera ngata mulomfa bwino kwisa kuchipatala. Ba doctor bamipera omuti. Nga bamipera omuti mufuire muame kinashua atuli omuti mwapwisha. Notu kwaka n'omuti n'abali bonse. Nga fitekwa filwele mufuire mwachita consult specialist uwachita prescribe omuti ewo mufuire ukupera ifitekwa. Nawo mwakonga ama instructions efyo bamyebere. Nga kupose emiti ishishereko nangu ishichitire expire. Takuli ukuposa mu environment. Bantu iyi environment efyo tuposamo fila tubwererera. So nga fyaikala ama antimicrobial residues yalengira mu menshi mu ma water systems yeso. Tulabyala ama plants ama vegetables eyo tulya. Nefina mafyesu nga ifitekwa ero fisa mukulya. So eventually fyonse filia tuposa mu environment futi fila bwererera mukuchita affect kwebene. Mami Chinjai
doctors anakwena na totela sana ine pano ndishugulini hii information mwampela nalaye bakona bashugulini banandi kabili nalaye bakona banandi ukweba ati ukuchita abuse umuti kubi ero kabili nalaye beba napali ine mulela ndati AMR.
Can I have a request form? So we need to get her samples. Doctors, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bana mwanza. Wanda mwachikani vya. Akafuta kumambo ensala. Anyway, pakuya mushiromu. Nala bishira bidene mbala kwa na mechi.
Where you smile at me, only passage mwembu kuti.
Hi, mommy. Hey, what's going on, Lisa? I've been looking for the medication that was in the kitchen cupboard. What's that cough syrup and the amoxicillin in the kitchen unit? Why should I go and waste my time hospital?
Can't be giving him medicine that is unprescribed. It's wrong.
My daughter, this is not the unprescribed medicine. This is the medicine which was given to me the last time I did a similar cough. And this is what you did. So there's nothing wrong with your brother getting the same medicine.
Daddy, that medicine was meant for you, not for Junior.
Medicine, my daughter.
The same symptoms that Junior has, they were exactly the same symptoms that your dad had. So what's the difference?
So, mommy, at school for the extracurricular activities, I joined this club. It's a very good club. They've been teaching us about good personal hygiene. They've been teaching us about disease prevention, and they also taught us about the use of medicines, proper use of medicines. So under proper use of medicines, they have taught us about antimicrobial resistance, which is a situation where antimicrobial medicines stop working properly as they should. And these antimicrobial medicines are medicines that we use to treat diseases that are caused by bacteria, fungi, parasites, and also viruses. Like this same amoxil, mommy, that you were about to give Junior, because disease-causing germs will develop mechanisms to resist the effects of these medicines. But then the rate at which this happens is accelerated by practices such as misuse and giving unprescribed medicines, sharing of medicines, and also not finishing the course of treatment, like what you did, Daddy. When the doctor gives you some medication, you need to finish that medicine, because the doctor knows that this is the medicine that you need and this is the amount that you need for you to be completely cured, or for the germs that are causing the disease in your body to be killed completely. So you are not supposed to share medicine. You are also supposed to make sure you finish your course of treatment, even with the animals. That when the animals are sick, you do not just give them any medicine without consulting the experts. Please, you need to consult experts before you do that.
How? Knowledge is power.
No, mommy, don't dispose of medicine like that.
People say this medicine is possible. That's what for possible.
When you dispose of medicine like that, this same medicine is going into the environment where it is going to leave the antimicrobial residues. And these are going to stay in the water. And then this same water that we drink, we have a borehole here. It's the same water we drink, the same water our plants and our animals use. So whatever goes into the environment comes back to us. So these antimicrobial residues will come back to us and affect us.
So you mean even the vegetables, they get affected?
Yes, mommy. Even the vegetables get affected.
But again, you're the one that said they should get rid of these because they were not prescribed.
Yes, I said that, but that's a very wrong way of doing it.
You are very right, my child. Well, think about how long I've been running this farm, yet I don't have this knowledge. As we have learned, the way you've explained very well, and I've learned a lot. I've learned everything. Let me leave. Tomorrow I have an errand. I need to go and sell the chickens.
Daddy, those not the same chickens that you were giving medicines a few days ago.
Yes, but my daughter, we can't continue feeding these chickens. So they are past the transferring stage. So we need just to sell.
No, you can't sell them so soon. Because remember, the antimicrobial residues are still in the chickens. And when people eat, they are consuming small doses of those medicines. So you need to wait. On the packet says that thing they write the time they put there filia babikati pama packets ya mti balabika what withdrawal period. So to allow umuti ukufuma completely mu system yankoko, you have to wait before you start selling the chickens.
Because they depend on selling these birds and animals.
Mommy, there's nothing like Kama Farmers Balachula. The best part of this whole thing is that there's actually an alternative to what you can do for you to at least have a good, let's say, harvest, or even if you never so you don't really need to wait at Nkoko or anything like that. The best thing you can do is just practice good husbandry practices as a farmer, Daddy. So you need to make sure that the animals are always in a clean environment, they are vaccinated, and then Pariapa gets farm school. Put a foot bath. A foot bath ni umti kwalibo umti babika pagets pakoba tinga abalengila banyantapo n'abalefuma nabena banyantapo nga mwabika figa. It means that bali abalengila nga nabakwata amalwele ayengesa chita infects ama animals munomkati, they won't be infected because they've already been they've washed their foot nabanyanta. Yes. Then those who are going out, if we have diseases inside here, they will be able to leave those diseases. Yes. So that's how you do it. That way, even if you have issues where maybe the animals are sick, it's not going to be all the animals that are sick, or you don't even need to administer medicine to all the animals. Like, for example, you put it in another place so that they infect. And then when you do that, also make sure that you are always washing your hands when you're handling the animals. Not mwaikate, you need to wash your hands so that you don't bring that infection. Yes. And then na mwe benefit that if you follow formula ya kumone ya kunankani kufina makuli not kufwala nga mwafu mafuti then na feed na mbika feed mingiro kuibika somewhere where it's dry. It needs to be dry where it's not going to be infected with germs. Yes, so you need to make sure that your feed is stocked properly. Yes. Mommy, so the other thing that I almost forgot, those plants there. So those pesticides, the ones that we spray on the plants, some of them have antimicrobials. So what you need to do is, instead of using the pesticides, the ones where we spray, or the ones that we use to weed, the weed killers, instead of using that, you need to use other methods. Yes. Because what you weed killing so what we need to do is, for the weeds, we need to just manually do it. We pull out the weeds that are competing for nutrients with the plants. We pull them out manually.
This is information that we need even to share, to learn at the farmers' field school. And I'm very happy. I've not been wasting money. This is investment.
I'm not so good at this, but I've got a contact for the people that can come and teach. So you can organize yourselves as a group, then those people can come and teach you. Yes. So that's not a problem.
Let's mobilize.
Na bastata benye. Na imo mfulika mara bastata na nena iwa mara. Bonsi tufike bonsi pesa mbili kama.
That's not the problem. This is very.
Nenda mama lady la nomba chako te.
Mommy, let's go and change my uniform.
Madam kuku imozo kuyadwa.
Futhi.
Yesu nikabwino kazesta bwanje.
Ndio yala education yangu. Unaona? Tafa kwa kuipela mtu. Ule mtu toa bomshela sky mwidati. Amoxiu. Watu mtu wa sherehe. Wewe ule mtu batupere bana ule mtu banangire bana mbundu. Kucha tu kucha after disinfection. Mtu jibana ndiri.
Oxytetracycline.
Uyawini. Kemuchite mufushe kofi ya menji. Mu bucket. Mufushe kwa menji. Mubikemo tu amoxu tu ashere. Nene nani kane take na msankani. Muchipela fe shonse. So chidwala mambo wa George. Iwe kasende mtu mpaka tulimo mpiko mtu. Hawa ndi mtu shakula kuna mwana tashi kwa sana nishta. Okay, George, ala leta chitatu. Mpose kwa maana mushipeleke shonse. Nefi batamfupelele kumu.
Kana mwisho wa mami. Nkoko ni mwirwele, so I don't understand the form of shonse, but in the name of the because even if it's just for growth promotion, if you're from next day, I can't make kakain. Okay.
Mama samaiteka pongo. Business on ambire nishulikanya. La fora madaipa. Omu wakulira muri business ine lero muse munzambirisha. Umwa kuchitira business iri yandi.
Chala ndakutinda.
Kale mfia ndio tunande kuvana no kulemza msali.
Leo tulera fi beans na ila zetu alera beans on shulinen koko.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. Thank you so much as we all get seated and settled. Please, if you can help me check if there are people outside to let them know we are starting. Okay, please, with a warm round of applause, allow me welcome Ms. Tracy Mumbambi from the Ministry of Environment to join me up on stage. A big round of applause for her, please. So for this afternoon's session, I am joined by two environmental health experts, really highlighting the holistic One Health approach. It's important for us to understand the impact of antimicrobial resistance in the environment and the role we can play to reduce the spread of AMR in the environmental sector. Allow me to also welcome Mr. Alain Okito Mosindo, who is joining us online from the United Nations Environmental Program. A round of applause for Mr. Alain, and can you please confirm that you are online and you can hear us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Hello?
Fantastic. A big round of applause for you.
Thank you.
So today's session will be very brief, succinct. I know that we have all had lunch and lunch can make us a bit sleepy, but I promise that it's going to be an exciting session. So please pay attention so that we can have questions for our guest speakers. So allow me welcome Mr. Alain from UNEP based in Nairobi. He's going to be speaking to us in his 15 minutes presentation on AMR in the environment. Alan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Do
Yes,
you hear me?
we can hear you. Do you want to put up your slides?
Yes.
Lovely.
I will share my slides. Can you see my slide?
Yes. Alan, if you like to put it on presentation mode, just at the bottom, so that we can see your slides very clearly from the room.
Is okay?
No, you need to put it in presentation mode.
Presentation.
It's just at the bottom where you can see those little signs, and you just need to click on the I think we lost your screen there.
You lost?
Otherwise, while you try to figure that out, what I would kindly request is while we wait for you to set that up, do you want to try it again?
Yes. My screen.
Okay, we will try to share your slides from the room so that it's better. Is that you sharing?
Yes, you see now.
Yes, we do, but you need to put it on presentation mode for the audience in the room. Slideshow. Next to animation.
It is okay now?
No, it's not okay.
Oh.
From the beginning.
At the left side, left.
The left side of the screen.
Yeah.
If let's do this, Alan. If you look below where the sort of minus to plus is, fantastic.
Okay.
There we have it.
It is okay now?
Perfect.
Thank you. So, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Alain Okito. I'm a microbiologist and One Health consultant for UNEP, the regional office for Africa. I'm based in Nairobi. And also thank you again for this opportunity. We are going to exchange on the antimicrobial resistance in its environmental dimension. So to facilitate the understanding for everyone, this presentation will exploit the essential basic notion about antimicrobial resistance and microorganisms. And that is our agenda for this presentation. We are going to talk about the type of planetary crisis and AMR, the environmental dimension of AMR, the factors exacerbating the AMR issues, and the perspective to mitigate AMR issues. So the world is what can I say? The world is facing the type of planetary crisis, like you can know, is the climate change. The climate change is resulting in the frequent or prolonged flood or drought across the world. And this year, the 2023 has recorded the highest temperature in recent history. But also the biodiversity loss over 1 million species of plants and animals are under threat of extinction, but also the biodiversity perturbation result to the spread of wild virus, wild bacteria, and wild parasites that this microorganism can lead to emerging and emerging epidemic or pandemic, but also the third world crisis is the pollution. About the pollution and waste management challenging. These challenges are at the unprecedented levels. For example, we are challenging with air pollution, plastic pollution, water pollution, pollution of land and soil. So what we can remind about the environmental dimension of antimicrobial resistance. To begin, we, like I said, we have to fix some basic notion. What is a microorganism? We can say just a microorganism is a small living organism. This small living organism is invisible to the naked eye, but also most of microorganisms are good for humanity, but there are some of them are pathogen, and this pathogen can cause infection to human, animal, and plant. What we can remind about environment. In the case of this presentation, we can remind that environment encompasses our habitat, our home, our school, our office, our market, our city, our country, our continent. We can say our world. It is an environment. Also, environment include our rivers, our lakes, sea, ocean, soil, desert, field, forest, our food, our drinking water, our hospital, our waste, our hair, but also ourself, like ourself as a people, ourself as a people, our animals, our plants. All these things mean environment. So we can say environment means all things around the house. So what about the habitat of microorganisms? We can just say that microorganisms are in environment. So the microorganisms, they are everywhere. Everywhere in the world we can find microorganisms. So as we fix this basic notion, we can ask now, what is antimicrobial resistance and how does it develop? So in my presentation, I put two boxes. The first one, we can see there is a clear zone. A clear zone means all these antibiotic, all these antibiotic have a killing power on microorganisms. That is why we see the clear zone around the discovered antibiotic. But the box in my right, we can see just 3 antibiotics have a clear zone around them, but the rest of antibiotic doesn't have a clear zone. So we can say for the second box, the 4 antibiotic which doesn't have a clear zone around them, this is mean their killer power is lost. So in another term, we can say it means the microorganism has become resistant to these antibiotics. When the microorganism that what can I say, was susceptible to an antibiotic became susceptible to an antibiotic, then the same antibiotic cannot again kill the same microorganism. In this time, we can say that microorganism has become resistant to this antibiotic. That is then the antimicrobial resistance has arised. Generally, this antimicrobial resistance occurs when the change is is happened in DNA or RNA level, and also the nature change when the environment or the climate change happen is also among of causes of this change in microorganism level. So in environment, the antimicrobial substance, there is antimicrobial substance, but a part of antimicrobial substance that we can find in environment, there is also antimicrobial substance like chemicals, pharmaceuticals, pesticides, but there is also microorganism, the resistance microorganism, but a part of resistant microorganism, there is also the antimicrobial resistance gene. These three compounds are permanently circulating in environment. We can find this compound in soil, in water, in air, in field, in air, in forest. We can find these three compounds of resistance of microorganisms. Then this antimicrobial resistance can spread from environment to human, animal, and plant, or vice versa. Another thing we can talk in environmental dimension of AMR is what we can say about the AMR from the waste. What we have to remind is that we must retain that waste can participate in the spread of AMR. The waste from restaurant and market, waste from household, from industries, from manufacturing, from public discharge, are the main sources of AMR in environment. And to these sources, we can also add mentioned the waste from healthcare facility, from fish farming. All these are the sources of AMR in environment. So to these sources, like I say, we can add the fish farming, the fish farming and the healthcare facility like slaughterhouse, like husbandry. All these sources arise directly or indirectly the AMR or the antimicrobial in environment. So the AMR is in close relation with also the food and water. So food and drinking water are, what can I say, are vehicles of AMR. The contaminated food or water in restaurant, in agriculture, in slaughterhouse, in manufacturing, all this contaminated and drinking water could result to the spread of AMR and food poisoning in community and in environment, particularly if the governance regarding the food and drinking water is weak in a country, the problem will become worrying. Another dimension of environment regarding the AMR is the zoonosis. Like we know, the antimicrobial resistance is very, very close to zoonosis. Zoonosis for the common people, we can understand that zoonosis are diseases transmitted from animals. It could be domestic or wild animal. transmitted from animal to a woman. So microorganisms causing zoonosis have presented high resistance to antimicrobial substance. This resistance is due also to the change of ecological condition, like temperature, like drought, like humidity. So, understanding this environmental dimension of AMR, there are also several factors exacerbating the AMR issues. Among us, there is a lack of guideline. There is no standard. There is no standards. There is no threshold regarding residue to release in environment. Another factors is the low awareness and communication on AMR danger vis-a-vis to health in community. Another one, but important, is the low literacy problem in community, but also the knowledge and the practices of medical staff during microbial infection management. But there is also a high lack of fooding about communication and governance regarding AMR activity in our countries or in our continent. So, facing these AMR issues, the good news is the solution exists. The solution to mitigate this problem exists. The first solution, as UNEP we are seeking, is to what can I say, is to we have to act for the comprehensive implementation and what can I say, implementation and operationalization of One Health approach in our country, in our continent. It means that we must tackle the AMR issues in collaborative multi-sectoral framework that includes all relevant sectors and expertise in the continent. The second one is we must to improve our waste management. We have to promote waste transformation, waste checking prior to release in environment, particularly waste from hospital, chemical and pharmaceutical manufacturing, etc. Another solution is to think how we can support the antimicrobial alternative. How we do so, we need to promote certain alternative for antimicrobial, like the vaccination, like the use of bacteriophage therapy, the use of medicinal plant, the use of probiotic food. It can help us to prevent or to mitigate the antimicrobial issue. Also, the last one, we need to strongly focus our intervention to delay, I can say, to avoid or to prevent the AMR drivers. Also to evaluate our input and environmental change, but also to after this, it can help us to establish a permanent surveillance system of AMR presence in environment. In this way, we could be able to evaluate our actions against AMR and to opt out, to adopt for a better responses to AMR issue. So UNEP has conducted an analysis that I give to the audience this idea. The key message from this analysis we can retain that almost 72% of Africa country have a national plan, a national action plan against AMR. It means 42 out of 54 countries. But if we see this 42 national action plan, just 5-9%, just 5-9% is no, yes, 5-9% is again still running, but 41% is out of date. So it means that majority of our Africa country, majority of our national action plan need to be updated. But focusing in environmental dimension, our analysis show that 88% of national action plan didn't integrate the environmental dimension in their national action plan against AMR. That is why it is urgent and important to integrate the environmental dimension of AMR in national action plan of our African country. So, from this analysis, we can remember that all ecosystem and living media are threatening from AMR presence and circulation. Also, the triple planetary crisis are indirectly increasing the AMR occurrence in our countries through the emerging and re-emerging diseases. Also, there is a high urgency. That is why there is a high urgency for Africa countries to develop and strengthen relation, to develop and strengthen regulation guideline threshold standards to prevent or preventing environment from the AMR issue. Then to finish, one of message to retain is Africa need to strengthen their system of surveillance, their expertise, their communication, and their governance related to AMR, then to align this politics with the One Health Joint Action Plan or the One Health approach in general. Thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alain, for that very insightful presentation on the environmental health impact that we are facing as a result of AMR. I think one thing that has been critical in our discussions over the past few days that no one sector can address this. We heard from our regional directors and directors yesterday, all calling for One Health approach. So I'm quite delighted to have the voice of the environmental health in the room, really showcasing how AMR is being affected or being spread in the environment and the role that we can play to address this. So Alain, you stay on the line. I'm going to welcome Ms. Tracy for our presentation, and we will then go into a 15-minute Q&A. A big round of applause for Ms. Tracy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wande. A very good afternoon to you all. So for the sake of not leaving anyone behind, allow me to just say all protocol observed. Thank you so much, Alan, for setting the pace, talking about the environmental dimensions of AMR. So I'm just going to go quickly through the environmental dimensions, but specifically focus on the Zimbabwean story. Next slide. Okay, so as a way of introducing the issue, I'm just going to take you through AMR. I know I'm talking to the converted in here, so there's not really much need for me to go through what AMR is all about. But we're just saying that it is recognized as one of the most important global issues for human and animal health, and really in terms of societal impact. So however, the key gaps in AMR are that the environmental sector is not really understood, how the environment is playing a role within the AMR space. From what Elaine has talked about, you see that the environment actually sets in as a reservoir for antimicrobial resistant microbes. This is where we find all the bacteria, you find the viruses. So it's like a reservoir where everything is happening. So this is where the spread of resistant microbes is happening from humans to animals, or even between the humans and animals through contaminated food, through poor hygiene and also poor sanitation. So for us to be able to handle AMR in the environment, there's really need for us to adopt an AMR-centric approach when we're dealing with waste management. So this approach will help us to control the dissemination of AMR determinants in the larger environment, because these determinants that go into the environment are the ones which set resistance growing like a chain reaction in the environment. So I'm just going to briefly look at the drivers of AMR. We'd find that we have issues to do with poor sanitation. We have issues to do with sewage systems. We also have waste effluent. Then we also have effluent and waste from pharmaceutical companies. We have from healthcare facilities, and also even from the intensive terrestrial and aquatic animal production. We also have use of antimicrobials in manure in crop production. Next slide. Alan talked about, about the triple planetary crisis, where he was talking about climate change. So you look at issues to do with global warming. These accelerate changes in the ecosystem, and this leads to natural disasters happening. We look at floods, droughts, and other different types of natural disasters that you can all think about. And this then results in the spread of microbes to new areas where these then can adapt and maybe in many aspects become resistant. So there I just have a picture of improperly disposed hazardous medical waste. I just wanted to give you a picture of what we are talking about when you're talking about waste management, poor waste management in most of our African countries. This one is a picture from Zimbabwe, but I think you can all align with this picture in most of the African countries. So just imagine if the rains were to come with a scenario like this at the backyard of a hospital. We are thinking of disaster happening. Okay, so I'm now going to move on to the strategies that have been taken by Zimbabwe to contain AMR in the environment. So the first strategy, like Elaine talked about, is adopting a One Health approach. Sorry, can I have the slide before? Yes. So this One Health approach in 2017, when our national action plan was signed, you'd see that the Minister of Environment also took part in the signing, thereby giving pledge and commitment that they would take part in whatever issues that were going to be looked at concerning AMR as a wholesome issue, and also look at environmental issues affecting AMR. And then we also have enhancement of environmental governance. We also look at planning and regulatory frameworks. The environmental sector in Zimbabwe has been supporting AMR government structure. I will not go into detail with this one because I think Dr. Mashe talked about it in detail yesterday when he was talking about the governance structure, where we have the permanent secretaries at the top, we have the chief directors coming in, and then we also have a core group. And this core group consists of the One Health Secretariat and also directors coming in from the different sectors. We see that the Ministry of Environment has been actively involved in supporting these structures. And we also have, as part of the Secretariat, we also have staff being seconded to that office. And also under the Ministry of Environment, we also have the legal framework, which is the major tool that is being used by the sector to contain AMR in the environment. There's so many acts and so many statutory instruments that the Ministry of Environment is using. We have the Environmental Management Act, Chapter 2027, is read with all its ancillary statutory instruments. These we have those that look at solid waste management. We have those that are looking at hazardous waste disposal. We also have that are looking at liquid waste disposal. So all these policies that have been put in place and that have aspects within them that are looking into AMR issues. We also have a policy that is specifically dealing with solid waste management. Then the second, sorry, the slide before, thank you. The next slide, thank you. The other way in which the environmental sector is using to contain AMR in the environment is by improving surveillance and monitoring. So we see that under the Ministry of Environment, there's so many agencies. We have the Environmental Management Agency, we have the National Parks and Wildlife. So these are mandated with different issues to look at, but as a whole, protecting the environment at the end of the day. So you'd find that the Ministry of the Environmental Management Agency is mandated on monitoring the environment. So they have programs whereby they monitor the rivers, the different water surfaces on a monthly basis. So what has happened is they have also tried to establish AMR monitoring points nationwide, thereby putting AMR monitoring points within the existing structures, so that when we have samples coming in for monitoring on a monthly basis, AMR samples will also be coming in. So to date, we have about 32 points that have been established. These are in Harare, Bulawayo, and Harare and Bulawayo are the biggest cities in Zimbabwe. And we also have another one in other points in Marondera. But there's still hope that we are going to expand and ensure that we have these monitoring points throughout the nation. Then we also have the environmental lab, which was a part of the 14 Sentinel sites that were capacitated by the Fleming Fund. And it was renovated, and it also received equipment and reagents so that it could be in a position to do AMR tests. And because of that, they managed to also participate in the tricycle and Agisa projects that were that took place before. So they were also inputting their data to the data that was also that was being put across by the Ministry of Health and also the Ministry of Agriculture. And the other point that I'm really proud of is that the environmental lab in Zimbabwe was actually the first lab to be accredited on antimicrobial susceptibility testing in Zimbabwe to show that the environmental sector is really trying to pull its legs, should I say, so that it can deal with AMR in the environment. Then the other way is that we have a campaign within the environment sector that we have termed the Zero Tolerance to Litter campaign. As I was talking earlier on, I was talking about waste management issues. So this campaign was meant to raise awareness, also with the aim of instilling environmental stewardship and also attitude change amongst our people in Zimbabwe. So this program happens almost every month. The first Friday of each month, we have people going out, picking litter and making sure that the environment is clean. It's an effort that is being put across so that we reduce the dumps that you see on waste, and then we also change people's attitude so that they aim for a cleaner environment. So mostly this campaign is done on every month, the first Friday of each month, and it began in September 2017. September is the Clean Up the World month, and it's a good month for us in Zim, actually, because it comes before the onset of the rains, and it's a way of cleaning the environment before the rains come in. So the campaign it's to everyone. It goes to all stakeholders, the schools, the industries, it's everyone, because now it has been taken up by the presidential office, so everyone should get involved. Then I'll also talk about the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment. That is the AMCEN or the AMCEN, depending on how you would want to pronounce it. This was held on the 15th and the 16th of September last year in Dakar. It was a conference that was bringing in ministers of environment in the African countries. And our minister, the Minister of Environment, Climate and Wildlife, also attended this conference. In this conference, the ministers were looking at issues to do with AMR. They discussed at length on the harm that AMR is bringing in, especially in the environment sector. At the end of it all, they agreed to come up with solutions. And some of the solutions that they agreed to come up with included what we're already doing in Zimbabwe, that is looking at the One Health approach as a way of dealing with this issue. So this was an agreement that was taken in by the ministers of environment in the different African countries. And I'm sure after a certain period of time, they are going to meet and then discuss and see how far they have gone and what progress has been made in the different African countries. It is really a good thing for us because it shows commitment on a higher level. If it's coming from the ministers of environment, it means they are also now taking in issues to do with AMR in the environment at a higher level. And then the other way that we are dealing with AMR in the environment sector is also through education and awareness. You see that the Minister of Environment participates in all education and awareness programs that are being done in Zimbabwe. We look at the radio programs, the public lectures. Also, the Minister of Environment also have a mobile awareness program on waste management issues. That means we have different vehicles moving around and talking about waste management. And then we also have environmental clubs at schools, and these are also taking into consideration the issues to do with AMR. Well, with everything, I think there are challenges here and there. So as the environment sector, we acknowledge that the importance of AMR. That is why it has been taken into the day-to-day activities. But however, there's still a lot that needs to be done, especially when it comes to aligning the environmental legislation with AMR issues. So these are issues that we still need to look at, and that we are hoping that the ministry will look at and address. And also issues to do with residual antibiotics in the environment. We're hoping that actually that one will be addressed from the UNEP level, where we are hoping that UNEP will be able to come up with a global standard, should I say, on the limits looking at residual antibiotics in the environment. So in conclusion, or rather before I conclude, may I just see the next slide? Yes. That's a broken raw sewer pipe. It's just a picture. Again, I'll say this is a picture from Zimbabwe, but I think you can all relate as Africans. This is raw sewer going into the rivers. We can all imagine what is happening. Raw sewer is coming from industries, from the residential area, even from the pharmaceuticals. Need I say the hospitals? So you can imagine what is in that raw sewer. And it is going into the rivers. From the rivers, this is the water that is going into our wastewater treatment plants and maybe directly to our water treatment plants. And the scenario in most African countries is that these treatment plants are not up to standard. And most of them do not remove residual antibiotics. I just wanted to give you this picture before I go to my conclusion. Back to the conclusion, please. So as the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. If you saw that broken sewer pipe, if we can prevent that, if we can ensure that all our waste is going where it's supposed to go directly, if we can ensure that we don't have waste dumps, whereby we know that diseases will start spreading from those waste dumps, and then the spread of diseases obviously means that people get sick. When they get sick, then it means they're supposed to go for treatment. If they go for treatment, they're supposed to get antibiotics. The more they're exposed to antibiotics, the higher the chances of them, of the microbes becoming resistant. So it is better to prevent than to cure. It is best if AMR pollution is prevented, so that ultimately we are able to control what is going into the environment so that it doesn't come back to haunt us in the future. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, are we post-launch sleepy? A big round of applause for Miss Tracy. Allow me to applaud the One Health Secretariat of Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, they have really shown a remarkable leadership when it comes to the holistic approach to addressing the AMR. All line ministries have presented their success stories, and I'm quite pleased by the progress that has been made by the Ministry of Environment. So we will now go very quickly into our Q&A, cognizant that I need to make sure everyone goes to rest, get dressed for tonight's dinner. So we'll take a quick round of questions for both of my speakers. I have one question. Okay, we'll start with you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the nice presentation. Very interesting one, and very new topic for us, at least. I see that you have developed many years experience, which is very interesting. So congratulations for that effort. There are some papers that talk more and more about the link between antimicrobial resistance and climate change. So I don't know if there is any insight, any thoughts that you can give us on that topic. And also, I'm interested in technical parts, as you already conducted pilot studies regarding antimicrobial resistance on the environment. So, because there are no international guidelines, so how did you deal with the what germ to survey, what will be the limit, what will be the interpretation regarding which antimicrobials? So is there any reports, is there any guidance that you can give, any feedback, experience feedback that can help us go forward in that topic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And just to congratulate you also for the great job that you are doing, because I think this is the first time I'm hearing about environmental sector, carrying out surveillance in AMR. And I think it's something really commendable. One question I have is that, you talked about the guideline, or is it a policy that you mentioned in your presentation? But I didn't hear you talk about waste treatment, especially, from the pipe that you showed us here. Do you consider waste treatment? Because sometimes it's not just okay for us to do the surveillance to detect, but what are we putting in place to prevent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Aline, I'll let you speak a bit about climate change and AMR in terms of the new findings that we are seeing when it comes to climate change, increasing the impact of AMR. Ms. Tracy, I'll let you address the questions that have been raised specific to Zimbabwe. Alain, if you're there, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again. As I presented as I said in my presentation, there is several studies and publication in a high-level journal that this publication prove that give evidence to show that if the climate change occurs in a country, in a median, then the consequence from this change can release, but not essentially directly, but it could be indirectly. I explain. When in a region, the forest or some species in a region are what can I say, are disappeared. When they are disappeared, some vectors holding microorganisms, holding parasites that can cause disease, these vectors can grow easily because there is no predator. Then when they go easily, they can get contact to human and to animal, then cause the infection. So, as human don't have immunity, don't have a good immunity to resist at the first time when the organism get a new microorganism, a new organism, a new bacteria, a new virus, this disease will be difficult to manage using our antibiotic. That is how one of the consequences of climate change. Also, another one is in a media, in a habitat, microorganism and living being are, what can I say, are usually common with with the condition, the ecological condition. But by climate change, we know by climate change, the temperature of a region of a media can change. The humidity of a region of media can change. Then when this condition, when this ecological condition change, that one can lead that the microorganism can look how to adapt to the condition. Then looking for adaptation, the molecular constitution of microorganisms. When I say molecular, I mean DNA, I mean RNA. The molecular will going to change also. Then if the molecular change, all antibiotics, all antimicrobial that have the killing power to kill the microorganism, it will not be possible because the microorganism come to change is a DNA, is a RNA. That is lead directly in antimicrobial. In the case of this microorganism infect animal, infect plant, infect a human, then this microbial infection will be difficult to manage with our antibiotic because, like we can know, when pharmaceutical industry, pharmaceutical manufacturing made antibiotic, made antimicrobial, they use one property.
Sorry to interrupt you, Alan. Just so that you can take more questions, if you can just summarize that so that we can also receive answers from Ms. Tracy. Apologies to interrupt you.
Yes. Hello?
Thank you very much. I would love you to have more questions. So that's why I would like Ms. Tracy to also make her interventions. Then we take about 2 rounds of questions from the room.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Thank you so much for the question. So the question on wastewater treatment plants in Zimbabwe, what is happening currently is that our wastewater treatment plants are not yet in a position to deal with residual antibiotics. We're just dealing with the usual, that is, we're looking at the metals, we're looking at the levels of the total dissolved solids, the turbidity of the water, not really the residual antibiotics. That's why if you had the other part that I was talking about, I actually made a call to UNEP so that if it can help us with coming up with standards on maximum allowable limits for residual antibiotics in the environment specifically. That would then help us that even if we are going to take a step further to monitor residual antibiotics in the environment, but you need a standard to let you know that this is allowable and this is not. So I think at the moment, this is where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take any last few questions before we wrap up this session. So if you have any questions. Another question, yes.
I will talk in French this time. Juste un commentaire par rapport à une réflexion par rapport à ce que vous venez de dire. Normalement, l'environnement, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de normes, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de limite, c'est qu'on applique tolérance zéro. Et puis la règle de pollueur-payeur. Et donc, l'idée est que on recherche les traces d'antimicrobiens dans l'environnement, aussi par qu'on peut, par les instruments les plus sensibles qu'on puisse utiliser. Et donc, si on en trouve, c'est qu'il y a un problème, sauf si on peut prouver qu'il y a une origine naturelle. Et donc, l'idée est que en absence de normes, de limites de tolérance, toute détection devrait poser une interrogation et une investigation pour essayer de trouver la source de la contamination, il me semble. Et donc, est-ce que vous qui êtes experte en environnement, ce raisonnement tient la route? Moi, je suis très loin de l'environnement, donc, mais ça me semble être une bonne idée pour commencer, pour avoir des données déjà sur ce qu'on trouve au niveau de l'environnement, une base de données de ce qu'on détecte. Après, peut-être, au bout d'un certain moment, lorsque la base de données se sera développée, on pourra émettre des guidelines ou bien des limites de conformité, on va dire. Merci beaucoup.
That's really a fantastic question. Ms. Tracy, would you like to?
Okay. Unfortunately, I missed the first part of the question.
The first part was much of a comment, really reminding us that if there are no standards or norms in place, it's kind of hard to do any prevention or even detection. So then brings in the question in terms of what is existing when it comes to the data in terms of prevalence of AMR in the environment. Am I summarizing your question properly?
Yes, just the general idea is when we don't have standard, we use maybe zero tolerance. Then we need to start from somewhere. Then we will use the available laboratory methods with the detection levels that are available. Then we start constructing our database. After a certain number of results, we will see who is in charge of that pollution, who is the origin of that pollution, and maybe he will need to clean the pollution that he has already provoked. So that's the main idea. So what do you think? You are the specialist, the environmental specialist. I'm not. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Actually, this is where we are, I would say. We really don't have much data in the environment, but we are working on like really maybe coming up with a baseline in my country, should I say, in Zimbabwe. We've had a chance to submit a project proposal to ICAS, and that one is really looking at the baseline, at a baseline survey in Zimbabwe. And we're hoping that such surveys will help us to come up with data that will inform and help us to come up with solutions. And as part of the solutions, like you're saying, really this is how we deal with issues in the environment, where we do inspections, we check on what is happening. And if we find whoever is polluting, we go back to that principle, polluter pays principle. Whoever is polluted is supposed to pay for their pollution. So really, that's the way it's supposed to go, like at the end of it all. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add that, also for the environment, not just do we focus on the residues, but also the resistant pathogens, the MDROs, they are critical because from the waste that you showed us earlier, when I saw all the cotton wools and all that from the hospital, what came to my mind is, okay, this must have been used to clean an infection. What bacteria is on this cotton wool that is going into the environment? So these are things that we need to also generate data on to know exactly what is being passed into the environment. And then it will help us to understand how to control it, in relation to AMR. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful comment. And thanks so much to my panelists for really giving us good insight into the environmental dimensions of AMR. So just before we wrap up, I would just leave you to give us 1 minute in terms of every now and then as technical people, we come in here, we give data, we give the impact. But to this room, to me, what is my role in reducing AMR in the environment? What can I do as a technical person, as a farmer, as a market woman, as a journalist, as a student? Very quickly, 1 minute for both of my speakers for a call to action. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Normally when I'm asked this question, I go back to waste management. as individuals in different sectors, especially if you're looking at the technical people, say in the medical field, how are we dealing with our waste? How are we disposing of our expired medias? How are we disposing of the cotton wools that I was showing there, all the drugs that you're using in the hospital setup? How are we disposing them of? Are we just taking them to the incinerator? Are these incinerators up to standard? Or they're just hot fires, should I say? Because they need to be up to standard. There are certain levels of temperatures that are required. Is this happening? And to the individuals maybe at home who are not technical really per se, how do we deal with the expired medicines? Are we just throwing them down flushing them down the sewer tanks? Are we just flushing them down the sinks? So these are issues really that we need to be cognizant of. Even the simplest waste that we can think of in the homes, if we can take care of that waste, then that means everything else will be able to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very clear message to us. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have responsibilities to really play in to address AMR. Alain, if you'd like to very quickly, less than 1 minute, call to action.
The call to action is in individual level. We have to raise our awareness, but also for our countries, Africa countries, we need, like one of they said, we need to have a guideline about environmental dimension of AMR. We need to have a tool to allow us to see how to confirm that in this product, in this water, in this waste, there is the level the releasing of this one. That is what we need now.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Ms. Tracy and Mr. Alain for the fantastic insight into the environmental health dimensions of AMR. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this brings us to the close of this session. Thank you to the audience in the room, as well as our online participants who have joined today and the colleagues who are streaming on YouTube. Thank you very much. And it's a wrap for today. We will be coming back for dinner at 7 p.m. right there in that corner. Jacaranda. Okay, I've been informed that tonight's dinner starts at 7 p.m. sharp. Remember that we have a esteemed guest of honor joining us. So please come in fast. We will be at Jacaranda Hall 2 at 7 p.m. It's just right upstairs. And if you just get lost, I'm sure that a couple of us will be around. Please look out for familiar faces and we'll be glad to show you. So see you all at 7 and thank you, everyone.